Back when we moved into our house, we were introduced to all of our neighbors by them coming to our house with cookies or brownies, like they do in the movies. This was a nice, quiet, middle-class neighborhood, made up of mostly older white people and new families. I mention that because we were the only black family in the neighborhood. No black wives, husbands, not even adopted children. We didn't find it strange though. It was just very clear that we were different. I was about 13 at the time, and my brother was 15. Our backyard is half an acre and is fenced, but it's connected to two other houses' backyards. Each one is half the size of ours, but we all have separating fences. So to picture it, there's a T-shaped fence separating our backyards. The house to the left was the home of an older man named Tom. He reminded me of Willie Nelson, without the cool pigtails. He liked to be outside shirtless, usually with a denim vest, no matter what the weather was. He was a well-built man, but visibly kind of frail. We actually found him funny in an old creepy guy kind of way. As I got older, he started to make comments. I played in the backyard with my two dogs a lot, and Tom could see me from his living room that faced his backyard. Whenever I glanced over, I would see him from the window just standing there watching me. When he noticed that I saw him, he'd come out and talk to me. I tried to get away before he could come out, but sometimes I was too slow. I didn't want to make it too obvious, so I would just walk. But if I didn't make it inside, he would yell for me to come back. I never got too close to the fence. I'd speak from a distance. He would ask me about school, what grade I was in, tell me I was pretty, ask if I was old enough to have a boyfriend, and if I had an older sister or older friends that looked like me. I'd laugh it off because after a few questions, he'd stop talking and just stare at me, silently. I had always gave the excuse about needing to go inside, and he would nod and then stand at the fence and watch me walk back into the house. This happened almost weekly. My mom loves to decorate, so she's changing the house decor every few months. Pretty annoying actually. In one of her design sprees, she decided to get a new sliding glass door for the back porch, which required her to take the curtains down in the living room. It took forever to get them installed, but she'd figured there was no point in putting the curtains back up if we'd have to take them down again. Our family was in the living room. I didn't have a TV in my room, so I'd oftentimes watch TV late into the night in the living room with my brother. One night my brother went to bed early, so I decided to watch TV by myself. Around midnight or so, I turned off the TV to go to bed. I got up from the couch, turned off the light, and turned around to see another light on, but not in my house, in Tom's house, in his living room. And there he was, standing in the window, watching me. I told my parents about it later, and they shrugged it off. I am a person who has anxiety though, so sometimes I often chalk things up to that. But soon after, my dogs started getting sick. I would take them out to play and they'd start throwing up or having diarrhea. We knew it wasn't their food because we hadn't given them anything new. We threw away the dog treats that we recently bought, just in case that was the problem. But it didn't stop. I noticed though that every time I let them out alone, they'd run straight over to Tom's fence, jumping up and down, wagging their tails. He would slowly walk outside, reach over the fence and feed them his treats, which was odd because Tom didn't have a dog. I told my parents and my dad went to go talk to him, telling him the dogs were getting sick. He apologized, stopped feeding them, and they eventually got better. A few weeks later, I was coming home from high school. My brother was in the grade above me, and I was a senior, so he was in college at the time. When I got home, no one else would be home for a few more hours. I had a routine. Put my book bag upstairs, change clothes, let the dogs out of their cages on the porch, get a snack, and then let them come back in. For some reason, I was usually excited to see my dogs that day, so instead of going upstairs, I went straight to the back porch. I got to the door to open it, and I saw Tom, sitting on the ground in front of my dog's cages. I froze. He didn't see me. I looked over to see if the door was locked. It wasn't. I locked it as slow as possible, so it didn't make a noise, but it did. He looked over and saw me standing there. I ran upstairs and I called my parents. My mom's a nurse, so she didn't have her phone on, and my dad just never answered the phone. I didn't think it was serious enough to call the cops, so I just hid. After a moment, I heard him knock at the door. It wasn't loud or aggressive though. It was almost friendly, like he just wanted to talk. I tried my dad's phone again and he answered. I was crying and telling him that Tom was on our porch. He said that he would head home, but he was over an hour away. I just sat in my room waiting for my dad. Eventually the knocking stopped. My dad got home and Tom was gone. I don't know what happened between Tom and my dad, but he stopped coming outside and talking to me after. But he never stopped watching me though, always standing in his living room. Sometimes I would see him through the window and he would wave at me, but always with the light on, just so that I knew that he was still there watching. For context, I'm 5'3", 24-year-old female, and I'm working as a programmer for an IT company in the Philippines. Now the area where my office is in comprises of 3 buildings. Building A, where my office is, Building B, and Building C. To get to the other building, it would take you around 10 minutes to get there. This happened to me a year ago, around the end of February until March. I just got out of a bad breakup at the time, and I really intended to just focus on myself and not meet anyone yet. I just got out of work, and it's around 7 p.m. on a Friday night, and I went to my usual waiting spot, which has benches and is located at the back of our building near the entrance of the underground parking for our company's shuttle, and Omar, who's the shuttle dispatcher, is there. Now, I've known Omar for 2 years, and it's someone that I would now consider a friend, and we would often chat about our lives, even the breakup with my ex then, and we would also joke around. He's a 40-year-old guy, and he gives out this big fatherly vibe, so he is really someone that I trust. That night he was there, and with someone new that I didn't recognize. Our conversation went like this. Omar said, "Oh, hi. Good thing you're here. I would like you to meet someone, since he told me he really wants to meet you for a long time now." And then this guy stood up and shook my hand. I greeted him just to be polite. And this new guy, let's call him Ray. He's average looking and a little shorter than my height, about 5'1" maybe, and he instantly gave off a vibe as soon as I shook his hand. I thought that would be the end of it, but he proceeded to talk to me for a few minutes while I waited for my shuttle to arrive. Omar has purposely left me and Ray so we could talk and get to know each other. I'm actually puzzled at this point, because 1, I have no clue who this guy is and why he'd be so eager to meet me, and 2, I clearly told Omar that I'm not interested in meeting anybody right now. But for the sake of being polite and nice, I talked to Ray, but we never reached any personal questions or exchanging numbers or social media accounts, or even telling him my full name. I just told him my nickname, and I left it as that when I got on the shuttle. Fast forward to a week, and Friday again. I got off work at the same time, and surprise, surprise, Ray is there with Omar and a security guard. They were talking, but as soon as I came, Ray instantly greeted me, and at this point I'm a little bit creeped out, as I expected our encounter would only be a one-time thing. I just said hi and I brushed him off and sat on the benches to wait for my shuttle again. And of course, as this guy doesn't seem to know the definition of personal space, he sat behind me and talked to me again. And this time he's asking for my cell phone number. I told him off and clearly said that I'm not giving out my number to strangers, and just giving him one-word answers just to give an impression that I was not interested at all. He would ask, "Why wouldn't you give out your number? I just want to be friends." And I could see in his face that he was getting frustrated every time I told him that I was not going to give it to him. This happened while Omar and the security guard was looking at us from afar, but this went on until I got on the shuttle again. As soon as I got home, I mindlessly scrolled through my timeline and saw a notification that I have a new friend request. And guess what? It's Ray, and he even messaged me with, "Please accept my friend request." I just deleted his request, and now I'm pretty shocked since I didn't tell him my Facebook account. So how did he manage to find me? The following day was the last straw, when I decided to get off at an earlier time so that I could avoid him, but to my surprise he was there, again, waiting for me, along with Omar and the security guard. Ray immediately ran up to say hi, but I brushed him off and dreaded the fact that I would have to wait with this creep again when I saw my shuttle wasn't there yet. He immediately asked me if I accepted his Facebook request, and I decided to play dumb and said I haven't been active on Facebook and I haven't seen any requests. He got disappointed and he fiddled with his phone for a bit and then revealed his phone to show my Facebook profile and asked if this was me. I said yes. I was completely ignoring him at this point. And playing with my phone, I told him that I wasn't going to accept his request because I didn't know him. And then Ray grabbed my phone out of my hands angrily and said that he was going to add himself using my Facebook account if I wouldn't. I muttered a line that said, "What are you doing?" and grabbed my phone from him, and with perfect timing I got on my shuttle in a hurry and told the driver to go. At this point I could confirm that this guy had been stalking me and now knows my daily schedule and social media accounts. I reported this incident to my manager and told her that this was already happening for some time now. She was surprised that I didn't report it earlier, but I blamed it on my lack of assertiveness and fear that I must be overreacting to his advances. We reported the incident to office security and told them what happened, and they couldn't do anything at first, as 1, I needed actual evidence about my allegations to him. 2, I only knew Ray by his first name, and they would need more information than that. I didn't bother to ask where he's from, or if he is even working in our office building, which is dumb of me, and I should have asked in the first place. My manager then decided that I should at least be accompanied by some of the office mates to confirm the situation, and the guys volunteered to accompany me every time I got off of work. They accompanied me for a couple days, and no matter what time I got out, Ray was there to harass me. I felt bad for my office mates as they had to deal with his BS as well. The first instance when he saw I was with my office mates, I could see the visible anger in his eyes, and he would try to butt into our conversation, even if we were ignoring him. At one point, when I'm talking with my office mates, he let out a giant sigh and said, "Can I please talk to you for a second?" I said, "What do you want?" He said, "I just want to talk to you. If you don't, I'll leave." Okay, and then I went back to my office mates. He butted in once more and asked that I should introduce him to my office mates. When I didn't, he proceeded to introduce himself, which irked the heck out of me and my office mates, because his behavior didn't seem normal at all. After that incident, my office mates and I told my manager what happened and how dangerous this guy could be. She decided that we should escalate it to HR and have them deal with it immediately. Gladly, HR responded and took the situation seriously and began to do an investigation on who Ray might be. Same day, they sent an email that after searching through records, turns out Ray wasn't an employee of our office, and they might need to talk to building security to find out more about this guy. HR also requested our office security to escort me and observe the situation. I honestly felt relieved, as now I'll feel safe for the time being while they search who Ray might be. He still showed up, even if I got out late or earlier than usual, but never went near me when he saw that I was accompanied by security, but he would just keep his distance and stare at me, smiling creepily, and linger outside my shuttle until I left. HR contacted me for a meeting with them and with my manager about some news on Ray, and I was shocked about the information that they found out. Ray was not an employee of our building office, but in fact, a temp in the security office in Building C. I then thought, okay, this guy is really putting in an effort for someone who is clearly not interested, and if he's a temp, that means there's a chance that I won't be seeing him after this. But then, what HR said chilled me to the bone. He was a temp assigned to work on the security cameras, meaning he had access to all of the building cameras. It has been his way to spy on me, and the reason why he was able to be there at the exact time that I got out. HR had already spoken to his supervisor and gave a warning to Ray, and of course, Ray denied the allegations, even if I had witnessed him doing it. The supervisor wanted to apologize to me in person, but I decided not to, as I just wanted this to be over. After that meeting, I never saw Ray again, and I reckoned that he must be kicked out after HR issued him a warning. As for Omar, I never saw him as well, but he was also part of the people who enabled Ray and didn't do anything when I was clearly getting harassed. I received a bit of backlash from the security guards in the building for a while as well, hearing them say that I was overreacting and I should just have accepted his advances, which was disgusting as I heard the same thing being said by female building staff as well. Nothing strange happened for a few days, but then the security guard that was with Omar at the time when Ray was harassing me added me on Facebook, but I didn't make much of it and I just deleted his request. I'm still working in the same office and buildings as of today, and been totally shaken up by the incident that I just decided to keep myself some distance from people so I could avoid this from ever happening again. And to Ray, I don't ever want to see you again. I got my first job at 15, working in the local convenience store for under-the-table paychecks until I turned 16 and they could legally hire me. They needed staff they could underpay, and I needed money to support my family. Plus, the store was literally 10 minutes from my house, so I could go home for lunch or go jogging in the field next to the store. I'm a very friendly person and love to make conversation because it helped the day go by faster. One morning, a guy, maybe late 20s, early 30s, came into the store to receive a click and collect package, and the system was being very slow, so I asked him about his previous evening. It had been Guy Fawkes night, so it was my topic of conversation with everyone that day. He didn't appear to want to talk much, and so I overcompensated with my own talking so there wasn't any awkward silence while the parcels were scanning, and told him about how my dog hates fireworks, so I stay inside with him. He asked me when the store closes, which so many people at my store do that I didn't find this information weird. I told him the store closes at 3 p.m. because it's a Sunday. He left with his parcels, and I literally didn't think of him at all. I took my break at 12 and went on my usual laps around the field after getting rid of my work uniform, and it was fairly cold, so nobody else was on the field. I'm on the opposite side and look to my left because I'm dramatically singing along to Hamilton in my headphones, and there is some guy sitting alone on the children's swing set in the park. So because it's pretty cold and I'm embarrassed by feeling watched, I finish my jog there and finish my break inside the stock room drinking tea. Again, this didn't faze me because there was all sorts of weirdos hanging around my area, and many of them I knew because of how close the community is. I finished my shift at 4 p.m. after cleaning and restocking for the next day, and was let out through the back exit car park that was shared with the dilapidated pub. Funnily enough, one that I have many childhood memories in before it closed down due to my parents and I living on this council estate my whole life. Some guy was sitting on the wall there with his coat hood pulled up. This was slightly strange because nothing around the area was open and hadn't been for at least an hour, especially not to the pub. But I was 15, and I had taken the same walk down the main road every single shift without issue. I put my headphones in with a slight pinch of anxiety because as soon as I move past this guy, I see him jump from the wall from the corner of my eye. I don't put music on. I just listen to his footsteps following me until he's next to me gesturing for me to remove my headphones. As you probably guessed, it's the same guy for the morning shift. I'm really confused at this point because it's the first time that I'd seen him in my local store. We have a lot of regulars, and I would even know most of them by address because we saved everyone's newspaper. But I had never seen him before, only to encounter him twice in one day. I removed my headphones and asked what he wanted. He asked for the time, and I assumed because of the council estate I lived on that he was perhaps going to mug me. It's happened before. So I told him it's around 4 p.m. without taking my phone out. He then proceeds to pretend he only just recognized me from the store and tells me that he thought I finished at 3 p.m. I'd watched enough true crime to be guessing he had waited for me to finish my shift for an hour. I was having a mild panic attack at this point because it was a lazy cold Sunday, so no one was out, and I wasn't yet at the main road. So I continued to talk with him while he questioned me about how long I've worked at the store. I know it's stupid to engage, but he was keeping my pace right next to me, and the main road was only down the street, where I thought our paths would diverge. He asked if I worked there all the time, and in an effort to dissuade him from trying to hit on me, I told him I was still studying, although would not tell him at what institution. Me being a minor did not seem to deter him at all. Mind you, at the age I am now being 20, I only just look like I'm about 15. Like I said, he was undeterred and tried asking for my number, in which I told him I don't have a phone, which was an obvious lie because I had my headphones plugged into the phone I was tightly gripping in my pocket. He brought this up, and I told him that it's a shared phone and I don't have my own. Despite this being an obvious lie, he continued. I was on the main road now, but he had not stopped talking, and my quickest way home the path I usually took was through a dark wooded area and then a shady parking lot. I decided to go the longer way to keep on a public road so he wouldn't know where my home was located. He asked me for my Facebook, and I desperately wanted to get away from him at this point, so I thought if I gave him my Facebook and then changed the name as soon as I had the chance, he wouldn't be able to find me. I do not know why I didn't just give him a fake name. I was young and stupid, and honestly was just scared that no cars had passed by yet, and he was still tailing me. After this, I asked him which way he lived, and he told me only a short while up ahead, then asking me if I was interested in coming along with him. I said I lived in the other direction and would have to say goodbye now, but that we could speak later. Again, I know I'm an idiot, but I thought if he thought I was interested in speaking to him again, he would leave me alone. And because of my experience talking to people in my job, this luckily came off very casual and truthfully, and it worked. And I crossed the road, and as soon as I was out of sight, I legged it back to the other side of the road and got home. Once I got home, I went and I changed my name, but found that he had already messaged me, although I had not told him my middle name that was part of my Facebook, which he brought up to me in this very first message. I messaged him back explaining that I had no interest in talking to him, and I instantly blocked his account. I felt so stupid for even letting him have my real name that I couldn't bring myself to tell my parents. Instead, I would ask my brother to meet me at the store at the end of my shifts. It was only Sundays that I finished an hour late, because I wanted them to help me pick out ingredients for dinner those nights. My first shift back, he was waiting outside in the same area, but my brother was with me, and we went out the front way so I could see him waiting there, but didn't have to walk past him. After this, I decided that I couldn't keep getting escorts home, and I told my work that I needed to leave at different times in case he followed me. They wanted to tell the authorities, but I refused, because it was a relatively small thing, and I was working illegally there and didn't want to get them in trouble. I told my parents, and they told a few people in the neighborhood to be wary. I started getting the bus home from school, because I was starting to worry that he had my Facebook and knew where I went to school. The next time I saw him, he came into the store again to collect parcels. I told my manager next to me, and she served him, while also telling him they would call someone if he continued to harass me. I was scared about all the information that he now knew about me from my Facebook, because I was a young kid and my privacy settings weren't very good, and held my county, my school, hundreds of pictures with me and my friends in the neighborhood, and at school with all of them tagged. Luckily, nothing more had happened after that. I saw him once on the bus and my mother a year later, and again while I was in college at a shopping center. I had quit my job a little while after this to work somewhere legally when I turned 16 to earn more money, and I live in a different city now. He doesn't scare me anymore, but I'm definitely more private about my life on social media. Everything is private, and I don't provide my real information on certain sites anymore. For reference, I'm a 27-year-old female, and this story takes place 10 years ago when I was 17. I had just started university and was excited about having a fresh, new start, since I'd always been a nerdy outcast in high school. I had never had a boyfriend before. I'd never even been on a date, so I was naive and optimistic about boys. My introverted and awkward personality hadn't magically changed since entering university, so it's safe to say that I didn't meet anybody interesting at school. One late night, I was in my room working on an assignment on my laptop when I received a request on MSN Messenger. The email address was a boy's name with some numbers. The name was clearly ethnic, and likely somebody of the same origin as me. Intrigued, I accepted. For the sake of the story, we'll call this guy Ken. We got to chatting, and I asked him how he had gotten my email address, and he dodged the question. I let it go, not thinking too much of it. This was from a time when it was normal to accept anyone and everyone as a friend on Facebook and other social media platforms. As Ken and I continued to talk, I learned that he lived in my city and apparently wasn't much older than I was. And as I guessed, our roots were in fact in the same country. Let's call it Motherland. I asked him why he didn't have a picture of himself on his display picture, and this prompted him to suggest that we turn on our webcams because he wanted to see me too. But I declined, and he insisted. Somehow he convinced me, and we both switched on our webcams. I was pleasantly surprised and somewhat relieved to see that Ken was a good-looking young guy, chatting to me from the comfort of his bedroom, seeming very normal. Our MSN chats carried on for a couple of weeks. They developed into texts, and we even had a few phone calls. After I had agreed to give him my phone number, I started to develop a crush on Ken. He had asked me to go out with him a couple times, but I was always pretty busy with school and our schedules weren't lining up. Finally, we found one afternoon that we were both free and decided to schedule a lunch date. Ken had a car and offered to pick me up from my university after I was done for the day. I was a little too dressed up for my C+ programming class, but just right for the lunch date that we had planned at a local vegetarian restaurant. I didn't tell any of my friends where I was going, or with whom, because I was embarrassed about going on my very first date, at almost age 18, with someone who had randomly added me on MSN. I waited outside my building when a black car with heavily tinted windows pulled up beside me. The passenger side window rolled down, and sure enough there was Ken, sitting in the driver's seat. I was very happy to see that he was as cute in person as he was on the webcam. However, what I wasn't expecting was the intense smell of weed floating out of the car. It's not relevant, but part of the first impression. Admittedly, I was taken aback, and I was concerned that he might be driving high. He unlocked the door and motioned for me to get in, so without dispute, I did. As I sat down in the passenger seat, he immediately put his hand on my thigh. I nervously shifted my leg away. I started saying, "So, do you even know where the restaurant is? I can guide you if you want." He smirked at me, but didn't say anything and just started driving. Okay, that's kind of weird. I thought maybe he was just nervous or a bit awkward, both of which I could sympathize with, so I let it be. I was about to try my hand at a little small talk, which I'm no good at, when I noticed him heading towards the highway ramp. I started to worry because the restaurant was not far from my campus, and there was no reason to be getting on the highway. I said, you don't need to take the highway. The restaurant is close by. I can guide you." I tried to keep my voice steady, but I could hear my own nervousness. Ken finally spoke for the first time since I'd gotten in the car. "I thought maybe we could just go to my place instead. We can play Need for Speed and I can make lunch for you." I was 17, on my way to the house of a guy that I had just met for the first time, and I hadn't told anyone where I was going. My mind was racing. I knew that this would be an utterly stupid thing to do. Despite the clear red flags waving in my face, I decided that I didn't want to ruin my first date by rejecting his offer to make me lunch and play video games together, which I had told him I liked playing. So like an idiot, I reluctantly agreed to avoid being rude. We made it to his house. It was apparently his family's home and was situated in a sort of shady neighborhood. We stepped inside, and of course no one was home except us. It was barely furnished. It looked unkept, which struck me as pretty odd for a family home. He informed me that his Xbox was in his bedroom. I hesitated in the doorway, but he sat at the foot of his bed, in front of the TV, and patted the empty space beside him for me to have a seat. There was literally nowhere else to sit in his room, so I cautiously sat down, keeping as much distance as I could between us. I started to relax as we played Need for Speed, and he made us PB&Js to munch on. I was about to laugh at myself for being overly paranoid when Ken did something bizarre. He got up onto the bed and sat down directly behind me, his legs on either side of me, and tried to guide my hands to the controller. I started to ask what he was doing, and as if this wasn't uncomfortable enough, his hands moved from the controller and slid up under my shirt. That's when I started to panic. I thought he was going to try to grope me, but instead he started squeezing and massaging my belly. I was more than a little chubby back then, freshman 15, so you can imagine what that must have felt like. I dropped the controller in pure shock and I quickly stood up, fixing my shirt. I was at a loss for words, and he did nothing but smirk at me and tell me that he liked it. I felt completely disgusted and violated. I had had enough. I lied to him and told him that I had a group project to work on and that I needed to go. He asked where I lived so he could drop me off at home. Thankfully, I had the common sense enough to not tell him, and I asked him to drop me back to the school instead. where I would be supposedly meeting my classmates, and he obliged. After our very uncomfortable first date, I decided I didn't want to talk to Ken anymore. I didn't block him on MSN or on my phone. Our only two methods of communication, but I rarely responded to his messages and I ignored all of his phone calls. Once he messaged me on MSN around 11 p.m., asking me to come over and telling me that he would send a cab to bring me to his place. Thoroughly annoyed, I responded, "What do you take me for? Why do you even think I would do that?" He replied saying, "No sex, I promise." Just bizarre. I was disgusted and didn't even respond. He continued trying to get in touch with me for months and then suddenly vanished. I figured that he had gotten the point. Now I wish the story ended here, but it doesn't. I last heard from Ken in late February. He had stopped trying to contact me shortly after Valentine's Day. In April, 2 nuclear family members and I went on holiday to visit another relative, who we'll call Anne, who was living in the Caribbean at the time. Anne, who I loved dearly, was and still is a bit of an eccentric. She considers herself very spiritual and is an active member of a large, well-known spiritual organization. She's deeply connected with Motherland, more than the rest of us are, and goes back for frequent visits. While we stayed with her in the Caribbean, she told us about her most recent spiritual trip to Motherland, where she met a very wealthy and well-connected local woman through the organization, who quickly became a very close friend. Let's call her Connie, the con artist. During our visit, Anne introduced us to Connie virtually over Skype, because Connie lives in the Motherland. We chatted with her a couple times throughout our vacation via Skype, and got to know her a little bit. Little did we know back then that Connie, who Anne had spontaneously met halfway across the world in the Motherland, would soon wreak utter havoc on our lives. Now that's a story that I'm just not and may never be ready to tell because of how many lives were affected and the severity of the damage that had been inflicted. What you need to know is that Connie was an outright criminal and a con artist who had been targeting our family from long before Anne had actually met her. Their meeting was no coincidence. Not only did she manage to steal over $100,000 from our family, but she took any peace of mind or sense of security that we ever had. When we finally caught on and confronted her, she insisted that we were mistaken, but disappeared into thin air once we forced her to get out of our lives. You're probably wondering what on earth this has to do with my story about Ken. Well, get this. The situation with Connie lasted many months. The whole thing is kind of a blur to me now, but we first spoke to her online in April, and I remember the whole ordeal lasting well into the fall. While she normally resided in Motherland, Anne had invited her to visit and stay with us, where we, my whole family and I, presently live. That's when things really took a turn for the worse. Some of the things I clearly remember, and are very important to the story, were that 1, the whole time she was staying with us, she was trying to convince me to transfer schools to a very obscure school and program in the US. I don't even live in the US, and was actually getting very pushy about it. And number 2, she had asked me if I was a virgin and told me to save myself for my husband. Disturbing, I know. During this time, I was so emotionally drained and stressed out that I didn't really even think about the situation at hand. In fact, I had stopped socializing entirely and even started habitually skipping classes. I had lost contact with my high school friends, and my university friends were too new to really care, so my strange behavior and new destructive habits went unnoticed. Fast forward to one day after Connie's final disappearance in the fall. I was at home with my dad when my cell phone rang. I looked at the caller ID, and it was a number that I didn't have saved, so it was showing the contact information as whatever name the phone was registered under. My heart dropping into my stomach. My phone displayed a name. The first name was a man's name, and the last name was the same as Connie's. I started to panic and ran into my bedroom to answer the call. I had no idea what to expect. When I picked up the phone, I was greeted by a familiar voice. It was Ken. I honestly thought I was going to puke when I came to the sudden realization that he had been part of this whole sick plot. Of course, I don't have hard evidence to prove that he was connected to Connie, but let me explain. The timing of his appearance and reappearance into my life The last name, a fairly unique surname originating from the part of motherland where Connie is from, and I had never known Ken's last name until then. And the fact that he contacted me out of the blue, and I had no idea why or how, were all just too bizarre to be a mere coincidence. Of course, I freaked out at Ken when he called, and I told him that if he ever called me again, I would call the police. His response was just a weird, dry half laugh, and then he said, "Well, okay then," in the most creepy voice you can think of, and hung up. I knew in my gut that this was their last attempt to get back in touch, and somehow slither their way back into mine and my family's lives. Thankfully, I never heard from Ken again after that day. A while after this all ended, I was having a conversation with my family member, who was also extremely involved in this, about the whole ordeal, and she told me that she sensed something extremely wrong when Connie was pushing to have me sent off to the US, to that obscure school. She had an unshakable feeling that Connie was involved in some sort of human trafficking scene, and that if I left, she would never see me again. The horrifying pieces came together for me at that time. I was just too naive to have seen it before. The memories flooded back to me when I heard that. How Ken had told me, "No sex, I promise," when he invited me over, and how Connie was telling me to remain a virgin. As I said, I had never told a soul about Ken, nor about the weird V-card conversation with Connie. I strongly and firmly believed that Ken had been some sort of player in Connie's game, and was just there to keep me away from guys and prevent me from having a boyfriend. And for those who may be wondering, we never called the police on Connie or Ken, because nothing illegal happened at face value. It's very hard to explain. I'll also mention that I tried to find Ken online many times after this. I don't know why. I felt like I wanted to expose him or call him out. And I was not able to find a sliver of information on him. Not by the name Ken, nor by the name of the caller ID. It was as if he didn't exist. Also, I'm awful at directions and didn't remember his address or where his house was exactly. I'm sorry if this story is convoluted or confusing. I'm trying to get my point across without giving away any names or too many details, which makes it a little challenging. I hope this can serve as a warning to young people to never trust anyone, to do your thorough checks on people, especially those you meet online, and to be very aware and wary of people's intentions. Also, from this incident onward, I can't stomach a lot of these spiritual organizations. I never liked the idea of them to begin with, but now I've truly experienced how they can attract both vulnerable people and also unsavory characters who are just looking for the vulnerable to prey on. No judgment for those who are into that sort of thing, but it's just definitely not for me. This happened about a year ago. Everything was spread out over a couple of months. I'm known for being a very smiley, bubbly, and social girl. Okay, here's my experience. At the time that this happened, I was the only person who did to-go orders, answered all phones and customer questions, as well as greeting and cashing out to-go and delivery orders. It was mid-December, and where I live, we have a massive Christmas festival and tree lighting, so at the time I was getting multiple phone calls asking if we would be open or any specials. I answered the phone and the typical script was said, blah blah blah. He was nice, but after I answered his questions about our restaurant, he started asking questions about me, how old I was, and how long I worked there, if I was from where the restaurant was located. I felt weird but made an excuse, and that if he didn't have any more questions about the restaurant, I needed to go. He told me I sounded beautiful and he couldn't wait to meet me. It bothered me a little, but I soon forgot about it. Let's jump forward a few weeks. The festival is here and we're busy. I'm helping in all aspects of the restaurant, and our bartender comes and grabs me and tells me that a man at her table wanted to speak with me. Me thinking it was a complaint, I told her okay, and I put my best customer service smile on, and I went over there. I said, "Hi everyone, I hope everything's okay here, but I heard from our wonderful bartender that one of you wanted to speak with me." John, staring, "My God, you're just as beautiful as I dreamed you'd be. It's me, the guy you spoke to a few weeks ago. You were so amazing, and I just love you since then." And me, visibly freaked, says, "Oh, thank you. Is there anything else the matter?" He says, "No, I just wanted to see what my new wife looked like." I said, "Oh well, I've got to go. You all have a good night." I walk away a little nervous, but soon get distracted. The bartender comes over and tells me that John wants to say goodbye, so I give a smile and a wave that was not good enough. He comes to me, arms open, and wants a hug. I awkwardly smile and try to give a distant side hug. Not good enough though. He grabs my shoulder, causing me to face forward, and gives me a very tight and hard hug. The night's over, and I ignore my uneasy feelings. I end up becoming sick for a couple of days. I come back and my manager comes to speak with me and tells me that John has called the restaurant around 56 times and would only want to speak with me. As we're discussing this, the bartender tells me that someone wants to talk to me on the phone. I go behind the bar and I answer. Guess who? It's John, telling me he loved seeing me and couldn't wait for us to get married. I hung up. My manager and I decide to block the number. I finish my shift and I start walking to my car. I notice a car parked weirdly in the parking lot. I giggle and ignore it. The car's pulling up and said something. I'm not paying attention and I don't hear them. I get into my car and start replying to text messages. I notice the same car is now parked beside me. The window is cracked so I can see that they are facing me, but I can't tell much else. The car then pulls up to each side of my car and stares at me from each side for 5 minutes or so. I notice it's John, so I'm scared. I was too scared to drive off, thinking he would follow me. The only thing I could think of is call my job. 4 guys come sprinting out the back with knives, and the car drives off. We don't have cameras in our parking lot. I wish we did. They calm me down and I drive home watching everything around me. That night my phone started acting extremely weird, shutting on and off, out of control, as in the apps are opening even though I haven't touched them, and has never happened before. I decided to shut my phone off, completely knowing I had another option of calling someone if need be. I wake up the next morning feeling nervous. I get ready for work and I head out to my car. As I'm pulling away, I notice something on the side of my house. I go up to see, and it's 2 pocket knives. One appeared to have blood on it. The other was above my head, so I had to step back and notice the second knife was stabbed into a picture. I notice it's a huge picture of me at a store shopping. I was done. I called the police. They took my statement and they do the whole process you have to go through when you report something like this. To make this long story a bit shorter, 2 other scary things that happened was pictures taken of me at random times and areas were thrown all over my deck, and a note left on my car at work that said, "Hi pretty, love you." The paper looked like it was soaked in blood. It was fake. So now the number is blocked. Everyone in my restaurant knows what this guy looks like. I get walked in and out of my job by a male manager and coworker. I have cameras everywhere and weapons. I hate having to do this, but it's for my protection. And nothing's happened for a while. I just figured others would find this interesting. Or maybe it's happening to somebody else, and it makes them feel less alone. As a precursor, I've aged since then. I do not fall for these tricks as easily as I did then. I still hope for the good in people, but I usually doubt it's there for a while. I went to beauty school just after high school, so I was just learning what it was like to be an adult, work, go to school, socialize all at the same time. If you've ever gone to beauty school, you know the hours are pretty lengthy, and it's a lot of work in a short amount of time. You also know that you're mostly crammed with a lot of women of different ages and a few boys. If there's a straight man in school, and he's even mildly attractive, obviously considering that you're attracted to that type of person, most women in school are just so at awe because it's the only male person we see during our 4 weeks. That takes me to Dave, a few years older than me, tall, drives a Ducati to school, mysterious and handsome. Every girl was always putting on a little extra makeup, turning their hips towards him, flirting when he was around. He was cute, quiet, and always knew what to say. I wasn't as interested in catching his eye till he randomly asked me to meet up with him for a bite one day after school. I was single, needing to experience dating for the first time, and he didn't seem that bad to hang out with. Things started off sweet and genuine. He'd sent me goodnight texts, he would joke with me at school, and even genuinely seemed like he wanted to hang out more and more. We would go to bars, and he knew everyone, so I could just get right in, because I was underage at the time. We would go eat, see shows, two-step, drink. I felt like I was starting to feel like an adult, enjoying the life, and being wooed by a handsome and slightly older man. We would drive around on his bike. He would take me to nice, quiet dinners, always offer to pay, and even did little things like hold out his arm when I was walking down the stairs or off a curb. I had never experienced this type of gentleman before, but as quickly as the sweet dates came, so did a very weird, calculated, and controlling behavior. He would start to ask why I didn't smile with my teeth. Was it because I was embarrassed of myself? He would sit behind me working at school and taunt me about how slow I was. He would say things like, "Don't sit like that," or say things this way. "That's not what ladies do, and I'm a lady, right? Don't wear that lipstick, it's trashy." But I guessed maybe I was being inappropriate. Maybe he's right. I should act more like an adult than a child. Be better at school, look more like an adult. He brought me to his house one night, a place he rented a room from. Suddenly, this stoic Edward Cullen type turned into a person I didn't recognize, outside of the random mood shift. His room was filled with clothing and garbage, like old Gatorade bottles that filled the floor. There was a TV and a bed, of all the things I could really make out in the room. He brushed dirt off of his bed for me to sit down. We hung out for a while, and he oddly confessed that he never brushes his teeth. Okay, well, looking at the room, I could believe that. He also mentioned that he just bought clothes when he needed them, and never washed the dirty ones. He just left them there. This was all in the first 2 to 3 weeks. Kind of a red flag if you ask me. The lights were off at one point, and we were watching a TV show, and I see a light, like a cell phone, right outside the window behind the TV. I jump and I get his attention, but he had to have seen it. He brushes it off saying that it might just be his roommate, though I noticed that he was texting someone at the same time. I let it go for the night. Eventually I go home, but I still felt uncomfortable. Then the phone calls started happening, and the stories of his ex. They had lived together. She was 10 years older than him, and had a 6-year-old kid. She was crazy. If he and I would hang out, I'd suddenly start getting calls from an unknown number the minute I walked in my door. They would ring until my voicemail got them, and no one would say a word till the message ran out of time. They'd happen every 10 minutes or 3 or so hours. I asked him about this, if it was him, and he said it might just be his crazy ex. But how would she have my number? He had said, well, I had to give her some of her things, and she stole my phone at one point. She must have taken your number. Still, the gentlemanly dates would happen, and the gifts. Oh, the gifts. Sending roses and coffee to my work, showing up with massage and spa packages every week. We still saw each other at beauty school almost daily, and he'd be kind, but it was always hush-hush until it was outside of school. I was torn. Is this person lying? Or is this the first kind person to want to date me? Maybe he just had some flaws and a crazy ex. Then the texts and the Facebook messages started coming, clarifying it was her. He's told me about your effed up life and secrets you've told him. I know he just saw you. I know you were just at his house. I was outside his window looking in. Your red dress was nice. He laughs about you. Poor you. Just a poor little girl. I would block her, and then she would have friends send me the same BS messages. She freaked me out, and he always denied it and apologized for her behavior. Then there were days he wouldn't show up for school, and she would text me that day saying that they were together, sending pictures of him. I tried to confront him, but he always denied having anything to do with her and repeating that she wanted to ruin his life. Then she started going to my work, telling my coworkers she was a friend and would color things on kids' menus, like her name plus Dave's name and a heart next to it, and tell them that she wanted to have it. She would send me a random picture of him in a booth at my work, and I'd put the pieces together when I got there and got her notes, asking my coworkers where she was sitting and what she looked like. It was gross and embarrassing, let alone scary. My car was broken into at school, and nothing was taken from it but a bill that had my address on it. I was then so scared. I would come home at any point in time, and she would start calling over and over as soon as I closed the door behind me. I felt trapped. She would call my work and school saying she was my mom and try to get more info on me, or call them as a customer trying to get me fired. My roommates finally kicked me out because they were freaked out, rightfully so. So I turned to the police. They put me in contact with a detective who I handed all of the calls, texts, and messages, plus notes that she left at my work to. I never answered the phone or responded to a single message from her. I had hundreds of calls and texts for at least a month. They came in every day from the same number. I never blocked that number after the first few were blocked, so I could keep a log on all of the attempts. Plus, I kept a journal of every incident leading up to me coming to the police just in case. I watch a lot of crime documentaries. He told me there was nothing he could do to trace the number back to a specific person, and since she hadn't threatened my physical safety, his hands were tied. The very next day he calls me, and he's furious, telling me he can't help me if I'm harassing her back. I was confused, and when I asked what the heck he meant, he said, "You're calling a mother nonstop throughout the night, terrifying her and her kid, because I was the 20-year-old and she was 36. Of course he's going to believe the adult, but I never called her." He asked me to come to his office to show me his evidence that he has against me. She forwarded him tons of text messages saying very horrible things about losing their kid, and I just broke down. I would never say something like that to someone. And I know I didn't send these tens of texts, especially overnight when I had school the next day. But he didn't believe me, and he dismissed me. He ultimately turned against me and was now on her side, which was crushing. I broke things off for good with Dave, basically told him to screw off. We still had to go to school together, and he was a complete jerk. I embarrassed myself in front of my friends defending him for so long, my work, my school, who I had to beg to make sure this girl didn't come around again, and a detective who ultimately didn't believe a word I said, just to get some peace. My friends were tired of seeing me scared and stressed, and constantly talking about this weird situation happening to me. I was over it all. She finally left me alone once I moved, got a new car, new phone, deleted social media, but it still freaks me out that we all live in the same town. She messaged me a few years ago from a different account when I was back on social media and said she was sorry, that she was manipulated by Dave, and that they did this to many girls. This was disturbing and gut-wrenching to me. Did a mother of a 6-year-old really have nothing better to do than play stupid mind games with a sociopath? Maybe two sociopaths together, I guess. I don't know. This happened a while ago, and I wrote it all down for catharsis, but now it's sitting in my computer and I can't bring myself to let it go down unseen. I can't help but to wonder what others would make of the situation. There are lessons here I wish I took more to heart, as I have recently found myself repeating old mistakes. Maybe they're easy pitfalls. Maybe I'm stupid. To understand why I allowed things to play out the way they did, it's important for you to know specific circumstances of my situation and my mindset at the time. This story takes place when I was in the military, and I will be using generic umbrella terms to keep things vague. I joined immediately after graduating high school and was placed in a job that required an absurd amount of schooling. It took over 2 years for me to finish all my schooling, and that was an average length of time for people in my field. I was about a year into my training when the events of this story took place. Every time I tried to write about where my head was at during this period, I end up spewing pages of woe is me cringe, so I'm limiting things to a paragraph. I was experiencing a depressive episode that lasted about 6 months. I never had mental health issues before entering the military. Outside of that, I'll try to summarize everything else as best as I can with this. I was fresh from high school, away from home for the first time, friendless, just barely passing the physical tests, just barely within weight standards, stressed from the immense course load of the school, terrified of failing my classes after hearing the horror stories of what command does to failures, afraid that failure in any of these areas would result in my removal from the military with a permanent stained record, untrusting of command after the unending scandal/corruption rumors, recently abandoned by a longtime best friend, bullied by some of the other girls in my unit, including a roommate, spiraled into depression and teetering on suicidal. My on-again, off-again bully/roommate had just graduated, leaving me alone in the room until another girl is assigned to our unit in the following months. Until then, I retreated to my empty room and avoided everyone as best as I could. It was towards the end of my 4-month period or so of self-isolation that he showed up. As a training command, every morning before class, we were required to meet for morning formation. This is an administrative measure to take roll and pass announcements and whatnot. When I arrived for morning formation, 10 to 15 minutes early as usual, I saw an intimidating man lurking in the small grassy area behind our meeting place at the back of a large parking lot. He was in uniform, not very tall but unbelievably built. He looked older than most of us, but seemed likely to still be in his 20s. All of us began chattering to each other about whether or not he was waiting for our formation or something else. Since the school had such a slow turnaround rate, everybody knew everyone, but none of us little first-timers knew who this guy was. He was a low-ranking NCO, still higher up than us, but considering all the rest of us were the same lower pay grade, we didn't know if we would get yelled at for asking him why he was loitering about. At least that's why I didn't say anything. No one walked up to him, and he didn't so much as look at us. You may be thinking there's nothing odd about that, and I would agree with you if it was not for the fact that during the entire wait for formation to start, he stood back there by the fence, facing a tree or a pole or something, and he just kicked at it. And it wasn't exactly the mindless, gentle tapping of somebody deep in thought. It was a bit more forceful than that, and I remember I wondered how his foot didn't hurt after doing it for so long. He ignored all of us, even though I'm sure he could overhear that we were all wondering what he was doing, since he was only about 15 to 20 feet away from the rest of us. I thought he seemed very angry, or maybe a little off his rocker, but eventually another unknown NCO of the same rank joined him in the back of formation, so we couldn't watch him anymore anyway. Our unit commander showed up and told us that the 2 NCOs we saw were now a part of our unit, and with that curiosity out of the way, I lumped the new guys together with everybody else, meaning I didn't give them another thought. I was sick of everybody around me, so I was just focused on passing my tests and getting out of that hellhole as soon as I could. The philosophy of the fastest way out is through is what I clung on to. At some point, not long after their arrival, the NCOs were assigned duties that forced me to notice them. One, Stan, was put in charge of the weekly barrack cleanings. English wasn't his first language, so he had a tendency to ramble, and he frequently misunderstood our questions and comments. He was a pain in the butt, and I don't think he was a bad guy or anything, but he was inexperienced, and left us with an impression that he was practically useless. The other, Frank, was placed in charge of whipping those of us who were overweight or bad at physical training into shape. Luckily I was considered too close to being in both of those categories, and was thus named an honorary member by proximity. As a part of the small handful of people selected to be in this special PT, we had to meet every weekday after school and participate in Frank's special training. Yes, Frank was that built guy I mentioned who apparently likes to kick trees for fun. He told us that he used to be a boxer, and he intended to use that style of training to make sure that we got fit and all of that. In the worst case scenario, he could at least guarantee we would make weight at any weigh-in, since he knew how to cut water weight. Considering I had already had somebody in charge of me who actively bullied me, using me being out of shape as an excuse, I remember feeling an immediate discomfort with my new situation. At the time, this was not necessary due to Frank himself, but more that I felt an intense desperation to make sure that he did not hate me. It seemed that within the span of 1 week, this guy was suddenly in charge of my whole life outside of class. He was essentially my direct supervisor, even though everything was unofficial, and he had the authority to tell my actual supervisor, a fellow student of equally low rank as myself, whatever he wanted. Due to his rank and experience and new role in my day-to-day, my desperation to make sure he liked me caused me to tolerate more than I would have otherwise. During maybe the first week or so of our special physical training group being started, we had just finished working out at the gym on base, and it was decided that we would run back to the barracks together as a group. Frank had mentioned that he had been stationed overseas and could tell us crap that we would never believe. I don't remember if I was the one to encourage him to tell us a story, but either way, I do know for sure that I did my best to seem genuinely interested in the disgusting tale he subjected us to. I won't go into it, but it involved a prostitute and a banana. I oohed and awed at the right moments, and made eye contact whenever he glanced over. I even tried to ask questions to seem engaged. He hadn't actually finished telling us his story by the time we got back to the barracks, and most everybody else just dispersed immediately upon arrival, but I was so paranoid of getting on his bad side that I just awkwardly stood around and listened to the rest of Frank's very graphic story, a strained smile on my face as I entertained his ego. It was probably another 10 minutes before the story wrapped up, enough for me to dismiss myself under the excuse that I desperately needed to shower and start on homework. Entertaining Frank's ego became a part of all of our interactions. I can't guarantee you that everything he said is actually true, but I can tell you with certainty that he told me all of this himself. When I asked about his time overseas, he said he learned the language there because he's very smart, so it wasn't much of a challenge for him. He said he participated in a fighting competition while overseas and only lost the match on a technicality because the locals didn't want a foreigner to win. When I asked about his boxing career, he told me that he trained himself by wrapping tree trunks in rope and punching them until he didn't feel pain anymore. He was knowledgeable in many forms of combat, like taekwondo and jiu-jitsu along with boxing. Even back then I sometimes wondered if Frank said all of this stuff because he knew I wouldn't question him, and he just wanted to see how much he could get away with. The sad thing is that I still believed most of it, unbelievable as some of it may sound. I've asked some others who were around at the time, and they've given me details that support some of his claims, though I won't bother relaying all of that to you specifically. At the end of our hours of special physical training, Frank started having us ground fight at least twice a week. These sessions involved all of us being paired up and fighting each other for a few minutes at a time. It was an exhausting and never-ending circuit of switching partners and climbing all over each other, covered in sweat and absolutely drained from hours of exertion. When we had to fight each other, it wasn't so bad, mostly half-hearted swipes at one another in an attempt to seem like we were fighting. When we were paired with anyone but Frank, we were mostly taking a break on the down low, trying to conserve enough energy to put up a fight for our eventual return to Frank's mat. I don't know if all of us were truly that easy for an experienced fighter, but Frank had no problem fighting each one of us over and over for the entire duration of these sessions. Sometimes our fighting created quite a spectacle in the gym, and others would approach Frank when we were done and ask if they could fight him too. Even after hours of physical training and fighting, he always held his own, and I honestly can't remember ever seeing him lose, even during these surprise bonus round matches. In case you didn't already guess, I didn't stand a chance against Frank. I can't even count the number of times I was quite literally overpowered by him during these sessions. It was incredibly frustrating. Not only was I exhausted and hungry and thirsty, but I was also enduring his chokeholds and arm locks and anything else of that matter. I would tap out immediately as soon as they would happen. Whenever I did this, he'd frequently say something along the lines of, "Already? You didn't even try to get out of that." The thing was, he wasn't teaching me how to get out. I remember I once managed to slip out of some hold. I don't remember what kind, but his legs were wrapped around me. I wriggled my way out and managed to move to having his legs wrapped around my torso instead. I had thought that put me in a better position, but instead he just started squeezing his legs. I figured there was no way it could get bad enough for me to tap out, so I still tried my best to break free, but it eventually got so painful, I was afraid of internal damage, so I tapped out. All the sessions went this way, and I felt like I had just subjected myself to getting tossed around for minutes at a time, for an unknown duration of time. He never specified how long the sessions would be. Maybe Frank just called it quits once nobody else had the energy to fight him anymore. I'm not really sure, to be honest. I remember that when we got into this routine pretty regularly, my mindset changed from don't make a fool of yourself to no holds barred. It's not like I can hurt this guy anyways. Over time, as Frank and I fought, I eventually began to feel like maybe I was making some progress with this ground fighting crap. I never managed to tap him out or anything, but I was starting to remember some holds and whatever and could implement them, if only for a minute. I remember on one particular day, I wanted more than anything to make him tap out. I had managed to hold my own for longer than normal during this fight, and I gained the upper hand, straddling Frank across his torso as he laid on his back with both my hands around his throat. I remember thinking, finally, die. I was really into the fight. I'm not exaggerating when I was shouting die over and over in my head with my hands around his throat. I squeezed as hard as I could, but I have small hands and he was a big guy. I ended up leaning all my weight onto my hands and my arms. As much of my body weight was pressing down on his throat as possible, and I remember my slow dawning of realization that he wasn't tapping out. My red haze cleared and I looked at him in the face, but he was just giving me an apathetic look that said, "Are you done yet?" I was shocked, and honest to God, fear zipped down my spine. I had never truly tried to hurt anybody before, and yet, in this moment that I can only describe as bloodlust, I had no effect on him. The moment after I looked him in the face and realized he wasn't bothered by me trying to choke him at all, he threw me off of him. I'm not sure how, it happened so suddenly, and then he literally picked me up off the ground and threw me like a sack of potatoes. I had never felt so weak and unable to defend myself. I didn't land particularly hard or anything. We were on mats, but knowing how much more powerful he was than me never left my mind after that. There's a few other moments from those PT sessions that come in my mind in that way. That came to mind because something about that moment or comment or look lodged itself into my head as a warning I would immediately ignore. But at the same time that the special physical training started, Frank insisted on helping me with my diet. Initially, this was totally understandable. As one of the ones struggling with my weight, this seemed within reason, and I was actually looking forward to some direction. The one-based food facilities were a joke, with a nutritional value equivalent to my crappy public elementary school lunch menu. For this reason, Frank insisted I started cooking my own meals in my room, which I'm fairly certain wasn't allowed, even though a few people chose to do that. The other problem with this idea is that the base I was on only had a giant supply store that sold no groceries, produce, or meat. Frank insisted I would have to go to another nearby base that he was familiar with to buy my groceries. I told him I wasn't sure I could just adjust the grocery shopping with my schedule, and I didn't know how to cook, and I would end up wasting too much time and money, especially since money for food from our on-base facilities was a non-option fee. Frank offered to take me shopping and help me pick good foods and teach me how to cook. I was reluctant and brushed off the offers, explaining that he probably isn't allowed to take me anywhere, that people might get the wrong idea if they found out we were somewhere alone. In answer to this, Frank turned one of our special PT sessions into a field trip to said grocery store at the other base and used it as an opportunity to teach us how to shop for healthy foods. And while we were there, Frank pointed out the tools he thought I needed to buy so that I could start cooking in my room: a rice cooker, basic cutlery. Our entire special PT group was there at the store on a field trip, and yet Frank led us around as an aimless gaggle so that he and I could gather everything I would need to start cooking in my room to make a few meals. I really didn't want to buy all the stuff I did, as it felt like I was being forced into committing to a task I wasn't sure I wanted to take on. But being told by Frank in front of peers that I should just go ahead and buy it while we were here made me feel like I couldn't say no. My main priority was to keep him from hating me, and if I disagreed with him in front of his subordinates, I thought he might get mad. I convinced myself it was for my own good that I cooked healthier meals and bought everything that he told me to. I think it was the next day when he came by my room. It was evening. I was working on schoolwork or studying, and felt largely settled in for the night. I heard the loud bang of the hallway door opening, followed by a knock on my door. It's Frank, and he said it was time for us to cook dinner. I was baffled. Sure, it was dinner time, and he told me that he would teach me to cook, but I didn't know he was going to show up at my room at night and let himself in and start cooking dinner. I honestly don't remember much of that night, since it went about how you might expect. I don't remember if I even helped much with the cooking, or if he just did everything. But what I remember from the experience was the intense anxiety of doing something I wasn't allowed to, cook in my room, with somebody who technically shouldn't be there, NCO with a subordinate male and female room, way after work hours. He told me it was fine because he used to cook in the barracks all the time, that he was in charge of my fitness, and that includes diet, so technically he's just being a very good mentor. I was desperate for reassurance, so I accepted his excuses, even if I didn't agree with them. I just figured the quickest way to get him out was to just finish the task. Also, I'm sorry that I can't remember for sure, but I think the door to the room was left open. I do know at least that other people living in my hall knew he was in there with me, and that we were cooking food, which just made me more anxious. Also, I had a roommate at this point, so she was in there too. But even with the door open, he shouldn't just be hanging out in our room regardless. That night triggered the start of rumors that circulated in speculation of our relationship. But of course I didn't hear about those until after everything. I didn't have to hear them to know that they were happening though. It's expected in a place like that. It's very hard to keep secrets from the lower enlisted because they're everywhere and scandals spread like wildfire. After that first night of cooking, he started coming by more often. At least that's how I remember it. I used to never see him outside of work things and the physical training stuff, but now he seemed to be hanging out around the barracks over the weekend. I didn't think too much of it at the time. I was a bit of a loner who stuck to her room, so I figured he had always been around, and I just never saw him. There were 5 other halls besides mine, and I just assumed he lived in the first one, in his own room, like the other NCO, Stan. I lived on the top floor, with the rest of the unofficial subordinates. He started knocking on my door every time he came by, checking in on me, I guess. I think I would just awkwardly loiter in my doorway and make small talk until he would leave. I started hearing rumors from my peers that he was always really drunk when he was roving the halls on the weekends. They told me that he also never scanned a keycard to enter the hallways. He would just kick the lock hard enough that he could open it. I thought that was ridiculous, and I didn't believe it, but I asked around and everybody confirmed the rumor. I even asked my roommate, who was not somebody who would exaggerate or play into stupid rumors, and she also confirmed it. Most people had seen him do it by then, and it was always much louder than just opening the door normally. He stopped by even more during the weekends, when he was the NCO on duty. Since he had to stay there, working for 24 hours as a glorified hall monitor, it meant that he was stopping by my room almost every hour as he made his rounds. At least he probably wasn't drunk for those, but those were frustrating since they were so frequent. I don't quite remember the timing of this memory, but I do believe it was around this point that Frank insisted I try this food that I've never had before. He told me that there was this great place in town where we could go sometime. I reminded him that we shouldn't go anywhere together, and it just so happened that Frank had a solution to that little issue. Stan would come with us. Of course, genius. Because it's not fraternization if there's 2 NCOs out on the town with a subordinate. Each NCO would just supervise the other. That's how Frank explained it anyways. I seriously doubted it, but he wouldn't accept my feeble excuses as to why we probably shouldn't go. There's nothing too specific about the outing to mention, other than my overall impression that the whole affair felt strangely like some kind of supervised date. On the first morning of a long weekend, off all of Friday through Monday, I opted to go to an optional PT session with a special group because Frank was making me feel guilty for considering skipping. Since I would then be free of everyone for the rest of the weekend, I agreed. I figured it would get him off of my back. Physical training was going fine, but then we did an exercise where we paired up and ran around carrying each other. I was paired up with this guy who's extra about physical training. He was there for fun, unlike me. When it came time to carry me, though, he started sprinting and booked it across the field. Of course, the idiot trips. The fall threw both of us forward, with my right ankle being the first thing between us and the ground. I tried to walk it off, but couldn't, and ended up sitting out the rest of physical training. Lo and behold, physical training ended and I still couldn't walk. My ankle couldn't hold any of my weight at all, and I wondered if maybe it was broken. It didn't hurt too badly if I didn't try to use it, so I figured it was just a really bad sprain. Either way, I was in no shape to walk home, and anyone with a car had left it at the barracks, including myself. I honestly hate talking about this next part. It's one of those things that I just feel so weirdly self-conscious about, and there's really no way I can avoid being direct, because otherwise it's impossible to understand. When it came to getting my injured self home, Frank insisted on carrying me back himself. Even at the first suggestion of that, I felt like it was a bad idea. But then he further explained that the easiest way to carry me would be if I sat on his shoulders. You know, like how a parent holds a child for a parade. Except I'm a whole grown woman, and we have been sweating our butts off for around 3 hours now. So I don't exactly feel like having his sweaty bald head up against my sweaty private area as he walks the agonizing 30 minutes home. Literally every part of that sounds like everything I never wanted. I looked to the others for help avoiding the situation. Couldn't somebody run back and get my car to drive me home? Oh no, the traffic is too terrible. It would take longer than walking. Couldn't we do a group carry? Wouldn't that be faster? But long story short, no. The others tried some group carries at first, but the whole affair was so slow moving and impractical that everybody's exasperated expressions were enough to coax me into dropping the idea. I tell the others that they can just go home and start their weekend. I can just hobble and take breaks, and I'll get there eventually. Frank convinces them that they can leave because he'll stay with me. I expected that, and say nothing of it. He lets me hobble along without saying a word, but every time I flinch too hard or stop to take a break, he reminds me of how quickly he could carry me back on his shoulders. I moved very slowly. After maybe the 6th time or so, I was sick of the pain in my ankle and thirsty enough to finally give in to his offer of getting me home sooner. It was a bitter pill to swallow, not only because Frank unnerved me for reasons I couldn't entirely justify, but also the whole reason I was even hurt in the first place was because some idiot overestimated himself and dropped me. I couldn't exactly say that I was thrilled to then have my untreated, injured self carried home in one of the most inexplicably humiliating and precariously balanced ways possible. What did I have to grip? His sweaty bald head? What am I going to do? Clamp my thighs around his skull? Absolutely not. Accepting a ride home on Frank's shoulders was a weirdly humiliating experience for me. I don't know how else to explain myself. Additionally, my long glorious weekend that was supposed to be lots of needed solitude for me to decompress was instead intruded, because you'll never guess who decided to come visit multiple times throughout the weekend. It was Frank, and he felt bad that I got injured, so of course he would come to keep his subordinate company, so she wouldn't be all alone for the entire long weekend. And you'll never guess how I felt about all that. After all, who wouldn't want to spend their weekend in their bedroom with just their supervisor? The first time he knocked on the door, I had assumed it was the guy who caused my injury. That guy did end up visiting later that weekend to keep me company for a couple hours and drop off some "I'm sorry you can't walk" chocolates that I definitely couldn't eat on my diet. But no, instead of the friendly face I expected, I was met with immediate scoldings from Frank. "What are you doing on your feet? Go. You shouldn't be standing up. Go lay back down." He immediately shooed at me with his hands and stepped into the room. I backed away, retreating into my half of the room, and hopping all the way to my bed, which was in the back around a corner. I was caught off guard and confused, but Frank kept chiding me about how I needed to go lay down, so I couldn't get a word in. Before I knew it, I was back in bed with Frank sitting by my bedside. Maybe that doesn't sound so bad, but like I said, I was tucked into a corner of the room and cut off from the door. My area was crammed with not only my own issued furniture, but an extra set in case a third roommate was assigned to the room. There was really only enough space to walk in a straight line, and that space was being occupied by my massive supervisor. Of course, the cherry on top is how I slept on the bottom bunk of a double rack, so being tucked into the corner with wooden slats for climbing on either side, my only point of entry was that thin strip of open ground that Frank was occupying. The space between the top and bottom bunks was way too narrow for me to sit upright, so I was forced to lay down or lounge. However, since my fall, I hadn't taken to looping a scarf in the supports of the top bunk to elevate my injured leg so as to avoid putting weight on my ankle. Frank spotted the scarf and asked why it was hanging there. I explained the use, and he told me that I should be comfortable and therefore use it. Since I didn't know how to explain why that would make me feel awkward, and I also didn't have any other way to lie in my bed without pain, I complied. I felt very much like the subject of a diorama at that point, boxed in on all sides but one, on display in my pajamas, like a regrettably conscious Snow White. Except instead of glass to protect me, all I had was the suffocating illusion of civility. Frank told me that he felt bad for my injury and told me he's going to keep me company throughout the weekend to help look after my ankle. Now that I think about it, I think he was the one who wrapped my ankle that first day too. The only thing I remember about that awkward time spent on that first day of the long weekend was his strange request. "Do you have any string?" Confused, I told him that I don't, and asked him why he needed some. He told me he likes to play Cat's Cradle, and asked if I had ever played before. I told him I've heard of the game, but I'd never played it. He asked if I'm sure I don't have anything he can use. I told him that if he wanted to play so badly, he can use the laces of my spare boots by tying them together. He does just that, and creates a large loop out of the laces. He tried to teach me how to play the game, but I wasn't very interested, so I also wasn't very good at it. Besides, one of the annoying things about Frank was that he liked to poke fun at me. In the game of Cat's Cradle, this manifested in him trapping my hands in the loops whenever I made a mistake. I eventually got so fed up that I stopped playing, even though he was bugging me to just keep trying, since it wasn't as fun alone. But it wasn't like he was trying to help me improve. I could tell he just liked messing with me, so I rebuffed his persistence. After examining my injured ankle and rewrapping it for support, Frank eventually left. He visited me more often than I would have preferred throughout that weekend, spending what felt like hours at a time in my room. To be honest, I'm not sure how long he actually was spending with me. I just know I wished it was less. I know this final part happened at some point during that long weekend, but I honestly cannot remember at what point exactly. The second night? Third? Last? I don't suppose it matters, since in the end it's so prominent over everything else. But this memory is actually the reason I felt inclined to chronicle these events. Frank's visit had started like any of the others, and while I did not learn to appreciate the visits, I did learn to expect them. I noticed he had taken to barking at me to get back in bed as soon as he stepped inside my room, even though I was usually alone and therefore the only one who could answer the door. Maybe I was needlessly paranoid, but I didn't like that he was able to yell me into my bed as soon as he barged in. So this time I had leaned over from a distance and opened the door slightly, letting him push it in the rest of the way to buy me an extra second to round the corner of the room. My plan worked actually, leaving me thrilled as I settled into my chair. I pulled the other nearby chair out for him and asked him to sit before he could say anything. This still placed him between me and the door, and I was still confined into that tiny square of space, but at least I was seated upright. I felt a little better. I don't quite remember how things led to the next part. Sometimes I think he didn't like that crap I pulled with preparing chairs for both of us, but other times I think that I'm overthinking the unimportant things. It had become a regular thing for him to fiddle with that loop of bootlaces during his visits. He was a restless guy, usually fidgeting in some way or another. He had probably asked me to play Cat's Cradle again. I probably said no again. Maybe that pissed him off. Who knows? He started talking, telling a story presumably. He unties one of the knots of the loop, reverting the laces to one long strand. He's talking about his deployment, learning all kinds of knots and rope tying. He uses the strand to demonstrate some. I don't think I was listening very attentively, because suddenly he bends forward in his chair and grabs my uninjured ankle. He's still talking, saying something about how it's easier to just show you. I freeze up, attempting to register what's happening, while scrambling to come up with a respectful way to tell him that I'm not comfortable. Before I can get a word out, the laces are wrapped around my ankle and the leg of my desk. He continued to talk the whole time, but the only part I remember was when he was finishing tying the knot. They use these knots when tying up insurgents, because it actually tightens when you struggle. Yeah, they usually have to cut these off. In my opinion, it felt tight enough already. I didn't try to remove myself. He finished the knot and his explanation. So he has to untie me now, right? That's what I was telling myself at least, until he spoke again. You probably can't get out of that. I had no idea what to do. I couldn't even truly believe the situation I suddenly found myself in, despite all my caution. It didn't matter because there I was, trapped in a corner, with my one good ankle tied to a piece of furniture. I just sat there and watched it happen. I felt so stupid, and even though I couldn't tell if I was stupid because I let that happen, or because I was merely wildly misconstruing a very innocent situation. Surely he just didn't realize how vulnerable I might be feeling, right? Surely he's just that completely unaware of his dominating presence, right? But at the same time, that part of me I was trying so hard to ignore was screaming at me that he was a threat, that his words were a challenge, and to respond would fire the starting gun. Could I try to untie myself? Still unsure of his intent, I feared it would escalate things. Should I tell him to untie me? He could easily say no, which would confirm what I was still trying to deny. Should I ask him? I imagined it would come across as begging, which seemed just as bad. These doubts and fears flooded my mind and froze me in place, resulted in me staring cautiously at him. I stalled as I tried to process the situation and determine my reaction. I stalled in the hopes that Frank would simply untie me, like he should have as soon as he finished his explanation. I stared expectantly, like untying me was unquestioningly inevitable, and somehow it worked. Next thing I remember, Frank leans down and frees my ankle. I was relieved, of course, but I hardly remember anything outside of that. This incident in particular is why I feel so compelled to tell this story. No one outside of Frank and I really knew about that bizarre event. Even that night, as I laid in bed, I doubted that something like that had really happened. And even when I accepted that it did, I seriously doubted that it was as sketchy as I was making it out to be. Was I right in feeling threatened? Or was I simply blowing things out of proportion? How am I supposed to feel about what happened? Why did Frank think it was okay to do that? Did he mean something by it, like I feared he did? Even if I told somebody, what would I say? After all, nothing really happened, and I felt like I had no one to tell that wouldn't just screw me over for it. I endured being under Frank's leadership as a member of his unofficial program for what felt like a lifetime, but in reality could have just been a couple months at most. My final hurdle for earning my freedom was to pass the upcoming fitness tests with the standards of my unit commander. Along with taking our fitness test, our weight was checked the day before. This final stretch of time was absolutely miserable. Just making weight wasn't enough. I had to be a certain range within weight, for no reason other than because it makes the unit's report look better, I guess. I don't know. This meant Frank had me cutting water weight like a pro boxer before a big tournament. The details don't matter too much for this, but it did mean extra training on top of the extra training I was already doing, along with literal starvation diets. On the night before the weigh-in, Frank stops by my room and drops off a half-full handle of whiskey. Not only was hard liquor not allowed in the barracks at all, but I was also underage, so I wasn't supposed to have any alcohol of any kind. I tried to tell him I didn't want it, but he told me it was really important that I take it from him and drink as much as I can that night. I was a good kid, so I never really drank much, but even I knew that drinking lots of liquor on an empty and dehydrated stomach was a terrible idea. Looking back on it, I think he was assuming that I would throw up a bunch, which would help me purge more weight, but honestly, I think if I had actually done as he instructed, I would have ended up in the ER. I hadn't had a proper meal in weeks, and I had been actively dehydrating for almost 24 hours at that point. I ended up hiding the bottle in my room for a few months until I dropped it off at a random house party that I somehow got invited to. When I was still justifying Frank's actions, I told myself that he probably thought he was being helpful, like some kind of cool older friend, and he didn't stop to think about how his subordinate might feel being pushed to accept his contraband and underage drink at his request. With just a little more misery, I passed my weigh-in the following morning, and the physical test following that. I was also slated for a 6-week internship thing. My grades were just barely good enough that I got to go on the trip to learn more about my job in the real world. I was gone for what felt much longer, and had a blast actually. It was really nice to get away from the place I felt so trapped in. Upon my return, my roommates informed me that Frank had stopped by quite a few times while I was gone. She told me that she thought it was weird, that he seemed impatient for my return. The look on her face told me that she was concerned, but I brushed it off. I was in a good mood. I didn't want to think about that. Since returning from my internship, I had nondescriptly faded back out of the attention of my unit commanders. I was within all weight and fitness standards, doing well enough in class to feel comfortable, and my old bullies had graduated out of the unit, so I felt largely unseen and safe, no longer feeling like I was under constant watch. I was also plugging back into the people around me, starting to make friends with some of the newer people I had never noticed when I was so wrapped up in my stuff, including my new roommate. Things were looking up, so I guess that was why I decided to dismiss any lingering unease regarding Frank's previous behavior. I don't remember anything leading up to this weird final visit from Frank. I was focused on schoolwork, just like any other night, though oddly enough I remember that I had Batman Begins playing on my computer in the background. I was writing up flashcards when there was a knock on the door. My roommate's portion of the room is closer to the door, but we both have a guess as to who stopped by. I walk over and answer. Surprise, surprise, it's Frank. I'm really annoyed by his visits at this point. I let him catch the door before it closes to come in if he wants, and silently return to my desk without greeting him. I sit back down and continue scribbling my flashcards on autopilot as I wonder what he could possibly want now. I get through a few cards before I realize that he definitely should have said something by then. I pause and I notice that he's just silently standing behind me. I look back at him questioningly, my annoyance thinly veiled. It's kind of blurry, this memory. At one point my roommate told me he's too drunk to be there, and at least she told me that happened. I don't actually remember hearing that in the moment myself, but I suppose that isn't very surprising. I was probably busy pausing my cartoon or something. I do remember the part where she mentioned she was going to get the person on guard duty that night if Frank didn't leave. I guess they argued briefly, but I don't remember the specifics, and I only remember feeling really confused by the whole thing. At the time, I missed that he was totally wasted, and I didn't understand why she felt it was so necessary to fetch the guard. As far as I could tell, she was extra mad at him for no discernible reason. She ends up storming out of the room. When the door clicked shut behind her, the silence was tense. I was still confused, feeling like I missed something very important. I eyed Frank, who continued to stare silently at a way that I didn't understand. Feeling unnerved, I turned around and attempted to return my attention to my flashcards. I heard the rustle of Frank's clothing as he moved to stand against the back of my chair. I felt a panic that I couldn't understand. Nothing was happening. Nothing had happened yet. So why was I suddenly regretting how much skin my PJs were showing? Why did I feel such horrific foreboding? I think maybe there was a brief conversation, a few words exchanged. If there were, I don't remember them. I just remember twisting slightly in my chair to peer up and over my shoulder at Frank as he looked down at me, and then suddenly realizing that Frank's face was getting way too close for comfort. I maintained a perfect distance from him as his face approached mine. We moved like the negative ends of two magnets, him approaching me and me retreating. With each inch traversed, my heart and thoughts raced faster and faster. What was he doing? Why is he getting so close to me? Why does it seem like he's trying to kiss me? Oh God, what if he is? Fight or flight kicks in hard because in that moment, I had an overwhelming desire to run right then, right at that moment. But I was sitting neatly tucked underneath my desk in my very stationary and not at all rolly chair, with Frank towering behind me. Even if I scooted my chair out and managed to stand, being backed into a corner as I was, the only place I could move to was my very boxed-in bed. That certainly doesn't seem like a good idea, since the only change that would result in is moving any possible confrontation to my equally inescapable bed. It didn't look like I could run, but I already knew I couldn't fight either. Not Frank. I had experienced his physical dominance over me firsthand. It was practically the first thing I learned about him, so I already knew that I did not stand a chance. I couldn't run, I couldn't fight, so I froze. I stared just like before, but this time my bewilderment was clearly displayed on my face. I couldn't believe what was happening, that what I worked so hard to convince myself to be mere delusion was in fact a justified paranoia of the inappropriate, one-sided attraction that Frank harbored for me. That despite my previous experience with him tying me, I once again found myself in an uncomfortably compromising and potentially volatile situation. Just as he's about to cross the line by kissing me, Frank pauses, then pulls back a bit. I continue my bug-eyed look of pure what the F, and he briefly chuckles to himself through his nose. I feel an immediate distaste fill me as I wonder what's so funny. I'm terrified, and he thinks this is all some sort of joke. But in half a second, I'm again ready to supply reasons to all of this to be merely happening in my head. He didn't do it? Does this mean I'm in the clear? That he actually doesn't want to do anything shady with me? Or at the very least that he'd actually never try to go through with anything? Yet instead, morphing into Ashton Kutcher to announce that I just got pranked, like I was hoping, Frank turns his head to kiss my bare shoulder. It was a very soft touch, a quick peck, but it immediately dispelled any ideas I had that I might just be imagining his intent. He stepped away from me completely, just as the door to the room opened. I was twisted in my chair, tracking his movements, when I saw my roommate round the corner to my portion of the room with the guard in tow. Frank walked out with the guard, real chummy-like behavior, asking to be picked up from a party by a friend. I could see the relief in the guard's face that he wouldn't have to try to convince that mini Hulk to leave. I think my roommate asked me if anything happened while she was gone. I probably said no, I'm fine, or whatever, I'm not really sure. I didn't really talk about it, I know that. In the years since, I tried to ask my roommate about that night, but she was only willing to talk about it briefly one time. I'm not really sure why, but it means I don't really know much on her perspective of how things played out. I later found out that night had been a large source of gossip for a while, though it took a few other events unrelated to me before people started asking me about it directly. While that night was my last notable personal interaction with him, Frank was around for a few more months. Oddly enough, I stopped seeing him so much after that drunken night in my room, but I wasn't going to look that gift horse in the mouth. However, I did start hearing things about him, about how he got pulled from classes due to a fight with somebody with another unit. He apparently held up his classmate by the throat because he disrespected him. I know, that sounds so stereotypical, and I didn't believe it either, but that is actually what happened. He also later had a breakdown at a public event that resulted in him hopping all the nearest fences to leave the base and run barefoot all the way to his home, miles off of base. Because, oh yeah, by the way, Frank didn't live in the barracks like I assumed. No, of course not. Why? Because he was married and even had a kid. This man who imposed himself on my life to make weird advances on me had a wife and a child he completely failed to mention in the many hours that we spent together. Anyways, so after his assault of a classmate and public mental breakdown, he ended up getting demoted and separated, which is probably why I never saw much of him after I left his leadership. I hope we don't, but if we ever meet again, maybe we'll be fortunate enough to not recognize each other. When I was 18, I was living in a small town. I was friends with the ratty skaters around, and they helped connect with this dude who sold weed. He was 29 at the time, and gave me pretty good deals, and I lived nearby. I wasn't driving at the time, so this was convenient for me. His name was Max. Max always struck me as a weird guy, but I honestly quite liked his weirdness. Not in a romantic way or anything, but I like weird people. We had normal weed-buying interactions that never lasted more than 10 minutes. We would buy some weed, maybe smoke a bowl, and that's it. He would often tell me he could drop it off at my house, but I never let him because, as I said before, he was weird. I wasn't afraid of him, but was definitely aware that he and his offers to deliver were weird. One day in May 2018, I was invited to a bonfire by the same ratty skaters that introduced me to this guy. I had no idea he would be there, nor was it important to me at all. I brought the guy that I was dating at the time. I said hey to everybody, including Max. We stayed for a couple hours, and some of them played some music on their guitars. Nearing the time I was leaving the bonfire, around 11 p.m., Max was getting upset about something and threw his guitar into the bonfire. I didn't know what he was angry about or upset about, and I paid no mind to it. This happened as I was leaving with the guy that I was dating. I went to bed and woke up to paragraphs on paragraphs of crazy texts from Max, ranging from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. Constant streams of texts, stating things as, "You know how much I loved you. You're a cruel person." He would go back and forth between saying, "I would give you the world if you let me, and you really do deserve him though." He said really scary things like, "You are a predator and should be snubbed out. Just wait. You are stuck. I will either love you or hate you to the fullest extent of my powers. Behold. Right now I pay the worst death on you. And that boy." To top it all off, he said, "Losing you is like losing a mother to me," and told me to tell him that I never loved him, and that I wouldn't hear from him again if I did. So that's what I did. I said, "I never loved you. Don't message me again." And I left it at that. I didn't get a response, nor did I care to get one. Max had never expressed any romantic interests, asked me out or anything. This was all out of nowhere, and he was 11 years older than me. I was barely 18. That night he cut his long hair off and posted photos naked on Facebook, curled up in a fetal position, talking about being a statue of shame. It's as if he had a breakdown, but I had no intention of causing that, and I didn't think I would even offend anybody by bringing the guy that I was dating. Everybody else seemed to like the guy that I was dating. About a week later, Max texted me pretty late at night and asked if I'd seen the flowers he spread along my sidewalk, saying that he stole every flower in the vicinity of my neighborhood that night. I asked how he knew where I lived, and said I hadn't seen the flowers, so he must have gave them to the wrong house. I also told him he shouldn't do that, as I never felt anything for him. He told me that he had heard I lived on the same block as another one of the skater guys that we were both friends with. And he was not wrong. The skater guy I lived by was on the other side of the block, and I never walked that way, so I never saw the flowers. I blocked his number and didn't hear from him again for weeks. Weeks later, I woke up after a rough night, and there were loads of flowers on the sidewalk right outside my house, along with a little bouquet at the top of my walkway. I was so pissed. I wasn't scared yet, and stupidly I unblocked his number and texted him why in the world there were flowers outside my house. This confirmed that this indeed was where I lived. I still to this day feel so stupid for texting him and making it known that after he had found my house, he responded saying, "Sounds nice. It was me." I cussed him out, basically, and I blocked his number again. About a week later, I was out of town, and my roommate texted me a photo of a heart with a peace sign inside of it, and my name written under it, drawn in chalk, outside of our house. When I got back to the town, I went to the courthouse and began the process of getting a stalking ordered against him. When I left the courthouse, I went to Max's work and told him that he needed to stop this behavior, and that he was stalking me. He looked me in the eyes with no facial expression and said, "If you don't leave, I'm calling the cops." I got angry and said loudly, "Call the cops. I was just talking to them about you." And I left his work in a rage. Soon after this, I began driving again. I once drove by him, and he noticed it was me. The next day I woke up with my car covered in flowers. I presented my case to the judge, and she put a stalking order in place. He was served with it by police officers, and I thought that was that, and he wouldn't be bothering me again. But I wasn't right. I was wrong. After the stalking order was served, he made several other chalk messages on my sidewalk, left random gifts for me like chalk, and beheaded my little pony heads on beer bottles. I always brought these things to the police station, but they said I needed to catch him doing it, take a photo or get a security camera. So I got a security camera, and I really hoped I would catch him. It turned out my security camera was stupid, and I couldn't just watch the videos it took, but I had to skip through second by hand. It was an impossible task. I was terrified of leaving my house at night at this point. I had never had my curtains opened anymore, and I was so frustrated that my livelihood was being taken away from me. Ultimately, I unblocked his number in hopes that he would text me directly, violating the stalking order, and after a few days, it worked. He sent me a weird text saying something like, "Forgive me, we are charming, this is harming, let us try again." By now it's September 2018, and he finally goes to jail. He's facing up to a year in jail, and has to stay there until the court date, I finally started calming down. I'm able to go outside at night, even if it's just to get in my car. I let myself have my curtains open sometimes now. I'm starting to feel alive again. Right when I started feeling secure in my small town life again, somebody posted bail and he was released after only 3 months in jail, and I went back to living in fear. We still had court dates coming up, and I was optimistic that he would serve more time for ruining my life for so long. His lawyer kept pushing the court date back to gather evidence, and after about 6 months of pushing it back, the state decided he wouldn't do anything anymore and basically closed the case. I moved out of town 3.5 hours away at this point, so he didn't actually have the option to continue his behavior. Living in this new place, I feel safe. I can walk at night. I don't have to have my curtains closed all the time. It's been over a year since they decided to close the case. About a month ago, he began responding to my friends' Instagram stories. Friends that live here in this new town, telling them how he's fond of me. I have always had him blocked, but my Instagram is not private, so he must have found them that way. I have since changed my account to private, and he hasn't messaged any more of my friends. I refuse to be fearful now, the way I was then. He will never find where I live, or where I work. However, my life is forever changed after this experience. I will always be more aware of people and their weird energy. I will always close my curtains early in the evening and make sure all the windows and doors are locked. I will always live a little bit in fear, maybe not of him, but of it happening again. He ruined my life for a year, and I truly wish he had gotten that time in jail. He deserves it. Sorry the story is going to be long, but it spans over multiple years of weird encounters with the same creep. My high school and college stalker, Goggles. I met him in high school because we rode the same school bus. I was a freshman who was new to the area, and he was a sophomore. He would get off the bus 3 stops before me. After a month, he started sitting in the seat behind my usual spot on the bus, and then would get off at the same stop as me. The first time it happened, I did think it was weird, but figured maybe he had a friend in the area. I never made contact with him, and I just walked home. It happened several times after, and I had an eerie feeling that he might be following me, and that's why he sat behind me on the bus, so I wouldn't suspect him. But I soothed my worries again with the thought, he might have a friend that lives down here, and maybe he didn't want to walk as far, so he got off at my stop. I did turn back once to see where he went after he got off the bus, but I never saw him. It was like he disappeared. He started showing direct interest in me in the hallways. Somehow, without us being in any classes together, he learned my name. He would say hi to me by name in the hallways as I passed by, and he would always wave. I never stopped walking to have a chat with him, and I found the interaction rather odd, because he always did this when he saw me. Even if he already said hi to me that day, it was always the same words. "Hello, OP," and then he would wave. I typically waved back to be polite during these brief encounters, but after a few weeks of that happening, it seemed really effing weird. I asked my brother about him, as they were in the same grade, and he told me his real name, but said he goes by the name Goggles, because he wore these thick Coke bottle glasses. He also confirmed my thought that Goggles had some strange fascination with me. I figured he had a crush on me, but I was not attracted to him at all. I really wanted nothing to do with him, but did maintain my politeness of waving hi to him in the mornings. Then something very creepy happened. One day he showed up to my house on a weekend, unexpectedly. He rang the bell and my mom let him in when he asked for me. She yelled for me that I had a friend stop by, and when I saw him at the bottom of the staircase in the entryway of my house, I freaked out inside. I greeted him and asked him what he was doing here. He said he wanted to hang out, and then he proceeded to ask my mom if we could hang out at his house. I was still upstairs and absolutely baffled by how he was actually inside my house, that I didn't have time to think of an excuse on what I was busy doing. My mom, who was extremely excited that I had a friend since I was new to the area, quickly gave him permission to hang out and ushered me to come downstairs. I ended up leaving with him. I thought, if anything, I'd have a chance to clear the air with him and see what his deal was. We started to walk, and I asked him how he knew where I lived. He said from riding the bus, he saw me coming home one day. He said I always seemed very nice and he wanted to get to know me. I talked about how I was new to the area and what I thought of the school. I asked him what he had planned for us to do at his house. He said he didn't really have a plan, but he made sure to tell me that his parents were home. I expressed how I was confused by why he told my mom we were friends when we barely knew each other. He said, "Don't you want to be friends?" I didn't know how to answer that truthfully without sounding rude, so I said yes instead. We got to his parents' house, and I felt really awkward, but I went inside. The place was barren, almost like nobody lived there. No couch, no TV. I asked for a second time what he wanted to do. He didn't come up with any answer, again, besides hang out. The truth finally poured out, and I told him I felt unsure about this whole thing, and said I didn't understand why he wanted to hang out at his house if there was not a plan. I told him I didn't want to hang out that day, and that I better go home. I let myself out in a hurry, and I basically ran home. I never said anything to my mom about that day. I really don't know what his true intentions were. So as the months go by, I don't make eye contact with him on the bus. I do, however, make sure he gets off at his bus stop and isn't following me home. He even stopped saying hi and waving to me in the hallways for a while. And then the school year ended. My sophomore year starts, and he's saying hi and waving to me again in the hallways. Every time we pass by each other, sometimes I wave back and sometimes I pretend to not notice. I feel very annoyed when he does this multiple times in the day, so I go out of my way to find a new route to my next class so he won't see me. My brother gets his license so we never have to take the bus again. My junior year, Goggles is still waving and saying hi with each side of me. I'm very fed up at this point, and I always ignore him and never wave back and say hi. I did see him once in a computer lab prior to my graphic design class starting. I sat down at my assigned computer, and he said he found my MySpace, and he confessed he was looking at my pictures all night long. I get red in the face and don't know what to say. He tells me that we should hang out again, and that it was fun the last time we did. A few of my peers from class overhear this, and make comments on what he was doing with my pictures that night. I avoided him like the plague for the remainder of the year. He graduated after my junior year was completed, thankfully. I moved about 20 minutes away at the start of my senior year, and I started working at the local movie theater, and that's where he finds me next. He comes in with his mom, and I'm at the concession stand, and I have to wait on them. They make weekly trips to the theaters, and always get in my line for concession. We make no small talk during these interactions, but I don't understand. Why do they always choose my line? He starts to frequent the movies alone, and tries to talk to me at the concession stand on slow nights. For a while he was there twice a week. I started calling, telling my coworkers that he is my stalker. Someone tells me that they heard a coworker of ours gave him detailed information of my typical work schedule. I'm pissed off and stop being friends with that coworker. She then gives him my cell number out of spite. Meanwhile, every time I see him come to the concessions, I try to hide in the back room to avoid him. I start to get calls every night from the same number. The caller wouldn't typically leave messages or anything. However, there was one really creepy message of some heavy breathing that was left. I asked my dad to help me block the number. We went to the cell provider, and they said I can't block one number. It's either block all numbers or none at all. So I don't do anything. Dad doesn't want to change my cell phone number. So I graduate. Haven't had any interaction with Goggles since I started to hide from him at my job, and the random calls became less frequent. Until I went to Wendy's with my friend, and I'm wearing a mini skirt and tank top. We get behind the first customer in line, who is paying all in change, and I realize it's him. I freak out inside and I whisper to my friend, "That is my stalker. I hope he doesn't notice me." Of course he notices me as soon as he turns around. He checks me out and asks, "Hey, did you go to this high school?" My friend stupidly says, "Yes, we did." He then asks for me by name, and my friend says, "Yeah, that's her." I wanted to smack my friend for saying that to him. He says to me that I look really good and asks if he could sit with us when we got our food. I quickly told him no, and then he goes to find a seat and we order. I want to leave ASAP at this point. My friend wants to eat there and she won't leave with me, so we sit down and Goggle changes chairs to sit at the table right next to ours. I ate quickly and in silence, and it was so awkward. He kept asking where I was living now, as he saw I no longer lived at my old house. I didn't tell him anything, and said he didn't need to know. I see him the next time at the local grocery store. He's retrieving carts from the lot. I had no idea he worked there, but when I saw him I ran inside as quickly as I could, hoping he wouldn't see me. And you know what? He saw me. He stopped retrieving carts to follow me from the parking lot into the store. He referred to me as Miss and asked me in 2 different aisles if he could help me find anything. I told him no both times. When I was ready to check out, he opened up his own cashier lane and another worker ushered me over to him. I said to him he didn't need to follow me around the store or open up a lane for me, but he said he wanted to help me and that we should hang out sometime. I told him he needs to leave me alone. I'm attending community college and guess what? Guess who's also there? Goggles. I notice him following me on my routes to class, and he starts to wait outside the art classroom that I'm in for me to leave to follow me again. One day I'm waiting on getting a coffee from the vending machine, and he runs up to me and greets me like I'm his long-lost friend. He gives me a tight, long hug in the hallway. I'm mortified, and I'm standing there with my arms flat at my side, not hugging back. He finishes the hug, and I say, "Was that necessary? Don't ever touch me again." I ended up dropping that class to avoid him, and I filed a police report. That was the last time I saw him. I've since moved multiple times, and I thought he finally got the hint. I don't ever know why he chased me or followed me for so long, but maybe I was too nice. But Goggles, don't ever touch me again. I decided to post a story of my unsettling stories that are tied to local forests. I grew up in these forests and I feel quite comfortable there. Nevertheless, I stumbled into a few unsettling situations there that would firmly stick in my mind forever. This was one such occasion. I was 18 at the time. One evening, me and my 2 friends, Mike and Paul, decided to go camping. Well, camping maybe isn't the right word since we didn't intend to spend the night, only to chill and have some fun around the campfire for a while. The plan was simple: head out, build a campfire, drink a few bottles of wine, eat something and head back home for a good night's sleep. We met at my house when it was still sunny outside. We got ready and we headed out. Our destination was an old abandoned quarry in the middle of the woods, which was maybe 40 minutes from my house. Even though the quarry has a tragic and frankly creepy history, it's a popular place for such occasions. When we got there, the sky was already colored red as the sun slowly sank behind the hills. We quickly gathered all the firewood that we could, so we wouldn't have to look for it later. As the darkness fell and absorbed all of our surroundings into impenetrable blackness, we already managed to get the fire going. We were in a great mood and we were getting ready for our first toast. That's when we realized that we made a horrible mistake. We forgot the corkscrew. We were trying to open the wine without it, but we quickly gave up because the bottles were quite expensive and we didn't want to damage them. At this point, it was clear that one of us would have to sacrifice himself and jog back to retrieve the corkscrew. After a bit of haggling, I volunteered. However, I had 2 conditions. First, they would give me the hatchet in case something went wrong along the way. Secondly, no pranks when I got back. Mike and Paul agreed without hesitation. They shoved a hatchet into one of my hands and a flashlight into the other, and sent me on my way. As I was jogging through the forest, I heard a noise resembling a wild boar. Suddenly, I remembered a warning that I received from an old hunter a few days ago. He said that this time of year, boars were getting dangerous, especially at night. I was a bit nervous, but luckily I managed to survive with no harm. I arrived safely to my house, much to the surprise of my mom, who didn't expect me so early. I explained the whole deal. She just left. I grabbed the corkscrew and I was back on my way. Not wanting to experience an unpleasant boar encounter, I chose another, slightly longer path, this time through an open field. After a while, I got to our spot. It was a small clearing surrounded on one side by massive rocks, maybe 70 meters tall, and on the other side by a thick forest. Somewhere in the middle of our clearing was our campfire. When I approached it, I realized that there wasn't anybody, although our backpacks were still on the ground and the fire was still burning bright. Great. We specifically agreed that there would be no pranks when I got back. Those guys think that they're funny. I sat down near the fire while facing the woods. That's the only place where those two morons could have hidden, I thought. I was really tired and all I could think about was the taste of that exquisite wine that we brought with us. I really wasn't in the mood for their games, and I was getting quite mad. That's when I heard the snapping of twigs and rustling of leaves from the edge of the forest, maybe 30 meters from where I was sitting. The sound was rhythmical, and it was undoubtedly the sound of somebody walking. I aimed my flashlight to the spot where sounds were coming from. Between the trees, I spotted a tall person wearing a dark hoodie. As I shined my flashlight on him, he stopped walking, turned to me, and just kept staring motionlessly. Even though he was directly facing me, I couldn't see his face. I shouted, "Paul, I know you're trying to scare me. We agreed on something, so stop messing around and come out." I finished. The hooded figure just turned around and walked deeper into the woods. Exactly at the time my phone started ringing. Hastily, I took it out of my pocket. It was Mike. I took the call and started barking at him. "Really funny, guys. I thought we agreed on something." "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about you trying to mess with me. I clearly saw you, so you can come out now." Mike froze for a minute, for what seemed like an eternity. All I could hear was his heavy breathing and Paul mumbling something in the background. When he finally snapped back to reality, he just said, "Dude, we are at your house. We heard some footsteps. At first we just thought you were trying to mess with us, but then we got scared and decided to come look for you. I forgot the phone at your house, so we couldn't even call you. Just get out of there, and we'll come back for the stuff together." I said, "That's bullcrap. That's just another one of your funny pranks, and I'm not buying it." Hold on for a second. For a while, all I could hear was some incoherent mumbling. "Hey, what's going on?" asked the voice of my mom coming onto the phone. My head suddenly spun, and my heart skipped a beat as I realized they weren't kidding. Suddenly, a freezing wave of fear ran through my body. However, I managed to convince my mom that everything was okay, that she didn't have to worry. She gave the phone back to Mike. "Just leave everything and come back. We're headed out now. We'll meet you halfway there." "I'm not going anywhere alone again. You guys better get here quick." "I'm waiting for you, but..." I hung up. I didn't wish to make any more noise than I already did. I quickly turned off my flashlight and started to back off from the light of the fire. I moved all the way to the huge wall of rocks. I figured that if I had my back covered by the rocks, I would eliminate one of the possible ways the unwanted visitor could approach me. I was standing there in the complete darkness, trying not to make a sound while tightly clutching my hatchet, which for the next half an hour would be my best friend. I had to constantly convince myself not to curl into a ball in fear. Even my own body started to betray me. As my hearing got worse due to my savagely beating heart, I was trying to calm myself. But then again, in worst case scenario, every little bit of adrenaline would help. After what seemed like an eternity, I spotted 2 weak light beams coming from the forest. I heard Paul shouting my name. I have never felt so relieved. I finally ran out of my hiding spot to greet my 2 friends. For quite some time we were just standing there, laughing like maniacs from relief. We were even getting a bit cocky, and we thought about staying. After all, there was just one supposedly creep lurking between the trees, and there were 3 of us. It's funny. Just minutes earlier I was crapping myself with fear, and now I was suddenly full of tough, macho bullcrap thinking. What could possibly happen? In the end, healthy judgment got the better of us, and we decided to leave. We packed our things and put out the fire, and we left. We took our bottles of wine to enjoy it somewhere else. Somewhere where it's nice and brightly lit. This happened to me and to a good friend Jenny that I had when we were both in high school, approximately 6 years ago. And I'm 23 years old now, and I'm a female. We were 16, and we loved drinking and smoking, but since we were underaged, we had spent quite a few nights standing next to a convenience store, waiting for an adult stranger who agreed to buy us something to drink and cigarettes, with our own money, of course. The store is in a pretty trafficked part of our town, a lot of people coming in and out, and cars, buses, and pedestrians. Also, we live in such a safe city, little to no crime. We can walk at nights, at 3 a.m. without having to worry too much. I remember this one time where Jenny and I walked to the store to try to buy cigarettes. It wasn't too late in the evening, 8 o'clock, when we succeeded and sat on a bench next to the store for a smoke, when a strange man looked at us, parked his car and exits the driver's seat to open all of his car doors and stand there, weirdly staring at us, at different parts of his car, at the floor. He looked like he was in his late 50s, frizzy white hair and eyes that looked extremely unaware, but not frantic or anything. Now, I don't know if most girls are like this. I know I'm not, and my logic says that we shouldn't be like this, for the most part, but I seem to attract girls who are very engaging when a person who screams stranger danger approaches them. Creeps, weirdos, men who just awkwardly disturb us just to hit on us, even though none of us are interested. Somehow every girlfriend I've had this weird, annoying, and may I say, unsafe habit to entertain the harassers. The men felt incredibly off to me. I remember Jenny looking at him, then me in a confused look when he walked towards us, a few meters from his car with all of his car doors still open. He stood around 2 meters from us and about a meter from his car. Started a babbling monologue about how he thinks he lost his phone inside of his car, perhaps underneath the seat. My heart is beating very hard just thinking about this. He didn't give us a second to respond before asking us to look for him. Jenny stands up and starts walking to the car. I don't know much about cars. It was an old gray standard vehicle, not a van or anything. But I yelled, "Jenny, what are you doing? Don't go inside a strange man's car." The man noticed my distraught. Jenny says, "I'm not getting inside. I'm just looking from the outside with flash camera." He says, "No, please. Just look inside to find it." She put maybe 1 foot inside, but I gave her a look and tried to entertain the situation, and mostly him, so he wouldn't notice that she's inside his car behind him. So I asked the man, "Why do you think your phone is underneath the seat?" I was driving here and I heard it ring from somewhere inside my car when my daughter called. I thought it might be inside my pocket. "And is it? How would you know it's your daughter if you lost it?" "No, it might be in my pocket. Don't know. Can you check?" Walks a little closer to me. He had a confused look, like he sincerely didn't know where his phone is, like he's a child. I said, "No, why would I check your pocket? You're a grown man. Check it yourself." By this time, Jenny comes back to stand near me, as the man is a complete weirdo and he's freaking me out. As he continues to ask and beg us to check inside of his car, I tell him no, and that I can call his number for him to see where the ring is coming from. The man says he's out of battery, so it wouldn't help, and keeps asking us to basically crawl to the back seat. Thank God for extreme situational alertness while in situations of stress, because the next thing I said may have saved Jenny, who was completely engaging and stood next to his car for a long while. "You said your daughter just called you, and that you heard it from inside your car, and if you didn't find the phone since then, you have no way of knowing the status of your battery, and if you did, then you are harassing us, sir, and we are leaving. Good luck finding your phone inside your pockets yourself." Now, revisiting this story, I'm aware that there could be a reasonable explanation to all of this that could contradict this whole creepy guy narrative. Maybe he's too old to bend over and look for his phone. Maybe this was an emergency, and that's why he was so incoherent and anxious to find his phone. Maybe he was out of battery, and his speakerphone in his car passed his daughter's next phone call over to the car system. But nothing I can think of explained him being so stubborn with wanting us inside the car. So whatever reasons that can make this story less creepy will not stand given the creepy vibe this guy had. We left, and I don't know if he ever found his phone, but I don't care. 3 years ago, I had the scariest experience of my life. Just by saying these lines and thinking about it, a feeling of fear comes back. Here's the background. It was June in 2017. I was 18 years old at the time. I live in a small town in Belgium, not far from the French border. I love my city. It is a very pretty and peaceful city. Nothing dangerous ever happens there, and I always had a feeling of security while being there. In this city, there are a lot of schools, more than a dozen. So during the week, it gets crowdy. We meet a lot of people. But during the weekend and the holidays, when schools are closed, there was hardly anybody. It was a Sunday and the weather was good. That day I had to give a private math lesson in the afternoon to a little girl who lived 15 minutes from my house. So I walked to her house and everything is going well. The teaching class is over and I decide to go home. It was a beautiful day. I was enjoying my walk. I arrived in an alley where there was nobody. There was just an empty parking lot of a school. I continued my walk when I heard noises from behind me, like a woman in high heels. So far, nothing serious. Women in high heels is not exceptional. The steps get closer to me, and the person ends up ahead of me so I can finally see him. It was not a woman in high heels, but a man of 40 years old maybe, an extremely tall man. He was a little overweight. He wore very tight-fitting leather effect leggings. He had very straight, greasy black hair, and he wore wooden clogs. I couldn't stop looking at his feet, because I had never seen anyone in my life wearing wooden clogs. I found it very unusual. He continues to walk, and me too. He was already at least 3 meters in front of me when suddenly he stopped. I continued to walk normally. I was arriving almost at his level when he turned at me and started to speak. At first he asked me if I could tell him where the supermarket in the city next door was. I said to myself, it's okay. No stress, I'll just give him directions. I started to tell him that it's going to take a little time to get there by foot, but I still tell him the way. From there he tells me, oh no, I'm looking for the way by car because I got lost. I come from France and I often go to this store. Several details alerted me. 1. If he came here by car, then why did he stop in the city nearby to ask for directions by foot? In general, when a person in a car gets lost, they stay in their car, and they wait to find a pedestrian and ask their way, and then continue on road by car. 2. If he has been to the store several times, how is it that he got lost? 3. Why didn't he call me directly when he was behind me on the way? So even if I started to find the situation a bit strange, I still showed him the way and decided to continue my way home. Before I had the time to leave, he stopped me again to ask, by the way, what do you think of my wooden clogs? Isn't that weird? I told him no, that if he likes them, then that's all that should matter. He should not be ashamed of his clothing tastes. He kept talking about his wooden clogs, and then he came talking about his leather effect leggings. He again asked me my opinion about it, and I told him, it's okay, materials like this are fashionable. Then he never let go of me. He continued to speak. He told me that he comes from France, that he was at a school here before, that he likes Belgium, and that in his youth he would come often. All along I pretended to listen to him, to be kind, but deep inside there was an alert that was said to me, be careful, you're in danger. He did not inspire my confidence at all. His strange look and his feminine voice and his eyes, God, something dark emerged from it, and it made me feel cold in my back. I was trying to find a way to leave, without him realizing my discomfort. In my head it was very clear. I had to seem as calm as possible, not to show my fear. I felt that if he noticed my discomfort, I would risk something serious. So he continues to talk. I listen to him and it continues for a few extra minutes. It was extremely long to bear for me. The conversation is pretty basic so far, but that changed drastically when he started talking to me again about his leather effect leggings. He tells me he loves leather, especially women who wear them. It gives me a charm that it excites him. The conversation becomes very unhealthy. He became more and more specific in his words, tells me about his fantasies of women who wear leather. The gleam in his eyes darkened more and more, and I had the impression that a monster was looking at me. Here again, I'm trying to look calm. I pray that somebody will pass by here so I could leave, but there was literally nobody, just me and him. I thought of running away, but I quickly changed my mind. He was almost 2 meters tall, and I was just a little 18-year-old girl. I had no chance of leaving. My only idea was to text a friend so that she would call me urgently. It was very long. I can't remember the details exactly because it happened 3 years ago, and I was very traumatized. Anyways, I remained calm from the outside. He continued to speak. Deep inside me, I was crying, but I remained calm and I responded briefly to his words. His words became more and more trashy. I was alone in front of this man, but what he was about to say got me so scared. If you want, my car is parked not far away. I have a leather suit inside. Do you want to come try it on? I was looking at him straight in the eyes. I didn't know what to say. I was completely paralyzed and a miracle came. My friend calls me. I pick up the phone quickly. I speak to my friend in Spanish so that the man does not understand what I'm saying. I tell her that I'm in a dangerous situation, that there's a weird guy and that I'm scared. She tells me to go right now, to run. During the telephone call, I always kept an eye on him. He seemed embarrassed. So while I was on the line with my friend, I tell the guy, "Sorry, but I have to go. I have an important meeting." He looks at me and he tells me, "Yes, but are you still going to try on the outfit?" From there, I tell him that I don't have time, but he won't let me go. "Do you promise you'll wear it if we meet again?" I told him yes, and finally he let me go. Still, on the phone, I walked normally until I reached another street where he could no longer see me, and then I ran like I'd never have before, back to my house. When I got near my house, I waited a few seconds to be sure that he didn't follow me. I had to make sure that he didn't know where I lived, and when I went home, I cried all of my tears. When I finally calmed down, I took the time to analyze everything that had just happened. I came to the conclusion that this man was not lost. This man did not come from France. His accent also confirmed that. When I met him in the street, he already was ahead of me, probably to verify that there was no one there but just us. He must have spotted me when I left my teaching class. I also told myself that he must certainly know the place to be so confident. He must have located the corner, a small quiet town filled with young people, with very little movement, far from his country. This man had taken my city as a hunting ground. I thought about calling the police, or hiding, and following him to his car so I could write down his number plate, but I did not do that. Following him was far too dangerous, and if I had been to the police, I should have warned my mother, but I didn't either. I didn't want her to worry. I never saw the guy again. Since that day, I kept asking myself what would have happened to me if I had met him overnight. I'm afraid when I'm in the street. I'm afraid when a car with a French number plate is parked near my house. This man has traumatized me, and I am still marked by the promise that he made me keep. I feel like I have signed a pact with the devil. I have the impression that his sentence meant one day we will meet again, and that day you will have no choice. I don't want that day to come. I'm even thinking of getting a taser to protect myself if it's illegal here. Unfortunately, the story does not end here. It continues a year later, in the summer of 2018, still in my city. You should know that I live in a residential street. There's always a lot of children playing in the street. Everyone knows each other in the neighborhood. I have a little sister who was 16 at the time, and a 4-year-old little brother. We have never let them play alone without surveillance. When he played in the street, there was always somebody from our family watching him on the doorstep. This summer day, I was not at home. I went to a friend's house. When I returned home in the evening, my 16-year-old sister began talking to me, and she was very nervous. She told me that our little brother was playing in the street. My sister, sitting on the front porch, was watching him without taking her eyes off. At a moment, she saw a man staring at our little brother. He hadn't noticed that our little brother was not playing without being watched, because from where he was sitting, he could not see my sister, because she was hidden by a bush. the man started to approach my little brother when he finally noticed that my sister was there. He became embarrassed and stammered out a sentence. "Excuse me, don't you know where the other city supermarket is?" When I heard that sentence, I thought I was going to faint. I directly thought of the man who scared the hell out of me a year earlier. I stopped my sister from talking and I asked her, "Was he very tall?" "Yes." "Did he have straight black hair?" "Yes." "Did he have a particularly feminine voice?" "Yes." It was too much for me. Now I was sure it was the same guy. I knew that he had returned. I knew he had tried to take my little brother. All of the conclusions were true. This man is a predator. This man may be walking around my city right now to kidnap children. He may have succeeded. As I write down the history, I have never seen him again. I am afraid for the children who play in the streets, for the young girls who are walking around and who might not have had the same luck that my brother and I had. I'm scared when I have to come home at night. I'm scared of everything now, because I know that a monster is among us. So please never let your children play without surveillance. Never let a stranger get to you, and always keep your phone close to you. Back when I was in the military, I was based out in California. This was pretty much right at the start of the housing bust, and I found myself newly divorced following a deployment. As such, I could no longer live on base and I had to move. I quickly discovered that it now was the same price or cheaper to rent a house instead of an apartment off base, so I got in touch with a realtor who worked with residents of a local gated community. As a newly single female with zero family in the area, I thought extra security could only be a good thing. I soon found the perfect house. It was amazing, had a wraparound porch with a view of the lake in the center of the community, had trees blocking my views of my neighbors, an awesome kitchen, and tons of local wildlife. I could easily see myself recovering from what had been an ungodly rough year. The owner mostly lived overseas, so I never really dealt with him, except when I moved in, but he seemed very nice, if a bit particular. He obviously loved the house, so I didn't think much of that. The 2 times I needed something looked after, his brother came to deal with him as he was a handyman of sorts. I always found it weird that him and his brother looked like they could have been twins, to the point where I thought his brother was him when he came to pick up the dryer when I needed it fixed. Literally, he picked it up and carried it out in his arms. Funny thing about PTSD is that lots of normal things seem weird, while strange things seem normal. So I never really thought of the landlord-brother situation as odd until after. Maybe it was normal, and the whole oddness of what happened is setting off my paranoia. I don't really know. But yeah, landlord odd, brother was apparently the Hulk. Both spoke to me like I was their kid who needed very strict instructions. I enjoyed my time in the house. My pup loved it too, because the next door neighbors had dogs for her to play with. But my PTSD and other mental issues had me on a path headed straight for a medical separation. But then the president issued a series of rollback programs, a chance for military members to separate ahead of contract in anticipation for the Middle Eastern conflicts to be abandoned. And my commander highly suggested, if you're in the military, you know this basically means do this or else, for me to take the early separation. There were a few reasons surrounding this, but the main was that the squadron knew they were the reason I was mentally messed up, and there were more than a few of the people who had it in for me still at the clinic I was assigned to. Those people kept writing me up for things that no one else got written up for. Examples of this: accidentally jamming the shredder that jammed at least once a week, leaving the front desk attended while I was having an anaphylactic attack, having a panic attack which left work unattended because I was literally curled into a ball in the corner. Of course, my brain took most of this stuff at face value, and I figured it was okay and I deserved it. But my commander was trying to protect me as best as she could, and getting me out of a clearly hostile work environment ASAP. So I applied, and was approved for separation. Now this meant I was leaving my lease before the year was up. I forget if my landlord just decided to be nice or if I had to pull out the law about military members being entitled to early release from a lease when their duty assignments changed. Probably the second one, because he was not happy. I didn't really have the mental capacity to care too much about putting him out though, because my scrambled brain all of a sudden had a lot of military paperwork and processing to deal with. Not to mention the fact that the whole idea that I was separating felt very surreal in the first place. I'd always thought I'd be a lifer. I didn't tell any of my neighbors I was moving out, only because one of my friends knew when exactly I was moving out. And even my movers didn't know exactly when, because I stayed there on an air mattress for about a week after they picked up my things. I was camping my way across country on my way home, so I had a lot of stuff to move into the car. To the best of my knowledge, no one on the base knew exactly when my house would be vacant either, because I actually stayed in a motel off base for a few days after I moved out, just to make the final days of the last-minute paperwork easier. The house was about 40 minutes from the base, while the motel was 10. They knew about my travel plans. I was on separation leave for that time, which meant I was technically still in the military, and they needed to know exactly where I was. But I had marked my starting location for the trip as my base, not the house. What you should be getting out of this is that only 2 people for sure knew the exact date I was leaving my house, my friend and my landlord, and he had likely told his brother and his realtor as well, but I'm not sure. That said, even my landlord didn't even know the exact date that I would be leaving the area, just when I would vacate the premises. My landlord had told me to drop the keys off in the realtor's mailbox, so that's what I did, and a few days later I left on my road trip home. Now, about a day later, I get a call from my landlord. I'm on the road with my pup when I answer. The conversation follows. My landlord says, "Hey, you left your camera here." I said, "Are you sure?" "Yeah, it's a Nikon with a nice set of lenses and a camera bag." I said, "Oh, I don't have one of those." He said, "Really? My brother said you did." I try to think back, and I remember his brother coming over to drop off, literally again with his arms, the dryer while my sister and nephew were in town. She's an avid photographer, and I figure she must have left the camera bag out in preparation for our day trip to San Francisco. I said, "No, I only have one of those Canons that fit in your pocket. He must be thinking of my sister's, but she for sure brought that home with her months ago." The landlord is silent for a while. "Well, what about the sleeping bag that's here?" I said, "No, I definitely have my sleeping bag." The landlord again describes my sleeping bag exactly. I said, "No, I have mine. I slept in it last week." Landlord is again quiet before answering. "There's a backpack here too, with a few random items." His tone changes to accusatory. "Did you tell one of your friends that you could stay here for the rest of your lease?" I said, "No. Only one of my friends knows exactly when I moved out, and he's visiting his wife who's deployed in Korea right now." The landlord says, "Well, somebody's been living here." At this point, it should have occurred to me how weird it was that he had gone from a friendly, "Hey, you forgot this," to an angry, "You let somebody squat here," so quickly. It was only just getting through my head that someone had clearly moved in the moment that I moved out. This house didn't have an attic, so this couldn't have been one of those "somebody was living in my attic while I was living there and moved down to the main house later" situations. There wasn't a sealed off part of the house where this could have been done, and I even went into the basement on a regular basis. It's possible someone was living in the woods behind the house, but I have no idea. My landlord wanted me to come over and check the stuff to make sure it wasn't mine. I told him that I had already finished up my paperwork, so I was on the road already to Oregon. He clearly hadn't expected me to have left already, since I had a few days left on my lease. Yeah, it should have struck me weird that he was already in the house, but I figured he'd just pick up the keys and knew I was out. He told me that he'd have to call me back after he figures things out. He never called back. I texted him later to follow up, but all I got were short no responses to my questions. No, they didn't know whose stuff it was. No answer when I told him I was freaked out and wanted to know what had happened. Yes, he had gotten both sets of my keys from the realtor. No, he hadn't found anything else. Not long after I got my full deposit back, which I had not been expecting since I felt bad for not staying my whole lease, I hadn't planned on asking for it. It wasn't until relaying this all to my mom later that I realized how weird the whole thing was, or that my landlord might have been making up the squatter. She pointed out how strange it was that a guy who was supposedly traveling too much to use his own house would show up himself to walk through the house after I left. but before picking up the keys or the lease was up, especially since his brother did everything while I lived there. Neither of us are really sure he was up to something, or if there had really been something creepy or stalkerish going on. Either way, the whole thing seriously messed up with my already messed up head. This is the scariest thing that has ever happened to me. And what makes it worse is that had things gone down differently, I might not have been here to tell this story. First things first, I'm a girl about 5'7" and around 130 pounds. This happened to me about 3 years ago when I was in my early 20s and still a student, living in a very safe area. Growing up, I had loved martial arts, and having grown up in a small rural town, I take what I can get. Karate? Fine. Judo? Sure. Kung Fu? Why not? Taekwondo? Sign me up. I loved martial arts. I still do, because they help me discipline my body and my mind, and grow my confidence. It had been a few years since I moved out to my country's capital to study, and I had kind of fallen off of the martial arts wagon at that point, with college taking up most of my time. I should also mention that at the time I lived with my younger brother and our cat. We lived on the first floor, the second floor for all my American people, right next to a military camp and a patch of forest, which leads to a creek. On our back balcony there was a circular metal ladder that would lead up to our balcony and the kitchen door, which, of course, we always kept under lock and key, except for when the cat wanted to go out. We would unlock the door, and he would go down to the outdoor metal stairs to find his cat friends and play. I commuted to my college every day by walking 30 minutes to a bus stop, then riding the bus for an hour, and then walking another 10 minutes until I made it to campus. And when it was time to go home, I'd have to do the same thing all over again. So as you can imagine, it was very tiring. I would be out of the house every single day, from 10 in the morning until almost 10 at night. So when I would come home, I would be exhausted. I don't believe in premonitions much, but I do believe in instinct. And for quite a while, I felt like something was up with that patch of forest behind my apartment. I felt watched. Maybe it was the blackness of the patch of forest that made me feel uneasy, because there wasn't a single light there, and the outdoor ladder looked like it descended into an abyss. You could take 3 steps into that patch of forest, and you would be under complete cover of darkness. It made me feel weird, because even though I couldn't see anything, I knew that something was up. I had no proof, but I knew it. I was in class one Wednesday afternoon with my best friend at the time, and a professor came in to pitch an internship to us. Internships aren't very well known in my country, so professors actually have to argue their case about why, as students, we could benefit from this. My best friend, Kay, was very interested, but when the professor listed off the requirements, she realized she couldn't apply as her GPA was not high enough. This led to Kay having a crying fit after the class was over, which led to a panic attack, and it got so bad that she had to call her boyfriend to pick her up from the campus. And since I didn't want to leave her alone, I stayed with her until her boyfriend showed up and got in his car with her. The conversation in the car was basically me and her boyfriend trying to console her and help cheer her up. I asked her if she wanted me to go over to her place so we could all hang out, but she said that she was okay and didn't want to put me through the hassle of commuting home the next day. She lives a full hour away by car, so 2 hours away by public transportation, so it was decided that they would drop me off at my house, and then they would go to theirs. We get to my house around 1900, a full 3 hours before I normally come home. I hug her, tell her to text me if she needs anything. I thank her boyfriend and get out of that car, glad that I'll be home early for a change. I went in through the main entrance, climbed up the stairs to the first floor, and put my key in the lock. I opened the door and called my brother's name like I always did, but I got no response. The house was dark, except for one light in the room, where the front door opened in, and it was eerily quiet, but I felt my stomach tie into a knot, because even though I couldn't hear anything, I could feel that somebody was there. And when my instincts talk, I listen. I turned right into the hallway that leads into our rooms, and I saw my brother's door slam shut as soon as I got into the hallway. My brother's room is on the end of the hallway on the left, facing my own room, which is on the right of the hallway. My first thought was that my brother had taken a shower and forgot to get a towel, so he made a run for it from the bathroom, which is next to my room, in embarrassment. But then I heard muffled whispers coming from his room, sounded hushed and pressing. I still had no reason to be afraid, but I was on high alert, because I thought my brother and his friends were planning on jumping out of his room and scaring me, and I was not about to let them get that satisfaction. So I inched down the short hallway, through the darkness, and before I knocked on my brother's door, I took a look in my room. It was a mess. My mattress was off of my bed, my clothes and my books were all over the floor, my jewelry box was empty and thrown on my bed. All in all, it looked like a tornado had gone through there, and the hushed whispers in the next room sounded extremely pressing and anxious now that I was close, because though I had tried to tiptoe as silently as possible, my steps had been audible. I realized what was happening, and I went ballistic. At that moment, I lost it. My fight-or-flight instinct kicked in, and it kicked fight into maximum overdrive. The words danger, thieves, fight hit me like a truck, and I threw my whole weight on my brother's door, busting that door down so furiously you think it owed me money. I saw nobody in the room, but it was also a mess and I knew what I had heard, so I ran to the balcony door. I ripped the curtain out of my way and went through the open balcony door, just in time to catch one of the thieves right-handed after he jumped off the balcony ledge. Looking back on it, he looked like a normal dude. Black hair, normal height, athletic build, big earring on his left ear. But at the time, he looked like an effing monster to me. A vile, putrid, home-invading piece of crap monster. I started screaming unintelligible things as I saw him stumble around, obviously having hurt his legs, before he got back up on his feet and ran away. They were gone. I was safe. But then it hit me. Where was my laptop? I ran into my room and tore the place apart looking for my laptop, but it was gone. I started screaming and crying. The unfairness, audacity, and the cowardness hit me like a steel toe to the stomach. I screamed and cried like I was in a Greek tragedy. I am not rich by any means, and neither is my family. I had an old laptop which was probably worth pennies secondhand, but I needed that laptop for my schoolwork, and without it I could not finish my semester. Not to mention that I don't have many real-life friends, and the majority of my friends at the time were online, so if I lost that laptop, I lost them too. My laptop was lost, and so was I. I felt violated, dirty, less than. I was afraid I'd throw up or pass out, maybe both. I was taking such rapid and deep panicked breaths that my vision began to blur. In the most panicked and grief-stricken state I have ever been in my life, tears streaming down my face, I called my mom to tell her what had happened, and she told me to call the police. It took me almost a full minute on the phone with the operator, telling her again and again where I lived, who I was, and what had happened before she understood me and sent somebody over to help. A few days later, I was talking with my mom about the incident, and she told me that something had hit me hard. I come from pretty much a trilingual household, and she told me that when I called her that night, she couldn't make out what language I was speaking because I had been so panicked. Makes sense why I had to repeat myself over and over to the operator. I started running around the house like a lunatic, checking every door and lock in a frenzy, until I got to the kitchen and saw that the window had been broken. Without thinking, I had slammed it shut. Stupid, I know, but I was beside myself and I was not thinking straight. My brother came home a few minutes later, and when he came in, he saw me panicked, crying my eyes out, and speaking almost unintelligibly. He came to the bedrooms and he saw the damage. He told me to go sit in the living room and calm down. I did as he said, and I tried to calm down, but I jumped at every sound and started crying worse, telling him that I was sorry that I had gotten home too late and that our laptops were gone. The house seemed so big to me at those moments, so dark, so hostile, and I felt so small and helpless. My brother called me over to my room and showed me a pillowcase full of something, and when we looked inside, we found both laptops, all my jewelry, my old phone, and some other things. They had been right in front of me the whole time, but I was so messed up that they didn't even register. The police eventually came about an hour later and didn't do much, so my brother and I took it to the police station and filed a report of the incident. And since I had seen half of one of the culprits' faces, they asked me to come in for identification. They even sent somebody over to dust for prints. Nothing ever came of it. The police said that since they didn't even have a backpack to put the loot in, and resorted to using one of our pillowcases. They were almost 100% positive that they were junkies. We had the outdoor metallic ladder ripped off of our kitchen balcony, much to my cat's displeasure, since that's how they got in. We also installed several motion detecting lights. For the next few months I was constantly on edge, and every time I passed near some suspicious characters who hang around near my usual bus stop, I felt a violent rage boil inside me. I caught myself looking for the man that I had seen, ready to beat him within an inch of his life. But I never saw him or heard his creepy whisper partner again, and my brother and I moved away from that apartment a few months later, because I never felt comfortable in that apartment again. I picked up kickboxing, and because it had made me stronger, it has helped me feel safer, and I always now carry a knife with me. I still think back on that encounter and realize how stupid I was. What creeps me out the most is knowing that that night, there had been nothing but a thin plywood door separating me from two potentially dangerous men. Even if I know that me busting into my brother's room like a lunatic is what scared them off, because of how stupidly fearless I was, I also realize how bad it could have gone. They could have had guns or knives. They could have had pepper spray or a chain or whatever, and there were two of them and only one of me. And if they had ganged up on me, even with the adrenaline having turned me into the Doom guy, I don't know how much of a chance I realistically stood against two men high on whatever they were on, and desperately enough to break into an apartment and loot stuff into a pillowcase. Had they been willing to put up fights, this could have ended very, very badly for me. What I do know is that I probably still would have busted through that door. So to the creepy, cowardly bastards who dared to break into my apartment and try to rob me and my brother and ended up traumatizing me so bad that I had to move, screw the both of you. I live in an apartment complex right next to a 7-Eleven, literally a 2-minute walk from my door. So since all this quarantine lockdown mess, I've been staying up later than usual, till maybe 2 or 3 a.m. most nights. So last night, a little bit after 12, I had a taste for some chips and decided I'll just go across the street to the 7-Eleven which I go to regularly. I make my way over, and on my way I had to pass this man who was browsing on the Redbox kiosk. I didn't think much of it. I go inside, I get some snacks, pay, head out the door. As I'm coming out, the Redbox man is literally staring dead at me with these scarily bright, light blue eyes. But not wanting to freak myself out even more, I say to myself, maybe he's zoned out and maybe he's deep in thought. I wander into La La Land myself sometimes. I was trying to make myself more comfortable, having to walk past this strange man. So I'm heading back into my apartment complex, which is on the side of the street. It has a creaky gate door. I realized as I was walking I had never heard it slam behind me like I always have before. I look back and this man is right behind me. Not close up on me, but still definitely following. Once again, trying to ease my mind, I'm thinking he must be going home. But I also noticed he didn't have any discs in his hand, for as much as he was at the kiosk the whole time that I was in the store, taking my sweet, indecisive time. So not wanting to come off as scared, I keep my pace. But I probably should have sprinted, because forget being nice. I'm literally just a few steps away from my door, which is upstairs, and the man randomly calls out to me, "Hey, do you have a lighter?" Out of instinct, I turned my head to the fact that I knew somebody was speaking to me, and I responded, "No, I don't, sorry." I didn't want to just go up my stairs, because I don't want to let this man know exactly which apartment I live in, so I was planning on walking around until I lost him, but he asked me another question. "Can I use your bathroom?" I tell him, "No, sorry, my roommates probably would not be comfortable with me letting somebody in this late." I don't have roommates, but I sure didn't want this man getting any ideas, thinking that I was by myself. I keep walking, but this man was still following me. I simply ask, "Do you live around here?" And he tells me, "I have a buddy that does, and he was supposed to meet me across the way, but maybe he fell asleep. I've never been here before, but I do know his door is number 201. Could you help me find it?" 201 is my door. If you have a friend that lives over here, why are you asking to use my bathroom? I knew this man was lying and up to something. I quickly come up with 201? That should be right past the pool area next to the laundry area. My friends are waiting for me, so I should get going. My gut told me to head to the car though, because what if he watched where I was going and decided to give me a surprise later on? No, I watch too many movies and I read too many stories to be that dumb. So I start heading towards the parking lot, not running but definitely walking quicker than before. When I realize that the man is chasing me at this point, I hurry up and I pull my keys out of my pocket and I get into the car and I immediately lock the doors. The man starts pounding on my driver window, telling me to open the door. I can't help but to focus on those creepy blue eyes, but I noticed he was reaching for his pocket. I start up my car before I can see what he's going to pull out. I heard a pop, but I didn't care at that moment, as long as I could get out of his presence. I drove maybe 5 minutes down the street to a gas station and I called the police. Waiting on the phone to arrive, I noticed what that popping sound was. This wacko popped my back tire with probably a switchblade. Of course, when the police arrived and went to check the area, the guy was gone. They did question the 7-Eleven clerk, and he let them know that the man has been there a few times since last week, and he has never had a problem, but is obviously homeless. I'm still shook up about what had happened that night, and I'm going to chill on the late night trips to 7-Eleven for a while. A few years ago, I was renting a house in Northern California. The neighborhood was just outside the suburbs. It seemed like the perfect balance of having space and having nice neighbors close enough to not feel isolated. The area had no streetlights, so it was very dark at night, especially if there were clouds blocking the moonlight. It didn't bother me though. It made my little house feel even more quaint on the dark nights. I got home from work one day in midwinter. It was a cloudy night, so pulling up to my house, I saw only what my headlights and my front porch light illuminated. When I got out of my car, I caught a whiff of cigarette smoke. That was odd, as I have never smelled that before around my house. I didn't see anybody nearby, so I ignored it, and I went inside. I had just got off of a shift for a few hours of overtime, so I felt very tired. Even though it wasn't 7 yet, I decided to take a shower, and I called it a night. I woke up sometime later, sure that I had heard a noise outside of my house. I wasn't worried right away, because my friend would sometimes stop by to use the shower after work, on his way to his night classes. I even gave him a spare key so he could stop by even if I was not home. He would always text me though to let me know beforehand, and I had not heard my phone going off. I reached over beside my table and I picked up my cell phone to see if my friend had texted me. The bright light from my phone's screen and number pad had blinded me. These were the days before phones had a light sensor that would dim the screen in the dark, and this particular phone was so bright that I could use it as a flashlight. Through squinted eyes I could make out that it was 9-something at night, but I couldn't tell if I had an unread text or not. I set my phone aside and I called my friend's name. There were a couple seconds of silence before I heard loud footfalls as somebody started running through the bottom floor of my house. I leapt out of bed and I ran to the closet. They were already up the stairs by the time I had opened the door and stepped inside. That house had 3 rooms upstairs, 2 bedrooms on either side of the hallway, the one I was in, and a spare, and a bathroom at the end. The bedroom doors were both closed and the bathroom door was cracked open. I heard whoever was in my house thunder down the hallway past my door and into the bathroom. Thank God that he did. That gave me enough time to open the attic access in the ceiling of my closet and hoist myself up. I had just started to lift myself up when the person ran back out of the bathroom. My feet were barely inside the attic when my bedroom door burst open. I heard footsteps run into my room and stop. When they didn't see me in that room, they ran back to the hallway and into the other room, which just had boxes stacked in a corner, with some weights and a table where I painted my miniature models. I guess they decided that if somebody was hiding, it would be in the bedroom because they charged back into my room and turned on the light. A moment later, the closet door was ripped open. I was crouched in my attic just a foot or so away from the access, so I could try to stop them if they started to climb up. From my vantage point, all I could see was from about their knee down. They were wearing dirty blue jeans with frayed cuffs and worn work boots. After a few seconds of looking in the closet, they stepped away and I heard a loud crash come from my room, followed by a scream of frustration and anger. That scream was the most unnerving part of the incident for me. It reminded me far too much of my stepfather, who would scream in a similar way when he would lose his temper. He would eventually be put into a mental hospital for several mental disorders that resulted in erratic and violent tendencies. The man in my house ran back down the stairs. I heard crashes and clatters as things were thrown around and furniture was knocked over. I stayed crouched in the attic. I had left my cell phone when I ran for the closet, and I wasn't certain I could climb down without him hearing me. After some time, the noises stopped. I started counting slowly. When I reached 1,000, I decided it was safe enough to climb down and call the cops. The first thing I noticed when I exited the closet was the intruder had flipped my bed over. I assume in an attempt to find me. That was the loud noise that I had heard after he stepped away from the closet. I couldn't find my cell phone, so I went down to the landline by the bed to call the police. I waited in my room until I heard them call out from downstairs. The first floor was a mess, but I had expected that. Chairs had been knocked over. The sofa had been flipped. All the books, pictures, and knickknacks I had on my shelves were thrown across the floor. The cupboards in the kitchen had been opened, and all the boxes and canned food had been thrown onto the ground. As far as I could tell, the only thing missing was a single knife out of the wooden block in my kitchen. The police checked the house from the top to the bottom. They found that the side door had been forced open by something like a crowbar. They also found a few cigarette butts along the fence line with some foil and an empty pen tube which the police said was often used to smoke meth. So they think he had been watching my house for a while. I realized that he must have been out there smoking a cigarette when I got home. They collected up the evidence and told me that I should stay with family for a few nights and get that door fixed as soon as possible. I opted to just not sleep. I moved a shelf over to block the broken door, and I spent the next couple of hours cleaning things up. I would often go to the window with a flashlight and shine it along the fence line where police found the cigarette butts and the foil, but I didn't see anything. The next day I called to have the door fixed and motion lights installed at the back and the sides of my house. I ran a phone cable up into the attic and added a landline. I never wanted to be stuck up there without a phone again. Nothing else happened in that house though. I lived there for another 3 years without an incident. One more precaution I took was practicing getting out of the bed, going to my closet, and climbing into the attic as quickly and quietly as possible. I even kept at it when I moved, except now I go to a crawl space at the back of the closet instead of an attic. I try not to think about what would have happened if I had been a bit slower getting into the attic, or if he hadn't gone into the bathroom at the end of the hall first. This happened to me late in the spring of 2007, early in the morning, around 6:30 a.m. It creeped me out so bad that it stuck with me since it happened. I woke up to a bark coming from down the hall and rolled onto my back. My body didn't want to get up yet. Another bark. "Alfie, it's okay." I called out from my bedroom. Alfie was a nearly 2-year-old dog with a lot of anxiety, which was probably intensified by my personality. He was not accustomed to being around new people, which led to me taking him out for early morning walks. Selfishly, I was hoping he had just seen a person walking by the house or something. And then he barked again. Guess I won't be going back to sleep. The houses in that area backed onto a small grove and a public park with 2 baseball diamonds side by side, followed by a tennis court and a playground. It was flanked by the back of a plaza to the west. There was a path that went between the diamonds and led to the playground. We were making our way through the trees towards the path. I let out a yawn and I rubbed my eyes. Bang! A loud metallic noise greeted us from the west. I expected Alfie to start barking, so I firmly gripped the leash, but he seemed unfazed and generally happy to be outside. Alfie stopped by a tree and lifted his leg, just as I would be able to get a clear view of where that sound came from. I glanced to my right, and behind the plaza there was a man pacing in front of a large dumpster. He stood tall and looked like he was in great shape, but something about the way that he was walking made me think he was older, possibly elderly. He wore a dark paddy cap and a black windbreaker with light beige khakis. He was carrying something, a club, or maybe a bat. He stopped suddenly and struck the dumpster with it. Bang! Alfie's bark startled me. I bent down and tried to calm him down, despite not being entirely able to calm myself. "It's okay, Alf. It's okay." He looked at me and he tilted his head sideways. I gave him a head rub. "Freaking dog," I muttered to myself with a chuckle as I started to relax. As I stood up, my body reminded me how stiff it was. I took a deep breath and I leaned back to stretch, noticing the morning dew was on the leaves above. When I came back to the present, my heart skipped a beat. The man was looking at me. I immediately looked away and pulled on Alfie's leash, guiding him forward to the path. My mind was racing with anxiety. What the heck? Is he watching me? He has a weapon? What does he want? Okay, I'm overreacting. Just relax, breathe. I focused on my breathing and I kept moving. We walked along the path for a few minutes before Alfie stopped to pee again. I took a deep breath and I glanced back to the plaza. He was gone. See? Nothing to worry about, I told myself and turned back to Alfie. He turned around facing me, but his gaze was set back from where we came. I turned around and my eyes went wide. Oh man. The guy was walking along the baseball diamond towards the area of the grove that we had come from. Maybe he's going home, I thought. My attempt to be optimistic wasn't working this time, though. I kept watching as he walked along the fence. He was coming up towards the corner where the grove and the path met. Come on, turn left and go home. He turned right. He was headed in our direction with his eyes set on us. I had a better view on him. He was definitely older, probably in his 60s. He moved as if his years hadn't caught up with him yet, and he was gripping an aluminum baseball bat. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. I looked down at Alfie and suddenly felt very protective. I took a breath and I looked back at the man. "What do you want?" I shouted. He didn't respond. Judging by his blank expression, I wasn't sure if he even had heard me. "Look, man, you're creeping me out. Back off." Nothing. He kept walking. I tugged on the leash to let Alfie know that it was time we needed to move. We started walking quickly away from him. "It's gonna be all right. We're going home," I said out loud, mostly to myself. Alfie came bouncing beside me as if he took on a light jog to keep up. I looked ahead to the park hoping to see if there were any other people, but it was completely empty. We were approaching the tennis court. The baseball diamond and the tennis court were separated by a grassy path with bleachers and a sitting area for the team. I looked back and the man was still coming, but he was falling behind. He couldn't keep up with our pace. "Screw you," I muttered to myself and I let my jaw unclench. I guided Alfie to the right, towards the bleachers. I noticed Alfie was panting. He deserved a break. I scooped him up into my arms. "You're such a good boy," I told him. Going between the diamond and the tennis court would lead me directly to the plaza. If I could walk around the front, I'd be able to get us home quickly. Walking as fast as I could with Alfie in my arms was more taxing than I expected. As I stepped off the grass and onto the pavement behind the plaza, I put him back down. Bang! I swung around and saw that the man was no longer following us. He was standing between the bleachers, with the bat resting up against his shoulders. He was still staring at us, and the grimacing look on his face gave me chills. I turned away to walk home, and the old man drifted out of my sight and to never be seen again. This happened a good 20 plus years ago, and I'd forgotten about it until today. I think it's a good reminder that sometimes the most unexpected things can happen when you least expect it. This event really made me feel like I couldn't be safe anywhere, and caused me to be hyper-vigilant every time I left my house, and that feeling stayed with me for a long time afterwards. Also, a trigger warning, this involves assault of a sexual nature. It was winter time about 11 in the morning, and I was standing at a bus stop. This bus stop was in a mini mall, where there was a bigger department store, a dollar store, and another little shop. I was going to try to catch the bus to my brand new job, and that day it was going to be my very first day at the new shop, so I was excited and nervous and definitely wanted to make a good impression. While I was waiting for the bus, I realized I was a good 15 minutes early, and also that I had forgotten my gloves, and it was bitterly cold out, and my hands were freezing. But I only had a couple of dollars on me, so I figured it would be the cheapest to buy new gloves at the dollar store. When I went into the store, it was quite big, but there was no other people in there yet, besides the older Asian man behind the front counter. He gave me a big smile and came around the corner to stand next to me. I asked him where the gloves were located, and he said, "I'll show you." As soon as he said this, he laughed, grabbed my left hand with his right hand, and started bringing me towards the back of the store. The back of the store had a display table with some things on it, toys I think. On the wall behind the table was a section with winter items on it, and just to the right of that is a door that says, "Employees Only." Everything happened very fast. When he grabbed my hand and started bringing me towards the back, I just kind of awkwardly laughed because he was laughing, and I just thought he was being overly friendly and he was trying to be super helpful. I had also been in the store a couple times before this, and both times the same guy was there. He was ringing up people and he was always very happy, smiling, laughing with every customer he interacted with. I never got any weird vibes any other time that I was in there. So just as we got back to the area, out of nowhere, it turns from him holding my hand into clamping around my wrist very hard. His hand reaches over and grabs me ridiculously hard. He twists my chest and starts trying to push me towards the employee's door. I could not believe how fast everything had changed and had happened. I'm so happy I had worn my boots that day, because the only thing I could do was to kick him in the shin and try to pull away from him. He went back and forth with me trying to get away from him while he tried to get a hold of my arm tighter, and while also trying to push me towards the door, while I still tried to land my kicks. In this, he lost his balance and started to fall into the display table, and then I was able to get my arm away, and I just took off running as fast as I could. I ran into the back of the big store. They had customer service where other people were and phones. I used the store's phone to call my mom because I don't know why. I was confused. Should I call the cops? I was trying to figure out what just happened while also realizing, crap, I missed the bus and I'm going to screw up my first day at the job. I did call the cops though, after I got off the phone with my mom, who came to get me. The way I looked at it was, okay, I was all right, but what if I had not been so lucky? What if this guy does this to somebody else and they don't get away? What if something even worse could have happened? Or already did? This happened in broad daylight on a weekday morning, so this could happen to anybody. They arrested him, and we had to go down to the station to give my statement. About a week later, there's an article in the newspaper that they arrested 5 people that owned that dollar store because they had apparently been setting up these dollar stores for a few weeks as a front for some shady stuff. And then they would close it down, wait a month or two, go to a different county, and open another one. Like I said in the beginning of this messed with me for quite a while after that. I didn't feel safe when I left my house. I just wanted to buy a pair of gloves that day, and it's a shame that that one guy had to ruin that. I grew up in Ohio in the 70s, and me and my childhood friend Joe were outside all the time when we could manage it. Joe lived on a farm that bordered a pretty big forest, and my parents would drop me off in the morning and we would stay in the woods all weekend. We had only come out for school. We left pretending we were frontiersmen. We would build shelters, traps, practice making fire with sticks, the whole 9 yards. When we got to be in high school, we got this notion to pull a Stand By Me. This was based on the movie of the same name that had just come out. The idea was that we would walk the railroad tracks out in the country, but instead of looking for a dead body, we would find cool bridges to fish from and camp a little ways off the tracks. Of course we knew this was dangerous, and we would likely be trespassing, but we were kids. We had a lot of fun. We did find beautiful rivers. We discovered bridges that nobody went to. We fished, and we hid from trains. At night we camped in the woods just near the tracks, and made small hidden fires. Nothing bad ever happened. It was idyllic. In fact, it was so fun that we did it multiple times. Never had a problem. After high school, me and Joe went our own ways. We both left home, but always stayed in touch and always tried to coordinate visits, so we would see each other occasionally. One summer in the mid-90s, it worked out that we were both in town for about a week. We would do stuff with the family during the day, and at night we would either catch drinks at a bar or sit outside of Joe's house around a fire and talk about the old days. One night Joe and I started talking about our Stand By Me trips. Nostalgia and beer are one hell of a mix, so we decided to take a day, walk the rails, camp one night, and walk home. The day came. We started out early morning. We had my wife drop us off in our old spot where we used to start, right outside our hometown. She thought this was absolutely crazy and made sure to mention it. When she pulled away, Joe suggested that instead of walking the usual route, we would take the opposite direction, just to be adventurous. We knew the land well, and we had a map, so I gave a, "what the hell," and off we set. The day went fine. It was fun and a little bit sad, but in a good way. We found a bridge and we sat on the edge, smoked a joint and moved on. We had no fishing gear, but we brought some canned food and other stuff. Before the night started setting in, we picked a spot to camp out. It was a thick, forested area, trees on every side of the train tracks, so that you felt like you were in a tunnel. We had brought small hammocks to sleep on, but before we set them up, we decided to do a little scouting of the perimeter. Now this is what we would do in the old days too. We would walk the area a little bit to make sure some dude's house wasn't just over the hill, and we were actually camping in their yard. We walked maybe 100 feet or so into the woods, and up a small incline. We figured if we didn't see anything from on top of this short hill, we would be fine. But when we got to the top, we saw an old building down at the bottom, about 100 yards into the woods. It was barely visible. We pondered over what to do. We both assumed it was a sugar shack or something, because there didn't appear to be a clear road into it. From where we were, there didn't look to be anyone there either. All was quiet, no movement could be seen, no lights. We decided to walk a little closer just to make sure. We came down the hill very slowly, and as we neared the building, we saw it wasn't a sugar shack at all. It was an old church. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. It was a squat, sagging building whose wooden planks were almost black from years of moss and rot. A cross still stood at the top of the place, also weathered black. None of the windows had glass, and there were no doors, just open doorways. We got close enough to see inside. There were rows of pews, and a built-up section in front of the preacher to stand. We didn't go all the way in. We didn't want to. Beyond all of that, there was no sign of anyone else. No footprints, no paths, no roads. It was an abandoned church. We left immediately and went back up the hill to our spot that we had picked to camp. Having a hill between us and the church made us feel better, but we were still a little bit uneasy. We chalked it up to the natural creepiness seeing a church in the middle of the woods would elicit. Besides, at this point it was dusk, and we just decided to rig up our hammocks and go to sleep and move on at early morning. Night set in, and as we lay in our hammocks and start talking, we began to hear something in the direction of the church. Our conversation about it went a little bit like this. "Do you hear that? What is that?" "It sounds like people singing." And it did sound just like singing. We both slid right out of our hammocks and hunkered down, straining to hear more. We listened for a minute or two, and the singing continued, but it wasn't getting louder. Finally, we decided to creep back up the hill and see if we could spy where the sound was coming from. We could still move very quietly in the woods from the old days. It was second nature to us. The moon was barely out, but it provided enough light so you wouldn't have to walk right into a tree, but it was near pitch black. We didn't use flashlights as we crept slowly up the hill, and we didn't talk. When we got to the top, we saw a light in the distance. It was coming from the church, and the singing was coming from inside. Joe and I put our heads close together and had a hushed conversation that boiled down to, "Can you believe this?" The light looked to be a candlelight from the way it flickered, and though we tried, we couldn't make out what was being sung. It sounded like church music, but in a different language. We sat and watched for a while, trying to see who was there, but we only saw the occasional shadows. We had no intention of getting close either. We had about a football field length between us, and we aimed to keep it that way. The singing continued for a bit, but then it stopped. After that, a booming male voice began to chant. I was already freaked out, but this voice thoroughly scared the crap out of me. It sounded like some Old Testament preacher that you would see in movies. But again, it was like he was speaking in a different language, because we could not understand a single word. Eventually, it got to where the singing male voice would say something, and then a bunch of voices would answer in song. This lasted for a while, and then they all broke into this long, sustained wail that just kept getting louder. It got so loud and so disturbing that I covered my ears, and then it stopped. At this point, I was just getting ready to say, "Let's get out of here," when Joe put a hand on my shoulder and hissed, "They're coming out." We were far enough away that we couldn't make them out really well, but what we could see was a line of figures walk out the open doorway, all holding hands in single file. We could see some of them had flashlights. They began to sing again, and the light from the flashlights began to move towards us and the hill. We booked it back down to our campsite, grabbed our stuff, and ran to the tracks. Once there, we ran down the tracks in the direction that we had come from. After a few minutes, we stopped and looked back. We saw the lights coming down the hill. They were moving erratically, like whoever was holding them was shaking them. We continued to run in spurts and walk as fast as we could. We eventually stopped seeing the lights and came to a road. By our map, we knew a small town was about 15 minutes down, and we walked there, got to a 24-hour gas station, and called my wife to come pick us up. My wife and other friends all just thought it was some kids messing around, but I heard those voices, and they sure didn't sound like kids to me. Not sure who those people were, but it was definitely the creepiest thing that had ever happened to me out in the woods. This happened when I was 19. I had gone to spend the day with my grandfather and to help him around his home. Stuff I usually did when I'm not working and I had the time. Well, this day specifically, he needed to go to a friend of his and have him look at some security cameras for him. They needed to be rewired or something. His friend was a wizard with tech, so I drove him there and I was going to stick around till he wanted me to leave. Knowing my grandfather, that wouldn't be till later in the night. Got there maybe around 12, which meant that we would probably be leaving by 8 p.m. or so, which again is fine. I liked his friend, sweet old guy. However, this time, his friend's son was there, a man that I'd never met before this time. To preface, I'm a rather curvy woman. I'm used to comments about it. However, I'm not used to my body being the first subject when I just met somebody. Right off the bat, this man says, "Oh wow, you're hotter than your grandpa said." I thought he was joking, so I laughed a little bit, and I just followed my grandfather inside. Thinking this guy would leave me alone, I joined my grandpa and his friend in a conversation. Well, his son decides it's okay for him to sit next to me and try to wrap his arm around my waist. So keep this in mind, I am tiny, under 5 feet, but I have a 0 tolerance for being touched or messed with without my consent, so this did not go over well with me. I removed his hand from me and I get up to move. Immediately he says, "Really? You're just going to ignore me?" He sounded like a child, honestly. I ignore him for what feels like hours, but was probably only 30 minutes or so, until it's decided that we would go to a store down the street, about 10 minutes away. So me, my grandfather, and this piece of crap jump into my car. I didn't want him to go, but his father asked me to let him come. The whole car ride, he's talking about boobs and butts, and how I have a nice figure. My grandpa thinks it's hilarious, until he sees that I'm visibly uncomfortable and angry. Now, I'm not proud of this because it was dangerous, but he called me crazy, so I showed him crazy. We get to the little entrance of the store, dirt road, no other cars. I wasn't planning on getting out of the car, but he was going to stay behind to keep me company, so I got out and had a smoke. About 10 minutes later, my grandfather comes back with what he needed, and we head back to his friends. I asked the guy to step out while I spoke to my grandfather, told my grandpa I was dropping him off, and explained how upset I was that he wasn't standing up for me when he could see how visibly upset it was making me. He said he understood and he apologized. I go home about an hour later, and I get a call and assume it's my grandpa wanting to be picked up. It's around 2 or 3 p.m. at this point. So I answer, and it's my grandpa as expected, but he's telling me that this piece of crap is gone and that I can come back to hang out. So I did. Everything was fine for around 2 hours. Piece of crap comes stumbling through the gate, drunk as a skunk and extra stupid. I immediately get uncomfortable and I go silent. I sit there and hope that he would just ignore me and take his drunk self inside. But nope, not my luck. He kind of slouches in front of me and goes, "Ah, baby, I knew you'd be back. You missed me, huh?" And he grabs my face. I froze in place. I know I must have looked like a deer in the headlights because it made him go even harder. He tried to kiss me, and all of a sudden he's on the ground. I guess my grandpa had enough and he pushed him over. He was drunk enough. It was easy. My grandfather had me sit beside him. We were only going to be there for an hour or more, and Drunky was too out of it to do anything else. We thought, at least, and we were wrong. He manages to get up and waits until my grandfather has moved from my side to go get our cigarettes from the car. Then the drunk guy proceeds to sit himself on my lap and starts dancing, moving his butt. I don't know what he was doing. Either way, I was not having it, and I finally went off. I started screaming, bloody murder, and hitting him. I punched him so hard that my hand hurt the next day. My grandfather comes back to hear me absolutely losing my crap and punching this piece of crap as hard as I can. He manages to drag me away and get us out of there to the car. This idiot throws a full can of beer at the car and is pissed that he got beat up by a girl. Keep in mind this happened over a span of around 6 hours, so I had a full day to build up and to finally reach a breaking point. My mother once told me a story that jolted me to the bone. My mother Anna had an older sister named Francie. Francie was 3 years older than her. Back in those days, if my aunt wanted to go anywhere, she had to bring along her younger sister. Now my aunt was the clubbing type of lady. She would doll my mom up so that she would appear older. That way they could both get into the clubs. My mom was an introvert and didn't really like the whole club scene. Her sister would beg her and eventually convince her to go. One night in particular, she had really wanted to hit up this new club. My mom tried to tell her she didn't want to go, but my Aunt Francie bullied her until my mother bent and decided to go. The club was filled with sleazy drunks and the smell of sweat and alcohol. Needless to say, my mother wanted out. She begged my Aunt Francie to leave, but no luck, no budging. My aunt was caught up in the grasp of a not as nearly handsome in the daylight clubber. So my mom, feeling just stuck, had enough, and she decided to risk her chances and walk home. Their house was a 20-minute journey on foot, but the idea of staying another second in that club was an unbearable thought. So she headed out, her sister not even knowing she left. It's 1 a.m. in the morning, and she was only 14. As she was walking, she noticed a car creeping alongside of her. The window rolled down, and inside the vehicle were 2 men in their mid-20s. "Hey girl," one said, "do you know what time it is?" She ignored them and continued walking, but at a faster rate than before. The guy then said, "Hey, you need a ride home? It's not safe walking out in the middle of the night alone." So as an unwitty 14-year-old, she said, "Okay," and got into the car with these 2 guys. She told them her house was only 10 minutes down the street, so they drove. They ended up taking a detour down towards the train tracks, the complete opposite way of her house. The men stopped their car and whispered to one another. Growing frantic, yells out, "You guys ready? My family's expecting me home soon." She then fibs in favor of frightening them to take her home. "My dad works at the police station. He probably was already looking for me." The men stare back at the car and ask her, "Is he a police officer?" She replies, "Yeah, something like that." The men drive her to the corner of where her house was. They then say to her, "Glad we could take you back home safely."
She scrambled clumsily off the car and runs towards her house. She couldn't see it from the back seat, but there was a horde of police cars outside of her house. When she walked up, her parents grabbed her and hugged her. She explained what had happened and how she just wanted to go home. With the police in view, my grandfather turned and slapped my Aunt Francie. The police didn't even wince. They had also heard the story and probably felt like the slap was just. Thinking of what could have been brings the hairs on my neck to a raise. Why did they go to the train tracks? What were they talking about? Did the comment of my father, who in actuality was a construction worker, being an officer, save her life? I'll never know, but I'm glad it turned out the way it did.
This happened when I was about 6 or 7 years old, but it's something that I've never forgotten. My dad belonged to a karate group, and every year during the summer, members from the association would get together in the mountains at a camp, participate in different martial arts workshops, and have a good time. The property that this was held at was a private property and owned by the person who had started the association. The camp would only last about 3 to 4 days before everybody went home. It was common for people to bring their spouses, their kids, and pretty much the entire family. So my dad always took me with him, and we camped out in a tent. My mom would stay home. My dad would just let me run free during the day, since everybody knew each other. I usually stayed fairly close, playing in the woods or playing with other kids, and I often checked in with my dad throughout the day. While the property was several acres, it was also fenced in, and I was left with specific instructions to never go beyond the fence. One year we were camping, and before leaving for a workshop, he told me to make sure that the tent flap was closed, and to not leave it open if I left, so somebody wouldn't get the bright idea to steal something. Pretty much everybody at camp knew each other, and for the most part were decent people, but still to be on the safe side. I agreed, and he left to join some of the other members while I hung out in the tent. It wasn't long before I got bored of sitting in the tent and decided to take a walk in the woods. As I was leaving, I decided to leave the tent flap open about halfway and my Siamese cat stuffed animal inside. There were some other tents around the area, but there was no one around, or so I thought, because everybody was busy with the workshops and I figured it would be okay. I wasn't gone more than an hour when I got back to the tent, and although nothing was out of place, I could immediately tell that something was off. I looked around, and to my dismay, I could see that my stuffed Siamese cat was gone. I was heartbroken. Where could he be? Clearly somebody stole him. On a mission to find my stuffed animal and the person who took him, I stepped out of the tent, and this is when I saw him. Sitting just inside the opening of his tent, not too far from ours, was a man with a mustache holding my cat. He sat there and waved at me. I stood there and stared at him, not knowing what to do. Like so many others, I was raised to be polite, and to always be nice, just to be nice. So normally I would have gone over to him to see what he wanted and get my cat back. This time I had a sick feeling deep in my gut that if I did that, I would never see my family ever again. He beckoned me to come over to him and tilted my stuffed animal in his hands. I had an internal struggle going on inside of me at that moment. Should I go tell somebody that this man stole my stuffed animal? I was afraid that I would get yelled at if I did. I also knew that I couldn't let this man take my stuffed animal from me. Finally, I gathered up the courage, and I ran full tilt towards the man. I grabbed the stuffed animal from his hands, and ran past him with a fury until I found a trusted adult. I never told my dad or anyone at the camp about what happened. It wasn't until recently that I mentioned to my dad for the first time what happened that day, and concerned, he asked why I never said anything. He also said that the description of the man with the mustache did not match any of the descriptions of anyone that he knew within the association. He told me that I should have told him, or somebody else, and that what would have happened is that about 20 angry martial arts experts would have kicked that guy's butt. To this day, I still have a Siamese stuffed animal, and both of my kids have also played with him at some point. He is known as the stuffed animal that my mom rescued from the creepy man who stole him. While I don't regret running and grabbing my kitty from the man, I do regret not telling somebody about him. He clearly didn't belong at the karate camp, and he had bad intentions. I often wonder about how many other people he would have done a similar thing to if I had told somebody. That guy might be sitting in jail instead of doing who knows what to others. so I hope I never see that creepy perverted stuffed animal thief again. "2012 was not a kind year to me. I lost my grandfather on 3/16, and then my boyfriend of 3 years decided to break up with me 10 days later in my grandparents' house. Late April, I decided to do what most mid-20-somethings do. I set up a dating profile. I talked to a few people, one of whom was the creepy EMT who, for the rest of the story, I will refer to as Noah. Noah was, if you haven't figured it out, an EMT. He lived about 15 to 20 minutes away from me. Initially, things were great. We had great conversations. We had a lot in common. We texted all the time. He seemed like a genuinely kind, caring, wonderful person. So after about 2 to 3 weeks of calling and texting, we decided to meet. The actual date itself wasn't bad. We went to the movies and then went for coffee. It was after that date that things started spiraling. Suddenly Noah is in love with me, and suddenly Noah wants to marry me. Suddenly he can't wait to tell our kids our love story like How I Met Your Mother. He told me we were like Romeo and Juliet, that we were destined to be together. Every conversation we had for 7 days after that one date was like that. It creeped me out. He went from this sweet guy to this overbearing, forcing marriage and kids down my throat. We barely knew each other, but it gets worse. I decided that I'm going to lay him down easy. I tried to treat people the way I would like to be treated, but in hindsight, I realized that this was not the way to do it. I invited him out to the subway by my apartment. I was trying to tell him how I wasn't over my breakup, how I wasn't ready to move on to a serious relationship and definitely wasn't ready for marriage. He took this as I just wanted to casually date him, and he took the position of he will wait for me, and it gets worse from here. Somehow, we wound up at my apartment. It was so awkward and uncomfortable. He kept trying to make out with me, despite me telling him no. So he would stop, mess around with one of my cats, and then try again. At one point, I moved to the recliner, thinking that would stop him. Nope. Noah took that as an invitation to sit on my lap and try to kiss me. Yeah, that's right. You heard that correctly. Thankfully, my sister, who was also my roommate, called, needing to be picked up from work. But the story isn't over yet. That night, or maybe the next, I decided to message him on Facebook. I tell him what a wonderful guy he is, how any woman would be lucky to have him, but I wasn't ready to be in a relationship, and I wasn't going to be seeing him anymore. This led to a barrage of messages from him about how he loved me. How could I do this to him? We have something special. Then, when he realized that I wasn't budging, it turned to how he knew I was just like all the other women. He started calling me degrading names. Then, when that didn't work, he pulled out the whole suicide card. But it wasn't any run-of-the-mill threat. Noah here told me that he was going to get really drunk on margaritas and drown himself in his bathtub. Not knowing if the dude was legit or not, I called a welfare check on him. You might be thinking that this is the end of the story, but it's not. About a month later, he saw me at the local community college. He followed me all over campus. A mutual friend sent me screenshots from his Facebook, where he talked about how he saw me and how he should have raped me when he had the chance. His friends were agreeing with him. It was chilling, but somehow still this is not the end of the story. In the fall of 2012, I took a job with a local outpatient mental health clinic as a receptionist. A few months later, a girl named Rose started at a different office. Next thing I know, there are these rumors about me and how I broke Noah's heart, how I cheated on him, and how I can't be trusted. People I never met were talking about me in my dating life. Eventually, Rose came to our office and Noah was there all the time. He was always staring, always following, always being creepy. I dealt with him until December 2014 when I left the clinic. Thankfully, I haven't seen him since, and Rose, if you're still with him, I hope you're safe. Please be forewarned. This is the type of story that makes your skin crawl in a way that makes you beg for it to be untrue. I wish that was the case. I'm 34 years old. I'm a petty officer in the United States Navy and was stationed at Pearl Harbor. When we got our orders, my wife was excited to move to Hawaii. Tropical beaches, endless summers. How could we not love life? Besides, it was a great opportunity to get our boys, ages 10 and 13, outdoors and away from their Xbox every now and then. I had recently remarried. My wife is gorgeous, 35 years old. a blonde bombshell. We had met in high school journalism. She was the editor of the school paper, and I took the class because I thought it was an easy A. When we were in our 20s, she had been a model, mostly promotional work and music videos, but some more prestigious things like Playboy and print ads. At that time, I was a touring rock musician. It took us years to finally end up together, but here we were living in our best lives in paradise until last September. In early September of 2019, my wife was away at a retreat, and I had to return home urgently for a family emergency. Something was off, and we both could sense it. We all decided to return home early, so we got on a military flight as soon as one became available. By the time our flight landed, we were exhausted. Fortunately, we lived in a privatized military housing just outside the base. However, as we drove up to our house, we noticed my bicycle sitting in front of our garage. You left your bike outside. Were you getting some exercise before you left? I hadn't even touched my bike since we moved to Hawaii. Something was wrong. I instructed the kids to stay behind the car and immediately unlocked and slid our garage door open. The garage was trashed. It was apparent that we had been robbed. The kids were now standing outside of the car. It had been a long flight, and they needed to use the restroom. I yelled at them nervously to get in the car and rushed to the front door. I slid the key into the front door and began to push it open to find a tall, dark figure peering through the crack and holding it shut. Jet-lagged and tired, I wondered if I had the wrong house. My wife began screaming at him, "What are you doing in our house?" And I came to my senses and I pushed the door open. It was a complete stranger. We had no idea who he was or what he was doing there. He was a Puerto Rican male in his early 20s, about 5'11", with short brown hair. "This is my house. You have the wrong house," he insisted as he attempted to shut the door on me. He was wearing my clothes and my shoes. "What did you do to my cat?" My wife continued to interrogate the man who stood in the doorway, preventing us from getting in. I rushed and grabbed an 8-pound sledgehammer from the garage, the only thing we had available for our defense. I screamed at the man to get out of the house as my wife yelled for the neighbors to help. They just stared as I confronted the man with the sledgehammer, the kids standing on the lawn, but nobody called. I yelled at them once again to get back in the car and lock the doors, and this time they promptly did. Finally, my wife was able to get a hold of her cell phone and call the cops. "There's a man in our house. We don't know who he is. Please help." Within a few minutes, several cops arrived. I threw down the sledgehammer and yelled to the officers and pointed at the intruder. As they searched our home, we gave the police our statements, and the intruder was arrested for burglary. After the home was cleared, we were instructed to take the kids somewhere safe and do an inventory check to identify what was damaged or missing. We were completely shaken up. It took a couple hours to drop the kids off and compose ourselves before we returned. Our home was completely trashed. It was demoralizing. All of our belongings were thrown around our house. Pictures and items that were stored in boxes in the garage were taken out and put on display. He had even built a dog kennel that was in storage and locked up our cat and tried to turn it vegan, feeding him only dried mangoes and water. I waded through the kitchen. It smelled. There were pots and pans filled with human feces, urine, and God only knows what else. My wife called me from our bedroom upstairs. "James, you need to come look at this now." On our bed, an old MacBook was open next to my combat knife and various other personal objects. The Omnivore Trials, a rehabilitation for rat-like people. The stranger had left about a dozen pages of notes on our old computer. These notes detailed my wife and kids as his test subjects, stating that they were a species called omnivores, and he planned to surgically alter them to become a new species called Ezekiels. We searched our other devices. The web history revealed that he had viewed videos on how to surgically remove an arm, perform anal reconstruction surgery, and perform gender reassignment surgery. He detailed his notes, his plan to neuter my wife, and now he had been watching my children play in the backyard. His desired outcome was for them to be transgendered. He wrote that his transformation was painful, but he hoped they would be receptive, and he saw them as some of the most beautiful creatures he had seen. He believed that he was going to make them even more beautiful. He even wrote an entry about how he believed a child is the Antichrist, and that child was meant to reveal to the world the wrongdoings of government and the evils of society. His grotesque and bizarre obsession with my kids had us deeply concerned. With the entire house trashed, he actually managed to clean the kids' bedroom. He placed a photo of them that was originally downstairs on the TV stand in their room. It made us sick to our stomachs. He listed the surgical equipment he would need, researched medications, and attempted to get a hospital bed. I paced around the house furiously while my wife was in a panic. As I glanced down at the kitchen counter, I noticed condiment cups with a liquid inside that had post-it notes, which read, "Omnivore's eye drops," and "Omnivore skin," which were to the side of various prescription medications. He had made serums to drug us. I called my chief, and he instructed us to lock ourselves in the car and call the police. When the police arrived, they told us there was nothing they could do. They would not take the computer or the drug serums as evidence. Naturally, we were upset. As I showed him the notes on the computer, we noticed he had recorded a video as well. It was a 47-minute transformation video that discussed the cosmetic portion of his trials and went along with his manifesto. At this time, our neighbor came out and stated to the police that on Friday the 13th, she had made a call to security and had witnessed a domestic disturbance between him and a woman. The police noted that there was a female suspect still at large. We insisted to the police that they needed to take this evidence in the home and that additional charges needed to be filed. "He's already charged with a felony. What more do you want?" This set off me and my wife, and I began to berate the police officer and his partner for their incompetence. Our bedroom, furniture, and clothing were destroyed. There were bottles of urine placed randomly throughout the house. Various items were stained with what appeared to be semen, and there was feces smeared on the bed and some chairs. With that, and the blatant threats left in his notes, how could they not see that this wasn't merely a burglary? Eventually we calmed down and the officer suggested that we emailed the detective digital copies of the notes, and along with the screenshots of the web history during the time the intruder was in the home. Unsafe, violated, angry, we left the house as we did not feel it was okay to return with a suspect still at large. Unfortunately, the privatized military housing company refused to provide us with an alternate safe housing, so the four of us spent the next few days sleeping on sofas at various people's houses. The following week, we received a phone call from the victim's advocate at the prosecuting attorney's office. The intruder had been placed on supervised release without bail. Naturally, he violated the terms of his release and burglarized a Buddhist study center and was committed to a state hospital. He has now been deemed unfit to stand trial. And for your own sake, Mr. Intruder, let's hope that we never meet again. So I have a golden retriever, Irish setter mix. She was the runt, so she's pretty small. For reference, I'm about 5'9", and she comes up just below my knees. Throughout the 4 years I've had her, I think she's saved my life a couple of times. She's a silent pup, always has been. Even as a puppy, she's never barked or growled. The first time she did either, she was almost a year old. I'm 15 now, so I was 11 to 12 back then. I was home alone. My little brother had a concert and I was sick. I'm hanging out in the living room, watching TV. I can see the front door from the couch. So a car pulled into the driveway and somebody came to the door. They didn't knock or anything. I could see their outline in the window. There was a curtain so they couldn't see in, and I couldn't see them. My dog, named Molly, started at the door. The person leaves, or so I thought, but Molly still is staring. Then their outline comes back. I hadn't made a noise, and the TV was practically silent. I don't think they knew I was there. Molly starts the ground. At first I didn't even realize it was her until the doorknob started to jiggle, and she lost it, barking and growling. I was terrified. It scared off whoever it was, though. I heard the car leave, and Molly immediately calmed down. She was still acting weary, though. The second time I think she saved me was when I was 14. It was a few days after my birthday, and I was thinking in the park with her. It was really cold out, so there wasn't many people. I was just sitting on a swing, holding her lead and letting her sniff about. I saw some guys enter the playground area, all in their late 30s and 40s, no kids with them. I thought it was weird, but my neighborhood is relatively safe, so I just ignored them. The minute they walked in, Molly got defensive. She was standing right next to me, softly grunting. I trusted her, so I got up to go. If Molly acts weird, there's a good reason. I feel the guys watch me. Nothing happened after, but something might have if I stayed. By now you should know I have a terrible intuition. I rely on others for that. I can't read a situation to save my life. You should also know Molly is a sweetheart and never acts like this any other time. The last one has me super freaked out. 3 months ago I was walking around town with Molly. Of course, I bring her everywhere. I go to walk to the station. I know the guy who works there. He's cool despite being my dad's age. We walk in and I start talking with him. We'll call him Z. So Z loves Molly a lot. He always has treats for her and gives us free ice cream. Z is like a second dad to me. He has great advice, plus my real dad is kind of crappy. We're just chatting and a lady comes up to the counter. Molly doesn't react at all, not bad or good. This is something she's never done. I brush it off. After all, Z is petting her. The lady asks for a tobacco product. I don't remember which kind. I make a joke and Z laughs as he is reaching for what the lady asked. I guess she didn't find it funny because she starts yelling at us. She seems to have thought I was older than what I am and that Z is my boyfriend, which no. And she went on about how it's wrong to be with somebody young and vice versa. For context, I'll call Z Gummy Bear or Sugar. I call most of my friends similar pet names like Darling, Sweetheart. It's just a thing I do. Molly sort of body slams this lady's leg. She stumbles and continues yelling, but now she's pulled something out of her purse. Z goes pale, and I can't see from where I'm at, but both him and Molly can. I know it could be possibly a knife or something, so I race around the counter and I grab my dog. Z threatens to call the police and she leaves. I go to walk home, but Molly won't leave the store. Z says I should wait and he'll drive me home. I do that, and just before we leave I see the lady cross the street. She's gone now. It's a small town and she doesn't live here. So my dog ultimately saved my life several times. Some man would smoke near the door of my workplace and try to open the door while I was there alone. I can't say what my job was, because what I did was literally the name of the company, but it had something to do with law and a small basement office. This office had 2 main rooms and a bathroom. The boss worked in the room in the back, while the rest of us, 3 in total, worked in the front. This wasn't a place where clients came and met with us. It was just where we got work done on computers and packages sent before leaving. Oftentimes I worked alone for the last 3 hours, which in reality was awesome. I got to listen to whatever I wanted to, sing and get stuff done on the computer, and occasionally my boss would come to pick something up or get a bit more work done. And on this day he did, but he came in with an older gentleman that I did not recognize. My boss explained to me that the man was a customer from one of the companies on the top floor, and he left only to realize he really needed to go to the bathroom and asked to use ours. My boss stuck around near my desk until the man left and then got to work. As I continued to work, I began to cough and wheeze a little bit. Breathing became painful, and at first I didn't know why, until I gradually got a whiff of smoke, cigarette smoke. None of my coworkers smoked, and I don't know if I'm allergic or intolerant to cigarette smoke, but I instantly feel ill whenever I begin breathing it in. I shrugged it off and watched my breathing, being sure nothing bad was happening to me. And not soon after my boss grabbed his coat and began to leave, he said, "Your coworker will be coming in a bit just to pick some stuff up." And as he opened the door, the scent of smoke burst through, and on the ground were cigarette butts, from what he said. Thus he continued with, "And let's have you lock the door behind me too." I couldn't agree more. That was creepy. But if it was the man who used our bathroom, it wasn't too strange to assume he would hunker at the bottom of the stairs to take in some smoke before leaving. When my boss left, I made extra sure that the door was locked before continuing with my work. Another hour had passed by, about an hour and a half remaining of work, when I began to smell smoke again. My heart sank as I turned my eyes to the door and quietly got up from my chair. I usually took off my shoes at work. Like I said, we didn't have any clients coming in there. We were pretty relaxed when it came to wardrobe. But even with them off, I tiptoed over to the door and pressed my ear against it. I did not hear anything at first. However, the scent of smoke was very prominent. Even as a married woman, I was still fairly young at the time and just didn't know what to do. For one reason or another, I decided to just go back to my desk and wait until my coworker got there. Not 10 more minutes in, though, I heard this click-click sound. It was subtle, and I had to look around to spot where it was coming from. It was the doorknob of our office. Where I sat, I could see it just jerk back and forth slightly. The person was doing it slowly, as I'm sure they were trying to be quiet. By this point, I called up my coworker to come sooner. In some ways, I felt safe. I was locked in an area after all, but who knows? After calling him, though, the scent began to diminish, and the doorknob stopped moving. I tried to listen for someone going up the stairs. I didn't hear anything for a long while, until I heard somebody coming down them. It was my coworker. He came in and said, "There's about 10 cigarette butts out here." I explained further what had happened as he came in and locked the door behind himself. I also explained the man who had come in to use the bathroom prior. Like I said, I couldn't be sure if they were the same person. There wasn't much to take from the offices. The computers were fairly old. You would not at all get a good chunk of money from them, and everything else was paper. We weren't at all a place that kept money around. So if it was him, I can't fathom what he saw, that he would feel the need to come back and steal. My coworker somewhat brushed it off. He figured that the person was gone, all was fine, and went to pick up what he needed to. He ended up staying for a while. I'm not sure why. Perhaps he felt like he needed to, because as I began finally finishing up my work, the smell of smoke came back. My coworker and I looked at each other, almost as a way to confirm that we both smelled it. The click-clacking of our computer stopped, and we just waited, and waited, and waited. We didn't take our eyes off of each other as the click-click-click came back. I just didn't want to deal with this, and I wanted to go home as soon as possible, but I shirked out the thought of walking out there. My coworker was far more fed up. He stood and stomped to the door, unlocked it, and opened it. There was a man there. I didn't get a good look at him. I saw him raise his arm, freeze, and then he disappeared and sprinted up the stairs. My coworker walked me to my car soon after, told our boss about it, and we made a rule that we always lock the door from that point on, especially me, because after that day, every now and then, I would smell smoke and hear the doorknob attempt to twist. Whenever I did, I either called up my boss or waited. Every now and then I would hear the steps leave. Frankly, we should have put a camera, or called the cops, something at least. When my coworker described him to the boss, it seemed like he was the same man who used our bathroom, but that's just speculation. We have no idea what he wanted or if there was a purpose, but let's not meet, especially whenever I was alone. Be careful letting people use your bathrooms because they could have ulterior motives. The story takes place 4 years ago, during my 8th grade year, and during the summer after, and during my freshman year. To add some background information, during my 8th grade year, the class was made up of 3 girls, Alexis, Coy, and I. Let's call me Beep, for the sake of not wanting to say my whole username. Alexis was super extroverted and kind, and Coy was super introverted and kind of cold to everybody but Alexis and I, because she was around us more. I got very close to both girls very fast, because other than the 7th grade girls, we were all that we had sometimes. Just to add, I've known one of the 7th graders since we were 4, and another since we were 7. And also my mom passed away 2 years ago prior to this, and I was also sexually assaulted the year before. To start, the volleyball season had ended. I was bad at doing and turning in homework. My dad thought I was lazy, but the teachers thought it was a learning disability. Turns out it was ADHD. Because of not doing or being late with my homework, I would have to have lunch detention in one of the classrooms. This is when red flags first started popping up. When I would see Coy and Alexis after lunch, Coy would tell me the girls were talking crap about me, which sadly for a while I believed. I never said anything about it to the other girls, as to not start drama, but I did let it bring me closer to Koi. This happened quite a few times, but I chose to ignore it, even though I felt so hurt by hearing it from somebody I trusted. After a while, I got my homework in consistently and was able to start sitting with my group at lunch again, and to my surprise, and to Koi's dismay, they seemed very excited to have me around again. Everything was doing okay for a while. Basketball season started, I played hard, and I was happy. At one point in time, since I was so close to the girls on the team, Alexis and the other girl I've known since we were 4, Sierra, were like sisters to me. I decided to come out to them as bisexual, because I had thought that I was since 5th grade. They were all very accepting and happy that I was proud to be who I was. The day after that practice, I decided to tell Koi. This is where things started to get really bad. Koi started being really clingy with me and showed visible disapproval whenever I was with anybody but her. She started sending me angry texts when I would tell her I couldn't go hang out with her. She would ignore me if I said that I was hanging out with Alexis. She would call me crying if I didn't text her for a while. As a 13-year-old girl raised by a dad and older brother, I didn't get the full idea of how teenage girls were supposed to act, so I brushed this off as normal. Koi would do almost anything to get me to stay around her, and it started making Alexis concerned. One day after practice, I was talking to Alexis and Sierra, and I decided to ask if what Koi had said to me about them was true. They denied it, and said that they didn't understand why she would do that because they thought we were all friends. I confronted Koi, and she said to me that they were lying, and that if I believed them, I would have to choose between her or them. I didn't really say much to her after that, and started distancing myself. But wait, there's more. Koi seemed to be fine with me after I pushed her away. She didn't call me or text me, and when she did talk to me, she seemed fine. Everything was going good again, until our 8th grade state history field trip. Our teacher told us that we'd be gone for 3 days, and that since it was only us 3 girls, her and the school secretary, we would be staying with the secretary's aunt in her home. The 3 of us had got really excited for the trip, and thought it would be a good bonding experience. When we got to the house we were staying at, we were informed that we would be staying downstairs together. In the area, there was a small living area and a bedroom. Alexis suggested we would all share the bed, but I told her I wasn't comfortable with doing that because of Koi. Alexis said it was okay and decided to sleep on the couch, and this was Koi's opportunity. She said to me, "Hey, do you want to share the bed with me?" I was thinking that we would all sleep in the living room actually. You can take the bed if you want though. Koi looked clearly disappointed, but agreed. We were all settled in. Koi pulled some snacks from her bag. One of them was Pocky, and asked if we wanted some. Alexis and I said sure, and took a few Pocky, but then Koi asked me if I would like to play the Pocky game with her. I got very nervous and uncomfortable, but I didn't want to be rude because they were her snacks, and she was sharing with us. So she put the end of the Pocky in her mouth, and so did I. The one thing to note is that I purposely broke the Pocky because I didn't want to kiss her. I broke it off pretty far away, too. She seemed slightly angered and asked to do it again, but Alexis said that we should just go to bed. The rest of the trip went fine. There were no other awkward encounters with Koi, and I actually had a lot of fun there. Everything was actually good up until the end of the school year. Koi kind of reeled me in, and I became her friend again because she seemed to change. One day she invited me over to her house to hang out and play video games, and stupidly I agreed. When I got there, we played on her computer for a while, but she suggested going outside and playing in the sprinkler since it was hot. I said yes, but I have to borrow a swimsuit from her. After I changed, she told me to go back into her room, and for my sake, I'm going to skip over what happened next, because it still really bothers me that it happened even though it didn't go that far. After that experience, I deleted Koi's number and started refusing to talk to her. High school started and everything was okay. She stopped trying to text me or contact me at all really, but one fateful day in December, she decided to message me on Kik. She started by saying that she had worried about me and that she missed me, but I was straight up honest and told her that I think it was better if we stopped speaking. She then proceeded to freak out. She told me she was in love with me and that what I was doing to her was cruel, that she had done everything to try to be with me, but I'm a jerk and kept rejecting her. and she even threatened to end her own life because I wasn't in love with her. For my sake, I then decided to block her on everything so she would never contact me again. The last time I saw her, I was with my dad in a Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer onesie in a Pizza Hut. I saw her, but she didn't see me. I hope she's doing better now than she was 4 years ago, but still, I never want to see Koi again. I may have been 8 to 9 years old. I lived in a nice little middle-class neighborhood. One of my best friends, Raven, lived across the street, diagonally one house down, so I often spent evenings at her home after school. Raven's mom would always call my mom to let her know that I was leaving, and to expect me in the next minute or so. This way my mom knew to unlock our front door. Often she stood and watched from the screen door to make sure I got across okay. I had begun noticing this beat-up red car, possibly an old VW or Buick, that would pass almost every night as I ran back across the street. I would always head home just after dark, so possibly around 8:30 any time I was leaving Raven's house. It was almost rolling super slow. The speed limit was 25, and I wanted to say this vehicle always passed at maybe half that speed. One night as I was leaving, perhaps a little bit later than usual, I stepped out of the side door of Raven's house, just as the car was about to pass the house completely. It stopped in the road and backed up as I approached the side of the road. The window rolled down just as the car stopped in front of me. A little woman with short reddish-brown hair and blue-framed glasses was smiling sweetly at me. "Hi, sweetheart. It's a little late for you to be out right now, isn't it?" she asked me. Her voice was low and pleasant. "No, my mom lets me. I'm just walking home," I replied stupidly. "Oh gosh, how silly of your mom. There's all kinds of bad people out late at night. Where do you live, sugar? I'll give you a ride." Just then, my mom came bursting out of our front door and screamed, "Leave her alone," as she began running to me. The woman's pleasant demeanor dropped, and I heard her mutter a word, possibly the F word, as she slammed her foot on the gas and took off at well over the speed limit. She didn't stop at the nearby stop sign, just blasted through it to make her escape. I got a nice lecture that night, but also a lot of tight hugs. My mom was super glad that she had chose to look out the storm door to check on me instead of just letting me walk home. I could have been taken, and she told me as much. I cannot remember if the police were called, but I never interacted with any officers. But it doesn't end here, though. Like most little kids, I really liked setting up lemonade stands. Unlike most little kids, I also enjoyed hand making and baking cakes and brownies and cookies, and selling all of those at my lemonade stands as well. About 2 weeks after the prior incident, a beautiful sunny Saturday, my mom helped me with the baking and helped me make a lemonade stand and set it up in front of the yard with my sign. She had been paranoid ever since the prior incident and hardly let me out of her sight aside from school and the bus, and this was no different. She stayed outside with me all the while as I sold my little treats to passerby, until she had to run to the restroom. It would obviously be a pain to take everything down and bring it inside while she went, and then to bring it all back out and set it back up again. She figured I would be okay for a few minutes, considering it was the middle of the afternoon, and usually predators aren't that stupid. Mom left me alone for several minutes while she went to the bathroom, and presumably went to go grab a snack as she was gone for 10 minutes or so. A familiar face walked up about 8 minutes in. She appeared from around the bushes, down the street. I didn't see her in the distance walking up. I honestly saw her stand up from behind the bushes and brush herself off and begin to walk towards me. Her clothes were smart and sophisticated looking, almost like a pantsuit. It was a real clash with how ratty her car had been. But that same smile was on her face, and her eyes glinted behind some glasses. "Ah, cute lemonade stand. Hi again, sweetie. Sorry for bothering you the other night. I didn't realize how close you were to home. Mommy told me not to talk to you. Go away." I said it as meanly as I could, but Mom had made me so frightened of this woman that I'm sure it sounded like the scared little girl that I was. "Come on now, Marie." She spoke my real name, first and last, and my eyes got huge. "I'm a friend of your parents. I live down the street. Remember when we met at the pool last summer?" But I had no recollection of her.
If you're their friend, why did you leave so quick? Mom! I began shouting for my mother. This made her crouch down in front of my table, eye to eye with me. We don't need to do that. I just want to talk to you. You like to bake, right? I have a really fancy kitchen with a nice baker's oven. All sorts of cool gadgets to make cupcakes and stuff like this. Super fun. I said no, and then I yelled for my mom, standing up and pushing the table into this woman and started running at the front door. This woman kicked the folding table away and started to chase me until my mom appeared in the doorway. She flung the door open and I barreled into her, and the woman stopped running and stood in the yard. What are you doing to my daughter? My mom shouted at her. My God, your child is rude. I was just trying to buy a cupcake, and she shoved the table into me and ran. Now I have lemonade all over my clothes. The woman lied through her teeth. I don't think she was expecting my mom to come back. That's the lady from that night in the car. I was now trying to get around my mom and hide behind her. My mom pulled out her cell phone, and this time I know she called the police. The woman immediately ran off, back the direction she came. The cops had appeared. One took statements while the other patrolled the neighborhood, searching for her. They ended up finding her car parked at the grocery store that was up the road about half a mile, at the other end of the neighborhood. They waited for her to show up and claim it. She never did. They couldn't find her, and we never saw or heard from that random lady in the red beater again.
So a little bit about me. I'm a 13-year-old boy, and I go to a sports club where I practice badminton. One day after getting home from school, I got some rest and got ready to go to practice. The route I take is pretty long compared to the other routes that my friends take, but I like cycling, so I always take the long route both on my way there and when I return. Basically on the way there, there's a gas station and a supermarket right beside each other. So while on my way to practice, I thought maybe I could stop and get a drink or something to eat. I parked my bike by the bike stand, where there's lots of other bikes parked. I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. Almost everybody has a bike here, and I head into the market. I get my things, and when I come outside, I saw a guy who was pretty tall and wearing all black clothing. He was about 6'5", I guess, and he was standing right beside my bike. And he was so close that he had to move before I could even get my bike out. I gently said, "Can you please move?" in Danish. And he answered with me, "Oh, is this your bike? It's pretty nice," in Danish as well. "Oh, thanks, yeah, but I'm kind of in a rush, so maybe could you move, please?" The man stared at me for a while, but then moved, and I unlocked my bike lock and got out of there fast. Because to be honest, I was kind of creeped out, but I've been given the talk about stranger danger so many times by my parents that it would really creep me out if somebody was acting suspicious or something. After I get there, I practiced with my friends for about 2.5 hours, and then we showered and got ready to head home. It was about 9:30 p.m. when I got done, and this was late December, so it got dark very quickly outside. Like at about 4 to 5 p.m., the sun would go down. I went outside to get my bike, and beside the bike stands, there was a huge container which was being used because they were renovating some of their things inside the club. And even though my bike was pretty far away from the container, I could see someone standing and leaning up against the container, staring right at me while I was unlocking my bike. I tried to look harder to see who it was, and when I noticed, I got really creeped out and scared. It was the same guy who I saw at the supermarket. He had followed me to my club and waited for me to come out after finishing. At that point, I began panicking as I felt the guy's intentions were not good. I quickly unlocked my bike and I began cycling fast. While crying, I saw a beat-up old gray car that was driving up so fast to reach me, and when it did, the windows rolled down and it was the same guy, and he was shouting things like, "Oh, don't be scared, I just want to talk to you," which I didn't really hear because I was panicking so much. I decided to take a route where only people who are walking and cycling can go through, and I rushed home in about 5 minutes. I was entering my driveway. I couldn't see any cars or anything driving past, so I was very relieved, and I was happy that I lost the guy, or so I thought. As I was locking my bike in our shed, I saw the same exact gray car driving up to my driveway. I was so scared and paranoid, I ran for the front door and got inside and immediately shut it and went to our living room window where I could see who would walk up to our front door and saw the guy going up the stairs to reach our front door. Seconds went and he started trying to open the door, but soon he began banging on it. I was scared for my life. I called my mom since no one was still home by that time that I got there, and luckily my mom picked up on the first ring. I began stuttering and said what was happening, and she told me to get a knife from the kitchen and hide in my room, and that she would call the police immediately. I went to the kitchen and got one of the biggest knives there was. But before going into my room, I went to the front door, and there was a window on the left he couldn't reach, or else he would fall off the stairs. And I shouted that the police were on their way, and that I was armed, even though I was stuttering within my words. Minutes that felt like hours, and I could see the blue siren from the kitchen window. And I dropped the knife and went out through the back door to quickly get the cops, and I told them about what was happening. While talking with them, my mom and dad came, and my mom hugged me tight and was crying. The police searched in our back garden and all over the house to see if anybody was hiding, but they didn't find the guy. What I think happened was that he got scared when I shouted out the window and he left in a hurry, because there were visible skid marks on our driveway, which was from his car. This was my first time that something like this had ever happened to me, and I hope no one should go through what I did. I later on told my friends at school and they were pretty shocked as well. So I hope I never run into that strange creepy guy who tried to follow me home and break into my house. I had just started a summer job where I was basically a custodian, cleaning classrooms in preparation for the upcoming school year. My dad worked for the town's district, so he was able to get me this job. I was the youngest one out there, as I'm only 20, and there are a handful of people who worked with me. They were usually off doing other tasks, like waxing the floors or covering up foul writing on the walls with paint. The schools were completely empty, besides the staff who was cleaning. Things were going fine my first couple of weeks. For the most part, I was on my own, wiping down desks and dusting while listening to music. It was nice, and I enjoyed not having someone on my butt all day telling me what to do. After I had finished cleaning the middle school, the head custodian had sent me and another woman, Karen, who was my coworker, to go start cleaning the high school. She was a slacker who would often go out to smoke cigarettes, but was a really nice lady. She didn't really care about what I did, and always was off doing whatever she wanted. So yeah, basically I was alone. Again, I didn't mind because I liked the freedom, but I was taking up the bulk of the work. A few days had gone by and I finished cleaning a couple hallways. It was time to move to the basement where the robotics and woodworking classes were. I didn't think anything of it until I got down there. I noticed light was peeking through underneath the doorway of the classroom. The windows of the class were covered with shades. I found this really odd since it was summer and nobody was in the building besides me and Karen. I walked over and I peeked in the door window. The lamp was on at the desk, but nobody was inside. I proceeded to knock. No answer. After turning the knob, I realized the door was locked, so I used my key to open it up. A musty smell flooded my nose. I decided to scope out the room. Maybe someone had forgotten to turn the lamp off. I disregarded that idea when I noticed that the computer at the teacher's desk was on. The screen looked weird. I had never seen this layout before. The website was all black with red writing on it. It also had a chat box. I didn't have time to read the chat because a sudden voice came from the doorway. "Can I help you?" It was a young man, maybe in his early 40s, about 6 feet. Sorry. I'm just cleaning the classrooms and I didn't know if anybody was in here," I said in an embarrassing tone. "Oh, so I see. Well, I appreciate that, but don't worry about it in here. I'm, working on a few things, so sawdust is going to get everywhere after you clean anyways." He said this in a very strange way, like he was hiding something. He walked over and he sat at his desk while closing the browser. "Okay, no problem." I then proceeded to the door. Then he said in a delirious way, "Wait, could I ask you a favor?" Yeah, sure." I didn't really know what he was about to ask, and I couldn't find myself to say no. I just wanted to get out of there, as I was already creeped out. "I have this, petition. It's to get more funding for the extracurricular classes, like art and woodworking. He sounded so uncertain, as if he made that up out of thin air. Sure, I paused for a moment when he handed me the paper. It only had 2 other names on it. The petition required a full name, a phone number, an email, and an address. I immediately felt uncomfortable, but I didn't know how to decline, so I just added my information. "Thank you so much, dear. You have a beautiful bone structure, by the way," he said in a creepy way. Thanks." I grabbed my cleaning supplies and I sped out of there. After that experience, I didn't really put much thought into it. Yes, he was creepy, but I didn't really have much evidence to persuade myself that he was out to get me or something, until I started running into him throughout the school. It became pretty frequent. It's as though he was watching me, and now I was concerned. I dismissed it because he would just smile at me or wave if I saw him. Maybe I was overreacting. I mean, he was a teacher there after all. But still, my gut feeling was telling me that something wasn't right. Weeks went on, and I started to notice him less and less. I only had a few more weeks at this job, and then back to college I go. One day the boss let everybody out early since it was almost 100 degrees. I got home and decided to hang out with some friends. It was a group of us, about 5 or 6. My boyfriend's brother joined us this time, which was unusual since he's not really a social person. He is really into technology, so he's always on his computer, which he built himself. He's also good at hacking and stuff like that. Anyways, that day he told me that he needed to talk to me, and it was serious. I was concerned because we weren't close, so it must have been legit. He brought me to my friend's living room and pulled out his laptop. To my surprise, he was on the deep web. "So, you are up for bid on the deep web," he hesitated. "Wait, what?" I knew how the deep web worked. I would often listen to horror stories, but I'd never been on it. So how would my info even be on there? And then it clicked. The webpage matched the one that I saw in the classroom a month ago. I had also given my info to that guy. My heart felt like it dropped to my stomach. I explained this to my boyfriend's brother. He advised me to call the police immediately, which is what we did. They did an investigation on the teacher and found out the activity on his computer. Not only that, but he had several girls' information along with pictures. Some of the girls were minors too. There were also wooden contraptions they found in his home, in which he probably made in the shop. He probably planned to use them on these girls, or me. I was disgusted, but relieved that he was caught. I often wonder what would have happened if the page was never discovered. Would he have kidnapped me and killed me online for these sick people? I don't know, and I don't want to know. I changed my number and moved since the incident. This just goes to show that you can never give out your personal information to anybody. This just happened earlier tonight, and I know it's not very extreme, but I'm quite freaked out and I really just needed to get this out of my system. So here we go. I'm a fairly small human with a very large dog. I'm a female about 5'1" and pretty skinny, and my dog is an Akita, around 100 pounds, and probably stronger than me if she actually ever tried. We go for walks twice a day, every day, for about 3 miles, and one of these is at night. We live in the middle of a metropolitan area, so there are a lot of hotels and stores and restaurants all over the place, and there are always people out and about. I've never really felt unsafe walking around our area with my large dog, especially since all of these businesses regularly have patrolling police cars and several private security agencies all around. We have lived here for nearly 3 years, walking every day and night without a single problem. But on to tonight. We left for our normal walk, and while the streets are far less crowded, there are still some people out. We were about a mile from our apartment building when I walked past a man standing at a convenience store in a dark gray hoodie. A lot of the homeless population around here sit outside of the convenience stores regularly, so I didn't initially think anything of it. We stepped to the edge of the sidewalk so that we could be about 6 feet away and intended to just walk past, but the man started to follow us and talk to me. He asked me about my dog at first. This is very common for us, because she's not a well-known breed, and she is beautiful, if somewhat intimidating of an animal. Unfortunately, in this instant, intimidating does not translate to aggressive.
Never thought that I would complain that my aggressive-looking dog is really just a giant teddy bear, but here we are. I answer that she is an Akita, and I continue to walk, keeping a good amount of distance between myself and the man, who for now I will call CG. CG starts asking why I'm walking away from him, and specifically says that that's rude because we are old friends. I looked at him to make sure that I wasn't wrong, and I said loudly, "No, I don't know you." I start walking faster, and I cross the street because I could see police lights flashing not far up the street. Sometimes the patrol cars will leave their lights on when there is nobody inside of them. I'm not sure why, but that was the case here. I walked much more quickly towards the lights with CG following me, telling me that I'm being mean and calling me Ashley over and over. To be clear, my name is not Ashley. While there was no security guard in the car, there were a few other people around, so I turned around and I yelled again, "I don't know you. Leave me alone." CG stopped walking towards me, but I heard him mumble something else about whoever Ashley is. At this point, I really just wanted to get home as quickly as possible, because I was a little bit panicked. This man was much taller than me and looked fairly large, at least compared to me, so it made me feel pretty nervous that he had been following me. I decided to take an indirect route home that would take me away from the street that I was currently on, that CG had been sitting on originally. It was a few more blocks away down a different street when I saw him again. I had been keeping an eye out behind me to see if he had followed me, but no. He had crossed the street and was in front of me. I don't know if he had been hoping I wouldn't notice and would walk up to him or what. I think that must be it, because CG had put a bandana over his face and had pulled up the hood, but I recognized the jacket and the frame, and I was positive it was the same guy. To get home, I would have to cross the street and walk right towards him. Instead, I crossed the street parallel to where he was, and he did as well. Then continued to walk towards me and started shouting, calling me Ashley again. I didn't hear a lot of what he said, but I turned with the dog, and I ran in the other direction. About a block away was a hotel, so I walked into the lobby and right to the front desk. The front desk worker could tell that something was off, because clearly I was trying not to cry. I apologized for bringing in my big dog, but said that somebody had been following me, and I wanted to know if I could wait here and call the police. The worker was very kind, and walked to the glass door and asked which man it was. I couldn't see him anymore in the direction from which I had come, so for a moment I thought that CG had left. But no, he was at the other end of the parking entrance, hood down now, but standing against the wall as if he was ready to just wait. The worker said I could wait as long as I needed, and he called the police from the hotel phone. I think they had the non-emergency line written down, and since he technically had not done anything but yell and follow me for a while, I agreed that the non-emergency line was probably the right choice. A cruiser showed up fairly soon though, and I pointed out CG to the cops, who was still just waiting there against the wall. Technically, I couldn't prove that he had done anything illegal, but the cops went and told him that he needed to leave because he was trespassing on the property. They waited for him to leave and then gave me and my dog a ride back to my apartment building to make sure that he didn't continue to follow us and find out where we lived. I don't know who CG was or who Ashley was, but I hope that Ashley doesn't meet him either. The argument started the same way, every time. You'll never catch me dead in a national park. They're full of nothing but fat tourists and RVs. I'm from the old school, and I like it that way. Old school was a kind of description of how he camped. If it was made from anything other than canvas or leather, he considered it new-fangled junk. My mother tried, on multiple occasions, to introduce things as common now as nylon tents, but he was not having it. He would rather carry that big, musty wall tent everywhere we camped. And don't get me started about the stinking cans of kerosene that always leaked over everything. He certainly was a man that was born too late. The term roughing it had to have been coined with him in mind. We would continue to suffer through his archaic ways of experiencing the outdoors until the near death of my younger brother showed him the error of his ways. Throughout the early 80s, my dad would drag us out to the national forests during Thanksgiving. The weather was relatively mild for that time of year, and the forest was beautiful. I can still smell the pine trees. These retreats always seemed to coincide with hunting season for some reason. I remember hearing Dad used to hunt before meeting our mom. I think she forbade him from doing it anymore, so this was his way of sticking it to her. Either way, gunshots near camp were a common sound. I guess because our parents grew up with very little oversight, me and my brother Mike's childhood was the same. No one considered that it might be dangerous with a bunch of trigger-happy guys around to let two young boys play in the woods alone. It was normal for the two of us to leave camp at dawn, play all morning until lunchtime, and then go back until supper. We had been doing this as long as I can remember, and no one batted an eye. On one specific Thanksgiving, we had been running and crawling through the underbrush all day. This was during the time G.I. Joe and Rambo movies were at the height of their popularity. Mike and I loved dressing up in our camouflage clothes and playing war. Mike's birthday had just been a few days before, and he got a pair of G.I. Joe walkie-talkies. Looking back, they were junk, but we loved them. After lunch, we returned to the woods. I can't remember exactly what I was doing at that moment, but I know Mike was trying to sneak up on me. I was sitting on a fallen tree and suddenly heard a loud bang, quickly followed by a whistling, going by my head. I dropped flat on my stomach and waited for another shot. I wasn't sure what was happening, but something told me to stay where I was. No more than 30 seconds had passed when I heard faint moaning in the distance. Since Mike was missing at that second, I called him on the walkie-talkie. No answer came, but I heard a new noise. This sounded like my name, so I called Mike again. No answer. Now I was getting scared. Without any other ideas, I yelled out his name. I told him the game was over and we needed to go, and he needed to answer me. I wasn't sure if he was still trying to kick me or if he was actually in trouble. I listened very intently, but nothing but the faint rustle of leaves could be heard. I walked in the direction of the rustle and I listened again. Nothing. So I called out again. The rustling repeated, followed by another moan. I ran in that direction about 20 yards and I stopped. The rustling came again, just to my right and very close. I couldn't see anything, so I dropped to my stomach and I scanned the area. About 3 feet away, I spotted the bottom of a Nike shoe. I knew it had to be Mike. I ran to the brush that he was laying under. The sight that I came upon still breaks my heart to this day. There was Mike, staring up at me with a terrified look on his face. Just under his arm was a hole with blood pouring out of it. It shocked me, but I did my best to play it cool. I didn't want to make him any more scared than he already was. Had I been older, I may have known better how to move him, but I just reached down and I scooped him up in my arms. He was too heavy for me, but I was going to do my best to save him. I made it about 100 yards before I had sat down. He must have been in considerable pain. He asked me to leave him there and go get help. His voice sounded very weak, and I almost broke into tears right there. Somehow I held myself together, and I ran another mile or so without stopping. Mom must have known something was wrong. She yelled out in a panicked voice for my dad. My dad came out of the tent, took one look at me, and said, "How bad is it?" I was too winded to speak. I just pointed towards where I had set him down, and he took off. By the time I had caught up, my dad was already picking him up and headed for camp. The entire ride to the hospital, my mom kept talking to him, telling him to hold on. I rode in the back seat, holding my shirt against the wound the whole way there. What would have normally been at least a 30-minute drive took us just 20. Dad handed him off to the doctors. They had him in surgery within the hour, and the next 3 were a long, living nightmare. More than shocked at what had happened to my brother, I was in amazement at how calmly my parents were handling everything. Having become a parent since, I realized that they were far from calm, but they handled it well either way. It was after midnight when the doctors gave us the news. Things had been touch and go for a while. I only found out much later that Mike had died more than once during surgery, but Mike had a good chance of recovering completely. The police, having been notified of the shooting, arrived soon after dawn to question us. Now that the urgency of the situation had passed, I broke down several times during my recollection. That was the first time I came to grips with the possibility that I could have been shot myself. Mike was going to be in the hospital for a few weeks, so my parents got a hotel room nearby. I think my dad considered staying at the camp, but after a very short discussion with my mom, he decided against it. The detectives handling the case kept us up to date, but as late as the day Mike was discharged, no names have been connected to the case. The most wildly held theory is that a poacher mistook the movement in the bushes for a deer and fired. It accounts for the lack of red flags during the search through hunting licenses. It wasn't the first time this had happened, and sadly it won't be the last. Mike was one of the fortunate ones. 34 years have passed since, and nobody has been decisively connected to the shooting. Mike did make a full recovery and went on to start his own business and family, just like any other normal person. Something great did actually come out of this mess. We never returned to the national forest, and even better, Dad decided with all of those fat tourists with their RVs being around, it was a safer environment for he and his family. Being 12 and 17, I got to spend my holidays in awesome places like Yosemite and the Grand Canyon. This was the way that I always thought camping should be, peaceful and quiet, and I'm almost positive Mike would agree with me.
So I'm a 23-year-old female. I live in a townhouse with my 2 kids, 2 and 6 months old. My fiance did live with us until 2 weeks ago, when I caught him trying to screw other women and made him move out. That's important to the story. I'm a stay-at-home mom, and when he did live with us, my ex worked evenings. Let me set the scene. We lived in a tiny town in northern Pennsylvania. My line of townhouses sit in front of a big field that runs to a line of woods. As far as I'm aware, these woods stretch for at least a few miles, and I'm not aware of any houses in there or any roads that lead through them. My living room has 3 windows that look to the field, and my bedroom on the 2nd floor only has 1 window that faces that way as well. People do tend to walk their dogs back in the field, and kids sometimes play back there, but I rarely ever see anyone close to my house. For that reason, I tend to leave my blinds and my curtains open, because I guess I just enjoy the view. So in July of 2019, I was laying in bed, trying to sleep. All the lights were off, but I had my window and my blinds open since it was so warm. I was looking out of the window and I noticed small red and white lights just outside. I got up and I looked to realize that the lights were coming from a drone. I ran downstairs to where my fiance of the time was sitting in the living room, and I ran to the window. I told him what I saw, but of course when he went to look, it was gone. I was paranoid that the drone could have had a camera on it and somebody was watching me with it. I kept my blinds closed for a while after that. Let's fast forward to January of 2020. I guess I, stupidly, got comfortable, and I assumed that whoever it was flying the drone was a one-time thing. My blinds were open, and I had just gotten out of the shower. I was sitting on my bed pretty much naked except for my underwear, scrolling on my phone, when out of the corner of my eye, I saw the lights again out of the dark window. It was that drone again. I ran out of the room and I waited for a few minutes. I peeked back into my room and it was gone. I quickly shut my blinds and I got dressed. Honestly, I felt sick at how stupid I was to leave my window open, again, especially when I was practically naked. Now for the really disturbing part. My 2-year-old son and I were out in the field 2 weeks ago, 3 days after I kicked out my boyfriend. We were playing ball. I had my 6-month-old strapped to me in a baby carrier. Probably about a half hour after we had been out there, I had heard a slight whizzing noise coming towards us. I looked up and I saw that drone flying towards us. I looked around and didn't see anybody. It stopped right over us. I freaked out and I grabbed my son and I dragged him into the house, looking back at the tree line every so often as I went. I knew they had to be hiding in there. I went inside and I closed the blinds. I called my mom and I told her about the situation. She told me just to keep an eye out. I said I would. My son likes to line his toys up along the windowsill, so I figured it wouldn't hurt to open them just an inch or two. A little while later, after we ate dinner and it was almost dark, I was feeding my 6-month-old and my son was playing. He was standing over by the window lining up his toys. He started saying, "Dada, Dada." I assumed he was just missing his dad and dismissed him by saying he was going over to see him that weekend. He kept saying, "Dada, Dada." I looked up and I saw him pointing to the window under the little gap that the blinds didn't cover. I froze. I remember that he calls any man with facial hair Dada because it reminds him of his father. But there was no way somebody would be bold enough to actually come up to my window. Not when my neighbors are literally right there. Anyone could see them, but there aren't any lights back there, so unless somebody actually stepped out of their house, I guess nobody would see them. Maybe it was my ex. but he should be at work at this time. I ran to the window and I moved my son. I didn't want to lift the blinds, but honestly, I was sure it had to be the person who was creeping on me for the past year, and I wanted to see who it was. I pushed the blinds up and I was looking at a man who I definitely have never seen before, crouching in front of me. He was bald with a mustache and a goatee. I have no idea how old he was. He could have been anywhere from 30 to 50. When he saw me, he smiled and stood up. I yelled at him and told him to screw off and that I was calling the police. He just stood there, smiling at me like a freak. I was about to close the blinds again when he said something that I couldn't hear. I told him to leave again, and he said something louder this time. I just want to talk to you. I shook my head no and yelled the same thing to him. He started slapping his hands on the window, yelling, "No, no, no," over and over. I grabbed my phone, scared he was going to try to break in. I dialed 911. My kids were crying from the yelling, and I felt on the verge of tears. I told the operator what was going on. The whole time I was on the phone, the man was pounding on my window, screaming now. He was yelling all kinds of nonsense, and I only caught some of it. He has been watching me for months. I'm beautiful. He wants to come in with me. He'll kill my children if I don't. The operator told me to go into an upstairs room and hide until the police arrive. My town doesn't have a police department, so we rely on the state police. She said it would be about 20 minutes, but to stay on the phone with her. The man was practically punching my window now, and he was just screaming like a maniac. I was about to grab the kids, and I run upstairs, when I heard someone else screaming. The man bolted. I looked out and I saw my neighbor and his girlfriend. I opened the window, and my neighbor said that he heard the man, so he ran around the building. He said when the guy heard him, he ran back to the woods and disappeared in the tree line. They said they also called the police. I thanked them 100 times. The police arrived 10 minutes later. They did a quick search around the buildings and in the trees, but obviously found nothing. I've been very paranoid since this, and I stayed at my parents' a few nights afterwards. I don't know why that guy targeted me, or why he waited so long to do something. I'm just happy that my neighbors were there to intervene, or who knows what could have happened. Back in my high school years, I would often meet with a few friends at a local Dunkin' Donuts, which was conveniently near a railway that we would all take to our weed guy's house. My closest friend at the time, Katie, and I usually would meet up earlier than everybody else just to hang out, order our extra large drinks and hash browns, and attempt at some "Hey Mr. Shenanigans" to score some tall boys from anybody willing to buy us beer. I'd consider us to be pretty naive and overly nice girls, which never proved to be an issue to either of us, until we were nice to the wrong person. A little background of my hometown. I grew up in the forgotten borough of New York City, Staten Island. For those of you who are unaware, there was, and kind of still is, a pretty horrendous opioid epidemic, so seeing zombie-like civilians strolling the street is fairly common. Because of this, I became pretty good at spotting out someone struggling with heroin and things of the sort. On this one day, Katie and I met up at a Dunkin' Donuts and sat at our usual booth. We were in the midst of messing around with our phones and being overly giggly when I noticed out of the corner of my eye someone suddenly stop outside of the glass door. Still smiling, I glanced over to see if it was maybe one of our friends, and I ended up making direct eye contact with a basic Staten Island looking guy. I looked away unbothered and carried on, just another customer anyways. After the guy got his coffee, he sat directly at the table across from our booth. I chose to ignore the fact that he sat weirdly close and resisted eye contact, since that already awkwardly happened, but I guess the motion caught Katie's attention as she looked over her shoulder at the man settling in. She looked back at me, made a face that said, okay, and we just giggled and tried to move on. Every now and then I glanced in his direction, mainly just because I like to be observant of my surroundings, but also because I kept seeing him scratch his nose and his neck and face in my peripheral vision, and I noticed he was bleeding from various little cuts on his body. This was a dead giveaway that he was doing some form of opiate, as they tend to get very itchy and they scratch until they break skin. A few days later, the man asked if one of us had a charger he could borrow. I kindly denied, and Katie only had an iPhone charger, while the man clearly had an Android phone.
This slight exchange was enough for the man to feel invited, and he would continue to make comments for quite some time. Being that this was 4 years ago, I don't remember the entire conversation, but I do remember him often asking general questions, like if we lived around here and what we did in our free time, and creepy things of the sort. I was pretty vague, yet polite in my responses, but Katie was always a bit more enthusiastic in her words, making it pretty easy for this guy to reciprocate and basically join our conversation altogether. In Katie's innocent stupidity, the guy basically found out some of the main train stops that we would get off at to hang out in those areas. He also found out that we would indulge in the devil's lettuce, which only made this guy feel even more inclined. At some point, he mentioned how his girlfriend got him into some trouble, got him into heroin which he used to sell, served some jail time for, and pretty recently got out. He also mentioned how he's been an ice cream truck driver ever since his release, and told us that he's always driving around the train stops Katie mentioned earlier. He also repeatedly offered to give us rides around in his truck someday, with free ice cream as the bribe. Again, we were pretty naive and overly nice girls, Katie more so than I. So one thing led to another, and eventually this guy was asking for Katie's social media, which she happily obliged to. She's always been really dedicated to expanding her follower count. Throughout this entire exchange, I was mostly just nodding, smiling, laughing here and there, so my remaining silence during the social media exchange went unnoticed. However, once this guy started following Katie on Instagram, he quickly found mine through a tagged picture on her page. I wasn't private at the time, so he immediately started liking and commenting on nearly every one of my pictures. The comments were extremely cringy, consisting of heart eyes and water squirt emojis. Finally, after the longest half hour ever, I urged that we should be catching our train. Fortunately, the man wasn't persistent after that, and we went on our way with no problem. After some verbal recap of what just happened, I convinced Katie to block him, and I did the same. We brushed it off with that. I honestly forgot about the strange interaction until about a week later. I was hanging out with some friends at a park near my high school when Munchies made me crave Ralph's Ice, which was just up the block. I ventured off with one other friend and almost made it to the store before the sound of an ice cream truck approached from behind me. Completely lost in conversation, my attention was only caught by the high-pitched screeching of the truck brakes and a somewhat familiar voice. Of course, it was him. He shouted out to me, but with Ralph's Ice only a couple feet in front of us, I ignored him and I rushed in with my friend. The guy didn't stick around, being that he was blocking the whole lane on a narrow two-way road, but we still called our friend at the park to pick us up in his car. For the next 2 weeks, there were about 4 times that this man tried to pick me up in his truck. At this point, making me feel pretty paranoid, I was potentially being stalked. The last time it happened, he was parked directly outside one of those train stops, almost as if he was waiting for me. He again called out to me, asking why I blocked him, and saying he just wanted to be friends. At this point, I had enough, and told him to just leave me alone. I lied and told him that my dad was a lieutenant. I walked away before he could respond, and walked into the diner where I was meeting my friends that night. I saw his truck drive away in the window, and I never had an interaction with the ice cream man again. But now, to this day, the sound of an ice cream truck has haunted me ever since. So there is something that I need to talk about, and I'm wondering if I should go to the police with this information, or if I should stay quiet for my own safety. I need to start this off by saying that I'm a 22-year-old girl. Let's just say that my name is Alex. It's in reality something else, but out of fear for my own life, I will have to call myself by a different identity. Not only will my name be different, but every name of this story will be changed. I have a best friend named Stephanie. Her and I have been friends since sophomore year of high school, so roughly about 7 years. I met her in drama class, and I always admired her passion for theater. I only took that class because I heard it was easy. It wasn't until probably 6 months after meeting in high school that she invited me over to her house to hang out. We get up to her place, and we get out of the car to a super nice mansion-styled house. I'm pretty taken aback, to be honest, because she wasn't dressed from head to toe in designer-named merchandise, like you think somebody with a lot of money would be. I get out and ask what her dad does for a living, and you guessed it, a doctor. Looking back, maybe I should have paid better attention in class, but that's besides the point. We go into her house, and right there in the doorway is her mom. She seems surprised to see me.
I guess Stephanie wasn't too good on the communication aspect with her mom. Either way, her mom introduced herself and offered us a snack. And being 16, the perfect choice was, of course, a pepperoni pizza pocket. We get our food and we scurry back to Stephanie's room like two cockroaches trying to find darkness. We were eating and talking about what some people at school were up to today, and we were about to start our homework when I saw a figure walk by. I noticed it out of the corner of my eye. I turned to Steph and I asked her if somebody else was here. She said, "Yeah, it's probably my older brother Steve." I paid no mind to it and I carried on with my homework prep. I asked Stephanie if she had anything to drink because that hot pocket was not going down smooth. She said to go check the fridge. I remember thinking, this is my first time in your house and the first time meeting your family. You can't get up or at the very least go with me? But then again, we were only 16 and didn't quite develop the manners that we should have had. I creep down their hallway and I walk into the kitchen, trying to be silent, like a top secret agent in an old spy film. I quickly open the fridge and start looking at what they had to drink. It seemed like they had every flavor of every soda ever made. Freaking rich people. Then out of nowhere, I hear from behind me, "What you looking for?" I jump back from shock. Stephanie's brother Steve was standing there looking at me. I just grabbed the first drink I saw and I shut the fridge. I look at him and I silently hold up the drink. He gives me a smile and sticks his hand out. "Hey, I'm Steve." "Hi, I'm Alex." We introduce ourselves and everything he said after hello was a blur to me. I can't remember anything he said because I was so distracted with his striking good looks. He appeared to be about 18, and he was in very good shape, with a very perfect white smile. I kind of oogled him and giggled, and then said it was nice to meet him, and said, "I have to head back to the room, or Stephanie will think I got lost." He smirks and says, "I hope to see you around more often." This was 7 years ago. Nothing ever really came out of me and Steve, unless you called mild flirting something, but I just could never bring myself to make a move. I valued my friendship with Stephanie too much to risk anything with her brother. But now, let's talk about the purpose of me telling you all of this. I was over at their house this past week. By now, I'm like the second child to Stephanie's parents, so I just let myself in and I say, "Hey mom, hey dad," to her parents. But this last time that I was there, Stephanie wasn't back from wherever she was yet, so I do what I always do there. I went into Stephanie's room and I turned on the TV. I noticed that Steve wasn't there either. Now, I need to mention something about Steve. Ever since I've known him, he's always kind of stayed to himself in his room with his door locked. No one really ever knew what he was doing in there, and frankly, I don't know if anybody wanted to know. But as I waited, I poked my head out of Steph's room. I noticed that Steve's door was slightly ajar, which it never is. I know this is going to sound bad, but my interest piqued and my curiosity heightened. I walk to his room and I slowly push open the door. It creaks like an old horror movie door would. I started snooping. Yes, snooping around his room. I told you, I wasn't proud of this. I went to his bed and I sat down. Nice little bounce to it. His sheets smelled like lavender. Of course, I had to check underneath his bed for naughty items. To my delight, he didn't have any. But then I noticed his laptop was on his computer desk, along with a mess of papers around it. I take a few steps to it and open it. To my surprise, it had no password on it. It just opened up to the home screen. I'm well aware that what I was doing was a total breach of privacy, but here's when things take a very, very dark turn. I open his internet browser. A window pops up saying, "Internet pages weren't closed down properly. Restore recent pages?" I knew I shouldn't have, but I pressed yes. This website pops up, and it didn't look like any type of website that I'd ever seen. It looked eerie. It looked like what you would imagine a dark and moist alley in New York would look like if it was an internet site. I didn't want to navigate on there in case Steve would later check on his history, so I just read what was in front of me. What I saw next made me sick to my stomach. It was a series of snuff films, ranging from people of all ages, and I mean all ages, unfortunately, all the way to animals. I then realized that I had just stumbled across Steve looking on the deep web. It made me sick that somebody would be looking at something so vile. And why was he looking at it? Was it just out of being curious? Because I know we have all looked at something weird before. It's just part of being human. Or was he looking at it for some sort of pleasure aspect? Then I noticed another tab was open. I once again looked over my shoulder, and then I clicked on the tab once I realized that the coast was clear. This is where I really got concerned. It was some deep website about how to kill people in all different ways, and how to get away with it. Could Steve be planning on killing someone? I know as humans, our minds go to some dark places, and sometimes we assume the worst case scenarios. So I decided to try to brush it off as Steve being weird and curious, and I exited out of his internet and I shut his laptop quickly. But that's when I noticed something else. Something major. I saw a yellow notepad underneath his laptop. I pulled it out, and on the front of it were a list of names. 7 names to be exact. I can't tell you whose names were on it, but I can tell you one of the names that was my name. One of the names already had a single pen line through it. What does that mean? Did I just come across a hit list? And why is my name on it? Does Steve plan on killing me? What's up with the one name that's already crossed out? Did Steve already carry out one of his hits? As I'm looking down on this paper, I hear a car door shut out front. It's Steve. I nearly puked from anxiety, and I scramble to put everything back where I found it. I hurry and run out of his room and start making my way back to Stephanie's room when I get caught with a, "Hey cutie." I stand still in place, like I just saw a ghost. I turn to him and I try to remember everything I learned in acting class. I let out a, "Hey Steve." He asks what I'm doing, and I just let him know I was waiting for Steph, but my mom called and I had to get home. He offers me a ride, and I quickly shout out, "No, I'm fine." Then I scurry past him, and right before I leave, he says, "Hey." I stop and I turn back to him. He says, "I'll see you soon," and then gives me that smile that I once found so charming. I'm home now, and I'm writing this. Do I go to the police? If I do, and they do nothing, will they come after me for revenge? But if I don't, will I be looking over my shoulder for the rest of my life? I don't know what I should do. But if he did kill that guy on his list, I think he got away with it, thanks to whatever advice he found on the deep web. To give you a little background about myself, I come from a South Asian country where it's kind of unsafe for a girl to go out on solo adventures. That being said, there are some states which are relatively safe. 2019 had been a rough year for me, but by October I started feeling rather better and decided to take a solo trip for my birthday. I spoke to some friends and decided to head to this small village down south. My brother helped me convince my overprotective mom, as he had already been there. To put her mind at ease, I decided to get pepper spray. Unfortunately, we couldn't find one, so I kept a bottle of deodorant and a knife handy. I decided to stay there for 5 days, and I booked a room at a guest house for only 2, thinking I'll check out this guest home that my friend had suggested and hopefully move there. To tell you a little bit more about this village, it's a hippie's paradise, if you know what I mean. Everyone is extremely friendly and warm, and they have tourists coming from all over the globe. Once I got to the room, I was a little paranoid, because it seemed a bit dingy. Forget about a security system, the latch on the door was barely functional. The first night was a bit unsettling, but nothing happened. The next day was my birthday, so I rented a bike and went on exploring the village. Sometime after lunch, I decided to check out the guest house that my friend had recommended, which was a little secluded but extremely peaceful. As I reached there, I was greeted by the owner, who showed me around. This place had big huts on one side, and a row of small rooms on the opposite side. I decided to take the latter, as it was cheaper, and I didn't plan on being in the room much anyways. We exchanged numbers, and I told him I would move in the next day. The next day I got there and had lunch with the owner, and he told me about the history of the place, and a bit about himself. I realized he wasn't around while my friend had been here. I was trying to read him, see if I was getting creepy vibes from him, since I was going to spend 2 nights there. I didn't see any red flags in particular. After lunch, I went to a restaurant that was right behind the guest house. I met some of the locals, whom I was already acquainted with. Along with them were 2 new guys, one of whom was from my city. The 3 of us instantly clicked, and we started hanging out. Once it got dark, we came back to my guest house to hang out, when the owner told us he's planning a bonfire with some of his Israeli guest friends, who were sitting at a different table. An hour passed as we ate and played cards, but those guys didn't seem like they were in the mood for a bonfire and soon left the place. Since the owner had already set things up, we decided to spend some time by the fire with him. We were all sitting and talking up until midnight, when the other two boys decided to take off as they weren't staying there. I told the owner that I would head back to my room too. He tried to convince me to stay a little bit longer, but I didn't want to be alone with him. My room's door had around 4 to 5 locks, but only 2 of them functioned. So I locked them and realized that the windows facing each other did not have panes, and the curtains were made with scraps of thin cloth, which meant that anybody could peep inside and see everything. So I went into the bathroom to change and clean up. As soon as I stepped out and started keeping my stuff in the bag, I heard somebody whisper my name twice. My heart skipped a beat and I froze for a second. I decided to ignore it and quickly shut off all the lights. Before going to bed, I decided to keep the bin right next to the front door, so in case somebody tries to open it, it would make a noise. I took out my deodorant and my knife, and I kept it right next to my pillow before laying in bed. I kept looking at both the windows on the side to see if anyone's outside. After about half an hour, the metallic door started rattling violently, as if somebody was trying to force it open. Instantly, I stood up and got hold of the knife and the deodorant. My mouth went dry and my heart started beating fast. I didn't know if I should scream, because I only knew one other girl who was staying in the opposite hut. After what felt like forever, the door stopped shaking and I collapsed into the bed. I checked the windows to see if anyone was walking by, but no one did. I tried to think of what it could have been. Maybe it was the wind, but the curtains hadn't moved one bit. It had to be a person. I don't know when, but I passed out soon after. I woke up around 6 a.m. to see that it was almost bright outside. I closed my eyes and tried to go back to sleep when it started happening again. Frantically, I shot up in bed again, ready to attack. But once again, it stopped after a few minutes. I didn't understand what was happening. Was it even happening? I went closer to the door and got a good look at the bin that I had kept by the door. It had moved away from its original position. Yes, something definitely happened. Not knowing what to do, I decided to go back to sleep. When I got out of the room later, I tried to read the owner's face, but it was just as hard to read the day before. What worried me the most was that I had to spend another night in that room. I decided to not let that night spoil the day, and I went out with 2 friends I had made for a trek, and then to watch the sunset from a hilltop, where all the locals gathered to play music in the evening, including the owner. My new friends and I went somewhere else after that, and then around 10 decided to head back to my guest house for dinner. As I was nearing the hotel, I got a text from the owner asking where I was. I didn't think much of it because it was late, and he was probably wondering if I was safe. I didn't reply because we were almost there. When we sat down on the futon, the owner said, "I was just about to text you," and showed me the message that he typed on his phone. It said, "I was just thinking about you." I'm not sure what that meant, so I looked at his face trying to read him, and I realized he was trying to do the same. Quickly, I decided to act normal and told him where we were. We all sat down, met a couple of more people, ate, smoked, and around 11, the guys decided to head to their guest houses. At that point, I got up and told him I'll head up to my room. He looked at me and asked why I was ending the night so early. I told him that I was very tired from all the walking around, and that I wanted to be up early. He didn't push any further, as there were other people around. I went back to my room, filled with anticipation and dread, but thankfully nothing happened that night. The next day I checked out, but my bus wasn't until 5 p.m. I didn't want to be left alone with the owner, so I met up with the guys, leaving my luggage at the reception, which was also the eating area. When I came back, I picked up my bag, thanked him, and left hurriedly. I still have no idea if that was the owner or the only helper that I'd seen around. But whoever it was trying to forcefully get through my door, you really freaked me out. This happened about 11 months ago, when me and my wife got married in June. I'll never be so grateful that I have a habit of locking doors. Our wedding day was coming to an end. Family and friends were slowly starting to depart, as me and my wife, Deanna, took pictures and chatted with some of the guests who stayed a little longer and were just having a good time. It was a great day, and a lot of fond memories were made. But what was least expected is what happened that night as we were on our way to our honeymoon. As me and Diana said goodbye to the last of our guests around 9 p.m., we got into the car and headed home. We had our bags packed prior to the wedding day for Cancun, and we were ready to go. I live in Washington, and we were in a bit of a hurry because instead of flying out of Seattle Airport in SeaTac like normal people do, it was a lot cheaper for us to drive up north to Canada and fly out from a Canadian airport. Also, my wife and I thought it would be fun to have a little road trip to Canada and then fly from Canada to Cancun. Plus, it was only a 3.5-hour drive for us and cheaper, so we headed out at 12 a.m. We had a great time driving, blasting music, talking about Cancun, and just being excited about the new chapter in our life. Diana slowly started to fall asleep, being exhausted from the wedding and whatnot. We were halfway to Canada. At this point, we were no longer in city area, but more a wooded area with fewer cars and fewer people. The more we drove, practically seeing no one on the road. By that time, it was around 3 a.m. We had some extra time on our hands, and I was starting to fall asleep too, so I pulled over at a gas station to get a Red Bull to keep me awake. I pulled into the gas station that was completely empty, and I parked the car to see Diana asleep. I told her I'm taking the keys and locking her inside, and that I would be right back. Not sure if she could hear me, but she kind of motioned her hand around, like people normally do when they're too tired to care. I came back around 6 minutes later to find my wife shaking and crying. I was confused and I was freaked out a bit because I wasn't sure why she was crying. She couldn't even get words out at first. Later, when she calmed down, this is what she told me. Apparently, she did hear me when I told her I would take the keys and be right back. And as she was sleeping, she was awoken by a tapping on the driver's side window. Being too tired to get up or even open her eyes, she lazily went to the unlock button on the passenger side of the door. As she was going for it, she froze. A thought passed her mind. Then she remembered. Didn't he say he had the keys? Why would he need me to unlock the door for him? That's when she heard a woman's voice mumbling from the driver's side. She turned herself around to look at the window and saw a woman, long black hair, with wide eyes and a crooked smile on her face. She couldn't hear what she was saying at first, but then she heard what she was saying. She kept repeating in a mumbled tone, "Are you tired?" over and over. She was freaked out and told the woman to leave her alone. The woman laughed and told my wife that she was tired too. The woman never took her eyes off of her and tried the door handle. At this point, my wife was close to tears and attempted to call me, but as she did, she heard what sounded like a phone buzzing and realized I left my phone in the car. Out of options, my wife started to honk the horn, trying to scare off the woman while also maybe getting my attention. The woman still had her gaze on her and started mumbling more while laughing and trying the door handle again. Then she mentioned something about somebody named Sarah and asked my wife if she knew her. After a few more minutes of mumbling, she left. To my wife's words, the minute she left, I came out of the gas station. So my wife broke down. I don't know how I didn't hear the honking of the car, and I still feel bad for leaving my phone there. My wife also added that one of the creepier things about this woman is she didn't look homeless or dirty or anything. In fact, she seemed normal and well kept. My wife said she'll never forget the woman's wide eyes and the gaze she had on her with that smile. It also chills me to think what would happen if my wife never realized that I had the keys, or if she never heard me about locking her inside and opened the door while facing the other way. I don't know what those women's intentions were, but if I couldn't hear the honk of a horn, I'm sure I would hear the screams. To this day, I'm thankful I have a good habit of locking doors, and I would recommend it no matter how long you're going to be gone. So to begin the story, this event took place in summer 2019, in England, more specifically, the Midlands. At the time of this story, I was 15. I am a male, and was with 3 other friends, all 15, also all male.
Me and 3 friends who I will call James, Brad, and Ryan for the purpose of this story were bored with nothing to do. Most of our friends had long gone inside, and the time was probably around 6 to 7 p.m. We were near a small stretch of woods that would near a road and had a nice path to walk along with a stream. After walking and conversing for maybe 10 minutes, we stopped at a bench to rest and just play some music and enjoy the last of the heat as the night began to draw in. Not like dark, but just around the time before sunset when the sky would get that nice orange hue. After sitting and chatting for maybe 15 minutes with no sign of anybody else on the short trail, an old couple comes walking past us. The woman had a long skirt on down to her shoes and one of those old women's hats that they used to wear from the 40s. I can't remember anything distinctive about her face, except that she seemed maybe around 60 to 70 years old, and very gray and dull in the looks. The man, seeming slightly older than the woman, had on a cream shirt, old jeans, and work boots and a cane in one hand. They had their arms interlocked and seemed at most ordinary, apart from the clothing and such, which seemed quite dated. We were all sat on a small bench that could fit 3 people maximum on it. Therefore me, Ryan, and Brad sat on the bench, with James on the opposite side of the path, sitting on the floor facing us. Just to point out, which becomes somewhat important soon, Brad is of Indian descent, and the rest of us were white British. As the couple were to pass through us, James had to bring his legs in to let them pass by. However, the man seemed somewhat mad about this, and almost scoffed as he walked past James. Understandably, James was confused and a little offended by this, and in a half-assertive, half-joking way, he said, "All right, mate, no need for that." The couple seemed to ignore it and carried on down the hill, and then this is where things start getting creepy. We brushed this off as an old man grumpy at the world, trying to seem like a hero to his wife, and expected them to just move along, but this did not happen. As they reached the bottom of the hill, his head did almost a full 90-degree quick snap to face us, and with the most menacing look in his face, charged up the hill. Now the strangest part is a full 60 seconds had at least passed, and now he was pissed? It made no sense, like all of a sudden my friend's slight remark had clicked in his brain. He also dropped his cane, much to his wife's despair, and walked almost double his previous speed uphill. We were truly baffled, and maybe expected a stern talking to, and to an extent that's what we got from him, or at least the usual old man stuff. "You kids have no respect, and you should watch out. You don't know us. I have grandkids your age." And as quickly as he said all this, he walked back down the hill, retrieving the cane, and started walking at us from the bottom of the hill alongside his wife. Then, this is where things took a drastic turn. The man then stood there, almost huffing and puffing, like an angry toddler, and his wife saw this as her turn to make the approach, as he stood, staring at us, not blinking, barely moving, just staring. His wife made her way back up the incline and began speaking to us. She seemed even more delusional, and even incoherent in the way she acted and spoke. Most of the stuff was the same as her husband, until she took a huge interest in Brad. Remember how I said he was of Indian descent? She looked him dead in the eyes and said, "You're different to all of these, aren't you?" with almost an evil half grin. Brad was taken aback and said, "Sorry, is that racist?" She shot back instantly with, "Oh no, I just mean you're different. You are the chosen one." I know, weird and almost cliche sounding, right? At this we were all shocked and began shooting each other concerned and confused half glances, and then she began waving into the trees behind the bench where us 3 were sitting, her eyes frantically darting from point to point and waving almost methodically in motion, as she exclaimed loudly and almost proudly, "It's okay, you don't need to watch them anymore. It's fine, you don't need to come out now, you can stay there." At this we all turned around rapidly to see no one or nothing behind us. At that she shot Brad one more deep stare and started on her walk again. The old man had been staring the whole time they met, at the bottom of the hill, interlocked arms, and turned the corner. We were all feeling all types of emotions now and really didn't know what to do. The woods on either side of the path was thick, so thick in fact even teens couldn't enter it. So there was only one place they could have gone, which was follow the path on. Ryan had the smart idea to see where they went, so no less than 20 seconds after they rounded the corner, we followed at an almost running walk speed and got to the end of the trail, but there was no sign of them. At the end of the trail led to 3 directions left, into an alley and a shop with a dead end, right onto the start of a busy road with nothing to see, and straight into a cul-de-sac that also had a dead end right at the bottom. Me and Brad went straight, Ryan went left, and James went right, but you guessed it, they were gone. How? We met up in disbelief, in shock, and confusion, and everything in between. The sun was now pulling in, and we needed to make our way home, and therefore, that's what we did. And on the way home was at least a 20 to 30 minute walk, half paranoid that we would see them again, but not really flustered. It's now been around half a year, and we had forgotten about these people, and we never saw them again. But I've always wondered what happened to those old, delusional, racist people. When I was in high school, it was my senior year. I was 5'3", about 95 pounds. I was at the park down the street from my house waiting for the school bus. Usually my boyfriend, who was already graduated, would drive me to school, but he was busy, which I later found out that he was cheating. Well, there were usually a few of us girls there, waiting, but this day I was the only one. So I sat at a bench and had one headphone in and one out so I could listen to my surroundings. I've always been cautious of what's going on around me. As I waited, a black Honda pulled up, and I immediately noticed it. I kept an eye on it because I had a bad feeling about it. I wasn't making it obvious that I was watching it because I didn't want to look crazy, but after a few minutes, 2 very large men got out. I immediately texted my boyfriend that I was at the park and these guys were creeping me out. Of course he didn't text back, so I copy-pasted the same text to my cousin, who was home, unwinding down from the night shift. I lived with my aunt and 2 guy cousins. I wanted somebody to know the make of the car and the color, plus it was 2 men. Didn't get any responses though. When they got out of their car, they started to walk towards me, so I got up from the bench and walked towards the street because the bus was supposed to be there any minute. The driver actually ended up being a little late. As I stood by the street, these men walked up to me, and I could feel the bad energy. One guy said hello, as the other stood there staring me down. I just did a small smile, and then a nod, and I looked away. Then the same guy, which I'll call guy number 1, asked how old I was. I did not respond. I could tell the other guy, the number 2 guy, was getting mad that I wasn't feeding into it. Then number 1 kept asking me yes or no questions like, do you have a boyfriend? Do you live close? Do you do drugs? We have some, do you want some? And then number 2 asked me if I knew what the black market was. I felt a cold rush go over my body and I got the chills. Number 2 was so quiet the whole time and started to tell me they just got back from Russia. By the way he said it, it was so scary, almost intimidating. I knew they were from somewhere else because they had strong accents, but I could not pinpoint the place. They kept telling me to go to their car because they had drugs. I said no. Trust me, I wasn't a straight edge in high school, but I was not stupid either. I would never get into somebody's car that I did not know. Then number 1 asked if I had a car. I said no, and that my bus is almost here and that I have to go. And by some sort of miracle, the bus rounded the corner and the guys backed off. They had been inching closer and closer as they asked me questions. But before the bus got to me, number 1 handed me a card and said he has a car shop and to give him a call sometime if I needed something. He even stated he would give me a free car. The card looked shifty, and I didn't want to grab it, but I knew I needed that number on it to report it. So I took it and they walked off very fast. Finally, the bus stopped and picked me up. As soon as I got on, I started to cry. I had a complete meltdown. It was like all of the adrenaline was keeping my mind and body aware and focused while the men were there. but as soon as I was safe, my body and my mind gave out. Thankfully, there weren't many people on the bus, so the driver calmed me down before we took off, and I explained to her what happened. When she looked around for the car, they were gone. She said she saw them around me, but thought that I knew them because they were so close to myself. The driver called her dispatch, saying that there was an incident, so that they can notify the school. She continued to pick all of the other students up, but when we got to the school, she walked me into the office. I was absolutely terrified to be alone. The principal came out, and so did campus security. They were so sweet and gentle with me as they brought me back to the principal's office. Both were men, and they proceeded to ask me questions about the men, their car, and the questions the creep had asked me. I cried the whole time, and then I pulled out the card that the guy gave me and handed it to the principal. He looked at the security and said he was going to call it and act like my dad, so he did. I was on speaker, and number 1 answered. I knew his voice as if it was burned into my brain. It took everything in me not to have a panic attack. The principal asked the guy if he could get him a car at a good price, and the guy played dumb. The principal said his daughter, me, gave him the card. As soon as he said that, the guy hung up. They tried calling again, but their phone was shut off, then eventually disconnected. I could see a shift in the principal and security as soon as the phone clicked. The security got on his phone and called the police, and had them come to the school. It was as if they finally knew that it was real, like my crazy story was not made up. The principal excused himself and the security guard, and they talked for a minute in the hall. I could hear everything they were saying. She's lucky to be alive. This is serious. We need to call her parents to come get her. When the police got there, they came into the office that I was sitting in and asked me for the story again, and in front of the principal and security guard. I felt like they wanted to see if I was being 100% honest, so I obliged. The officers were straight up with me and told me it sounded like they were watching us girls at that park because they chose the one day that one of us were alone. He also said the card was being used as bait to get me to go where they wanted to. I felt sick. I couldn't breathe. The school called my aunt, but she did not pick up. The only person that picked up first was my boyfriend. One of the officers talked to him as the other finally got a hold of my aunt. My boyfriend ended up picking me up and taking me home, and I cried the entire time. When I got there, my grandma, my uncle, my aunt, mom, and cousins were all out front. The women were all in tears, and the men were livid, but worried for me. A week later, some girl at another local high school, not far from the park, was saved by some other students. She was being dragged into a black Honda by 2 guys. The other kids stood up and grabbed her and pulled her out of their car. The principal called me into his office, and that's how I found out. They also had the same officers there that had me choose the 2 guys out of a picture lineup. I pointed them out fast. They were caught. It was in fact those 2 guys that tried grabbing the girl, a freshman girl. I felt worried for her and sad that she went through something worse than I did. And I felt almost free again, still scared, but not looking over my shoulder as often. I couldn't believe they were caught. After that, my family teamed up to drive me to school for the rest of the year. My boyfriend, who was now my ex, also took me some days. I'm thankful to be alive, and I'm even more thankful that the girl was also saved by the courageous kids at her high school. Okay, so let me set the scene. Me and my 2 companions, called Debbie and Krems. We were out one night over the summer. We decided to park up and explore North Greenwich, besides the O2 Arena, as there are some expensive apartments which are riverside, and you can walk all the way to the arena. The only light comes from sporadic streetlights. The only sound is the creaking of various boats on the river. The sounds cascade through the open air. It sounded like generic horror movie creaking sounds, but at the time it was very eerie. We disembark from our respective cars and start to explore. After 5 to 10 minutes of walking, we see someone in the distance. There is a lone man. He seems to be putting on his trousers and stashing something in his bag and something else in his pocket. Originally, I assumed he was just a homeless guy planning on spending the night on the bench. We forged ahead, getting closer to this suspicious individual.
We get within 10 meters of him. I looked him straight in the eyes, and they still haunt me to this day. If the eyes are the windows to the soul, this man's soul is a direct connection to the fiery pits of hell. Saying that this guy has seen some stuff does not come close to describing the tormented eyes which stared back at me. Since seeing him, I've mostly forgotten his face, but it's his eyes that are burned into my memory. He begins to talk to us in an erratic manner. He says, "They're watching us, you know. The government. Facial recognition. It's everywhere." I know it sounds like classic crazy speech, but this guy was working himself into the frenzy. Each word came out with more force and impact than the previous. Krems, being the fool that he is, engages with him and sort of coaxes him. He responds to each of his statements. "Oh, really? Wow, that's crazy." We quickly walk past all of us exchanging looks, feeling like we narrowly escaped being knifed by a stranger with demented eyes and an obsession with surveillance. See, if it ended here, it just sounds like a near miss, but this guy felt more like a demon. He had an aura, which we felt as we passed him. We swiftly turned the next corner we could, and found one of those bikes you can hire from your phone. We all decided we should get on them and get out of here. However, before we could sort out the app, we hear somebody speaking to themselves. This guy has packed up all of his stuff and is following us. We all turn and start running into the complete opposite direction. We run down a flight of stairs, and the walkway is divided by fences and hedges. Debbie runs ahead and goes down the right side. We run for a couple more seconds, and it's blocked by a fence. I think that we have lost the guy anyways, so I begin to walk back the way we ran, and just as I walk between a gap in the hedge, I see him through the same gap, and instantly the feeling of panic returns. I signal to my friends that he has followed us all this way, and I see both of my friends' eyes widen. We wait, all of us holding our breath. Then we run back the way we originally came, towards our cars. When we returned to the cars, Krems was too scared. He got in with me and Debbie. All of us were rattled and started asking each other what he was hiding, if it was a knife or a weapon, but no one had managed to see what creeped us out even further. All of a sudden, Debbie lets out a scream, and instinctively me and Krems scream and look around. She saw a shadow and thought that the guy was in the car. Her scream instantly set us all into high alert, which is kind of funny in hindsight. After we recovered from this scare, Krems gets back into his car, and me and Debbie both see the man's face in the back seat of Krem's car for a second. This was the last time we saw that crazy guy, but all of us remember the look in his eyes, those truly haunted eyes. After we went to Debbie's flat, and we all sat there sharing about how we all felt about the event, and how that guy made us feel. All of our accounts and feelings from him were identical. I still think about those terrifying eyes and that look from time to time. When I was about 8 or 9, my family took a trip skiing to a small resort a couple of hours from where we lived in Spain. The resort itself was a sleepy little town of about 400 to 500 people max, with a few small supermarkets and hotels, and not much else. Typically, we picked the worst time possible to embark on the trip, which we had been planning for a good few years. The night after we arrived there was a blizzard, and so we spent the first half of the week locked into the hotel. Although we were able to go outside for the remaining few days, we had little to do given that the slopes were shut. The story that I want to tell comes from those first few days locked into the hotel. Despite my parents' annoyance at the timing of the trip being a nightmare, myself and my sister, who was 11 months older, were having a fantastic time. Locked up in the mountains with nothing to do, we were able to spend our days running around the hotel, eating sweets and watching the TV in the lobby. I should probably mention at this point that the hotel was somewhat of a maze. The large bar and restaurant area where my parents sat each day reading was at the center of the hotel. A myriad of small rooms then connected to the bar area at random points, shooting off in different directions. These rooms often had no discernible function. Each one had the same mahogany interior, and they were full of couches, fireplaces, and antiques that allowed for great games of hide and seek. The rooms would often have offshoots themselves, connecting to new rooms which would then connect to yet more useless wooden caves. As such, it was possible to be 4 or 5 rooms away from the main hotel area at any one time without knowing exactly where you were or how to get back. At some point along the weekend, myself and my sister decided to play hide and seek. The hotel was almost maze-like. It was almost impossible to find the hider, especially if they moved. To this day, I'm certain my sister was a filthy little cheat. At one point in the game, I was just about to give up on searching for my sister, until I heard her voice from what sounded like a few rooms away. After successfully navigating the web of rooms, I emerged to find her sitting on a couch alongside a German man with gray hair, probably in his 60s if I had to guess. As soon as I emerged into the room, the man turned to me and told me he was taking my sister to the swimming pool and asked if I wanted to come. I remember immediately thinking that it was odd that there was a swimming pool that we hadn't heard of. My parents had been complaining that morning about how much TV we were watching, and so I was sure they would have taken us there if they had known about it. Besides, the hotel did not seem of the size to be able to host one. I told the man that I have to go ask my parents first, and told my sister to come back with me to find them. He immediately replied that I should go, and that he's taking my sister. I told my sister that she absolutely had to come with me, but excited at the thought of the swimming pool, she said she didn't want to. We began to argue, with the man taking my sister's side and encouraging me to go ask my parents' permission, whilst he waited with my sister. I dug my foot in, telling my sister that our parents would be very mad if we went somewhere on our own. And after a few minutes bickering, she eventually gave in and came back with me, giving her assurance to the man that we would come back. Of course, when we told our parents, they were livid. My dad went back to the room to try and find the man, but with all the offshoots, and given that all the random rooms looked the same, it was almost impossible to be sure that we were in the right one. In any case, there was no sign of him. I remember my dad screaming at the hotel lobby that he needed a list of all male guests and their room numbers, but of course they wouldn't give it to him. We spent the rest of the trip by our parents' side, terrified of the thought of being locked into a blizzard with them. Thankfully, we never saw the man again. But the scary thing, we checked the lobby, and as we imagined, the hotel did not have a pool. It was a long time ago, before cell phones were prevalent, and I was a mom in my early 30s who had just driven our kids to the pediatrician. The Georgia doctor's office was an hour away from home, and I was just taking the 2 youngest of my 3 kids, then ages 1 and 3 years old, to our scheduled appointment. Because we lived so far away, their office always gave us the last 2 appointments of the day, and we were grateful. The doctor had just built a new building off of a fresh spur of the highway, so the location was quite isolated in every direction, but a very nice facility compared to his old spot by the hospital there. His new buildings were also pretty far back on the new lot, and my car, a black Jeep Cherokee we had owned for 2 years, was one of 4 or 5 cars in the parking lot. When we got there, I parked near the front door, removed the kids from their car seat, and for the next hour or so we waited, then saw the doctor, paid, and finally exited back outside. Mine was the only car left in the lot as I loaded the children in their car seats for our trip home, but as the receptionist locked the front glass doors, my car somehow wouldn't start when I turned the keys. There was just an odd clicking noise. Gathering the children once again, I knocked on the door until someone allowed us back in and asked to borrow their phone to call a nearby garage for service. I found one in the phone book, and the man said that he would come, but that it might be a while. So I told him my location, left to go back out to the car, rolled down all the windows, and loaded the children back into their seats once more as we waited. Soon we watched as all the lights were turned out in the building again, and everyone left, their cars departing one by one for behind the building somewhere, leaving us now completely alone in our parking lot. As it was still light, I spent a lot of that time trying to tend the children, digging throughout our car for snacks and a bottle, making sure that they weren't getting too hot. Although the service station attendant said that it was probably going to be a while, I was pleasantly surprised when a truck pulled into the empty parking lot pretty soon, and a man got out of his pickup, smiled and nodded to me, and said that he was going to raise the hood. He was middle-aged, a bit scruffy, but quite frankly, many gas station attendants sometimes looked that way, especially at the end of the day, and I was grateful when he began doing something under the hood almost immediately. I sat down in the driver's seat with the door open, waiting for him to tell me to try the engine, but he seemed to be taking a long time checking the connections, and I longed for him to just grab my jumper cables, yet he never did. Without getting out of the car, I asked him what he thought was wrong. He said, "Oh, it's just a loose wire, not the battery," and he continued whatever he was doing. I couldn't see his face at all from where I was sitting, but his hands were slightly visible through the long horizontal slit between the windshield and the raised hood as we waited. More than once he said that it was merely a loose wire, and if I would just come up here really quick, he could show me which one it was, so that it would never happen again. I remember kind of smiling and shaking my head, saying that sadly there was no reason to show me anything, as I didn't know anything about cars. I just thanked him and I continued to stay in the driver's seat, again just waiting for the inevitable signal to try to start the engine that was most surely coming at any moment. At one point, I remember thinking he was definitely flirting when he would speak to me, but I was trying above all to be polite and kind, as he was indeed helping us. We were hot, tired, and miserable, and truthfully, I was distracted with the kids. Oddly enough, he was starting to sound a little frustrated with me, because I wouldn't come up and look at the engine. I remember thinking that I certainly didn't want to make him mad, or he left us there all alone, with the sun sinking so quickly. And then the strangest thing happened. Another truck suddenly pulled into that desolate parking lot, and as it did, this nice guy working underneath my hood suddenly slammed it shut, ran to his truck and started it, and drove away very quickly, without even saying a word of goodbye. I was both confused and a little anxious when he did this, because I didn't know who was now arriving. I even remember feeling a little frightened that he had suddenly left me there all alone with two little ones, defenseless. Why wouldn't he at least stay and speak to whoever was parking next to me now? It certainly seemed like the southernly gentleman thing to do. I looked around and was very aware, once again, that there were no visible cars on the road, no homes, no businesses nearby, and the sun was continuing to set quickly. As this new, also unmarked pickup pulled up next to me, I got out of the car once again, this time more apprehensively. Upon exiting, though, he immediately introduced himself, and his name and voice seemed to match who I had spoken with on the phone earlier. He then actually called me by name, apologized for being so late, and finally smiled and stared towards the road pointing, and asked who that man was who had just left so suddenly. Relieved and unfazed, I just smiled back in surprise and I told him, "Well, I don't know. I thought all this time that he was you." We both laughed slightly as he grabbed my jumper cables, walked to the front of my car, raised the hood, and started to work. I immediately sat back in the driver's seat once more, suddenly grateful that, with luck, that air conditioner would be blowing full blast shortly, and once again checking the children. While listening to the familiar words, "Try it," I had my back completely turned towards the children when he surprised me by suddenly coming to the driver's door. In the stranger's voice he said, "Ma'am, is this yours?" And when I looked in his hands, he was holding a long, thin, dagger-looking device that was about 1.5 feet in length. It appeared to be very old and covered with a reddish rust. Yet on one end, it had tiny circular, small finger holes, as if it was a mix of a long, thin sword and scissors oddly combined. I remember being amazed but not frightened, and I asked where he had found them. "Under the hood," he replied. I said just a matter-of-factly that I'd never seen that before. But how weird was it that those things had somehow been stuck and undiscovered in my car for all those years? And I shook my head in surprise. He continued to stand there and stare at them, unbelievingly, and he looked oddly pale too, like he couldn't find the words to speak for a bit, just continuing to stare at the unusual object. Honestly, I didn't care one bit about it. All I could think of was getting the car going, letting me pay him, and leaving. He didn't say anything else, just quickly set them on the curb,
started his truck, and then signaled for me to start the Jeep. And when my car immediately started, my 3-year-old cheered. Grateful, I quickly turned on the air conditioner full blast, rolled up all the windows, aimed the air vents back towards the back seat, and reached for my purse to pay out. I stood up and took a few steps to meet him so I could hear the amount now owed. With both of our vehicles running, he came back around to my driver's side, but instead of handing me the bill, irritated me a bit by walking right past me and picking up that weird object once more. "Ma'am," he said slowly, "I want you to look at these one more time," and he held them out for a closer inspection. This time I moved a bit closer and actually really looked. In his hands, the item still appeared incredibly large, possessing an almost bayonet-looking quality, except for the strangely small 2 loops on the end. I had never seen anything like it, and told him so. As he held it, he spoke slowly and quietly to me, as if trying desperately to make me understand something that was somehow still going over my head. "These weren't hidden somewhere in the engine, ma'am. They hadn't been there very long at all, because they were sitting right on top. They must have just been put there." I shook my head no and half smiled as I said, "But they're obviously very old and rusty." To which he pointed out more closely and replied, "Yeah, but see how sharp they are? These look like they have just been sharpened." And when I looked down, he was right. The long, skinny, dagger-like shape was unusual, but by far the oddest quality was just how sharp it appeared to be. The edges at the tip, where the rust had been removed, were gleaming silver. As I paid him, his final words to me were, "Ma'am, I don't know what was about to happen here, but I'm really glad I pulled up when I did." He quietly thanked me when taking the payment, told me that I probably needed to call the police when I got home, and then asked me where I wanted the item. I didn't want to touch it, didn't want to take it at all, but I released the back window so he could place it inside. We both then left the lot together. He turned one way, me turning one towards the small winding highway that would lead home, still an hour away. I did indeed contact the police that moment that we arrived home, and I got the children inside safely. But although they listened politely, they declined when I offered to bring the dagger-like thing to them later. The officer I spoke to said they sounded as if they were specialized surgical shears, from my description and measurements on the phone, which I found quite disturbing, as you can imagine. I remember wondering, how would he even know that? Why would he say that? I had tried so carefully not to touch any of the surfaces, hoping that they might be able to lift the prints and test for blood if they wanted to, but the story seemed to bore him a little bit, and he didn't seem interested. His attitude insinuated that, as there was no longer an emergency, it was of no importance now. At the very end of the call, as if to wind things up, he did say that it sounded as if I was very lucky, and that I might want to keep the shears for a few days, just in case someone from his office got back to me later. But that was all. I wrapped them carefully in newspaper and placed them in the brick storage unit behind our house, and there they remained for several more years, untouched, until we moved away, and I finally, not wanting to bring them across several states, reluctantly threw them in the trash. Around that time, though, if you look through old news reports, women were going missing all over Georgia. Some bodies were eventually found, but others remain missing till this very day. I have often wondered what would have happened if the service station attendant hadn't arrived when he did, if my children would still have a mom, if I would still have my son and my daughter, if I would have missed all those years with them. I guess I'll never know, but I learned something very important about myself that day. I had always felt that I was pretty aware of my surroundings, pretty good at reading people and staying safe. But because I was exhausted and hot and tired and stranded in a different city, my common sense and intelligence simply left me for a bit and was not working at that time. And many of my friends and family still think that our car trouble that day and my lack of awareness could easily have cost us our lives. I'm reaching out through story because I don't know what to do anymore. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I can't tell if what I'm seeing is real or if my mind has seen one too many horror movies. In order for these events to make sense,
I'll need to go into some background on me and my family. I'm 30 years old, a white male living in Texas. I live with my mom currently. And I know what you might be thinking. 30 years old and living with your mom? Well, I didn't always live with her. It wasn't until recently that I moved in with her. For the last 6 years, I was living with my girlfriend, about 20 miles from where I'm currently residing. Our relationship started off typical, the classic feeling of butterflies having a dance party in my stomach whenever she would touch my hand. She could give me this look with the slightest smile, and it made everything around me disappear. I was in La La Land heaven with her, and she felt the same about me. Her name was Jenna. She was about 5 months younger than me. Not every relationship stays perfect, though. The honeymoon phase wears off after a while. Anyone who tells you that the relationship is perfect is lying to your face. And our relationship was no different. We started having arguments here and there, usually nothing too big, just your average little spats, and the occasional blow-up fight, which usually left me with grabbing my keys and going for a drive to cool down. But there was no denying that the love was there, running through our hearts always. Now to speed up to the timeline of this story. Trust me when I tell you that this next part of the story is going to make you not like me very much, and I am well aware of that. About 7 months ago, I started a new job at an animating company. I didn't mention this, but I've always been an artist my whole life, since as long as I can remember. I've been somebody who will always draw on any blank surface I see. But I was switching jobs, and I landed myself this new animation job, and I worked alongside of 2 other animators. One of the 2 people was a man named Rick. He was in his late 40s, and the other was a girl named Sarah. She was a year older than me. I feel like what I'm about to tell you can already see coming from what I prefaced earlier. One night I had to stay late because I had a deadline on this project and it had to get finished. I was getting overwhelmed with the amount of work that I had to do. Sarah had already finished up her portion of the project. She was very talented with animation, and she had been doing it for years, so she offered to stay late with me and help split up some of the workload. I was very grateful to her. I made a call to Jenna and told her the situation. She understood and she was very supportive of the situation. The only thing I didn't mention was that Sarah was also going to be there with me. Just the 2 of us, all alone, nobody around. I guess you could say that I had a slight attraction to Sarah, and by slight, I mean a lot. The time is now around 8-ish in the evening, and we are making good progress on this project. To be honest, we made great progress. We ended up finishing the project shortly after that, around 8:30 p.m. It was such a load off of my back finally, and I finally could take a minute to sit back and take a breath of relief. I looked at Sarah and I told her how much her help meant to me. She looked back at me, smiled, and in return, told me that I meant a lot to her. We sat there silently smiling at each other for a few seconds, cheeks turning red. And then that's when I made the biggest mistake of my life. I made a move. I kissed her. Sarah returned the kiss and told me that she had been wanting me to do that for the longest time. But in that very moment, while looking at Sarah, her face blurred out, and all I could see was my beautiful girlfriend Jenna. The guilt hit me like a professional boxer laying down a haymaker on my face. I instantly felt sick and told Sarah that I was sorry for what I did and that I had to get back to Jenna. She got upset and picked up her stuff and left the studio. Understandable. I left and I got in my car. I sat in my seat for a minute or 2 in a daze of guilt. I looked into my mirror at myself in disgust. I'm not a bad guy. I've never cheated before, on anyone. I grasped my steering wheel and I let out a loud scream from deep inside. I knew I had to go home and tell Jenna what I did. I got home and had to build up the courage to go inside and fess up to being a cheating pig to the woman who gave me her full trust and support. I put my key into the front door lock and turned it to the left. Hearing the sound of that door unlocking scared me. I opened the door and there she was, Jenna, sleeping on the couch, looking more beautiful than ever. She waited up on the couch for me, and there I was earlier, lip-locking with my cute coworker, not even thinking twice about the faithful and committed relationship that was waiting for me at home. I sat down next to Jenna on the couch. The feeling of me sitting down woke her up. She looked over at me with her half-awake eyes. She said, "Hey babe, did you get your project done? I tried to stay awake to see you, but I fell asleep." I looked back and I softly said, "Yeah, I got it done." Jenna looked at me and asked what was wrong. She could tell that I wasn't all there. My eyes welled up with tears. I told her. I admitted that within the last hour, I cheated on our 6 years of love. I'm sure from this point you can imagine what happened. We spent the next hour and a half going at it. Well, it was more so me apologizing over and over, and her crying and calling me every ugly cheater name in the book. At the end of the fight, she stood up. I asked what she was doing. She went to the closet, grabbed a coat, and then grabbed the car keys. She said she needed to get out of this situation and needed time to think. She left the house around 11 p.m. I was so upset at myself. I was halfway crying, halfway angry, and 100% regretful. I ended up closing my eyes and falling asleep on the couch. I figured when Jenna got home that she wouldn't be very happy if she found me sleeping in our bed, so the couch it was. Around 4 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of knocks on my door. It confused me, because who would be knocking at 4 a.m.? I got up and I walked to our room to go check on Jenna, and she wasn't in bed. Where was she? I called out her name and didn't hear a response. I went to the door where the knocking was still happening. I opened the door, still being in the same clothes from the night before. I opened the door to the presence of 2 police officers. They looked at me and asked me, "Does a Jenna Scott live here?" I said, "Yeah, but she's not here right now. Why?" They asked to come inside. They had me sit down. They informed me that Jenna was involved in a car accident, and she had passed away. My world came to a stop. I can't begin to tell you what it feels like to receive news of that nature. They apologized and went on their way after giving me phone numbers and cards. I'm not going to get into the deep emotions I had over the next few days. The only thing that I'll mention is that I felt 100% inside of me that her death was caused by me. The reason being that I cheated on her. I told her, and she left the house that night because of the hurt that I put her through. The last moments of Jenna's short life were spent in pure sadness and hurt because of me. Fast forward to now. The reason why I'm reaching out to anybody who will listen and might be able to help me. Again, I don't know if I'm losing my mind or if what's been happening lately is actually real. A few weeks after Jenna passed, I moved back in with my mom because I couldn't live in that house anymore on one income. But the first thing that I can recall is that when I was packing up our place, I packed up Jenna's stuff last. Her things were in boxes in our room on the floor. I had a few of my buddies and my brother over to help me move, and we loaded everything onto the U-Haul before we grabbed Jenna's boxes. But the thing that I cannot explain is that when we went to go into my room to grab her things, all of her boxes were open and her stuff was thrown all over the room, as if a raccoon were throwing garbage everywhere looking for some food. Her clothes covered the floor and her stuff was everywhere in between. I turned to my friends and demanded to know who did this. They all looked at me with confusion. They started looking back and forth between each other, wondering who did it. I was getting boiled with the lack of response from all of them, but they all swore that they never even went into my room. It was unexplainable, but without anyone admitting it, there was nothing I could do except accuse somebody. And I loved all of those people. I would never accuse them without proof, so I let it go. I moved in with my mom and I took the back bedroom. But then more things started happening. The next thing that happened could be explained, but I just don't know how yet. I somewhat started decorating my room to try to feel more at home. I put up some things, and amongst those things were a few pictures of Jenna. I stared at those pictures for a while, with tears making my eyes misty. Then I got up to do whatever, and when I took a few steps out of my room and into the hallway, I heard the sound of a bang. It startled me. I stopped in my tracks and I looked back at the room. I went back in to see what that noise was, and what I saw freaked me out. All the pictures of Jenna were face down. Something slammed down the pictures, like they didn't want it to be seen, or maybe they didn't want me to see them. I don't know. I turned them back up and then walked away again. That night I was in the living room. My mom was already asleep in her room. I was watching TV and dozing on and off, but then I was awoken by whoever on the TV saying the words, "You killed her." It woke me up because those 3 words seemed like they were louder than anything else on the TV, like as if the volume boosted up only for a second to hear those words, and then instantly went back to regular volume. I sat there confused with a puzzled look. Was that just my mind making me hear things? Or what? It was bothering me. making me feel like I was being watched by everything. I turned off the TV. I went to my room. I turned on a podcast and I laid down, trying to clear my mind. But it seemed like every other word on that podcast was the word death, or kill, or murder. I think maybe I was just feeling immense guilt that night. I turned it off and I took some sleeping pills and somehow managed to fall asleep. But I was violently awakened when I felt the cold sting of a slap on the side of my face that was not covered by my pillow. I immediately sat up, half attentive and half out of it from the sleeping pills. I actually said out loud, "What was that?" as if I was going to hear an audible answer from someone. I looked around my room for my bed, face feeling hot and throbbing like a mini heart beating underneath the skin of my cheek. As I was looking to my right, holding my face, I heard the slam again that I had heard earlier, coming from my left. The picture of Jenna was laying face down on the dresser. My eyes started to widen, and my pupils zoomed in on that picture like a professional photographer's camera lens. And then slam! Another picture of Jenna's slams down. I jumped like a cat that somebody startled from behind. I covered my face and started repeating under my breath, "This is only in your mind. This is only in your mind." And then the final third picture of Jenna flew off of the dresser as if somebody slapped it across the room. I gasped loudly and quickly leave the room and go to the bathroom. I look in the mirror and see that I have a handprint-shaped welt on my cheek. I can't do this anymore. I lock the door behind me and turn on the shower. Maybe these sleeping pills hit me too hard. Maybe I'm having a reaction. A nice hot shower might bring reality back to my mind. Maybe it's worth a shot. I strip down and I step into the hot shower. I'm standing there scared out of my mind and also overwhelmed and almost on the verge of tears. I stay in the shower for what has to be about 20 minutes. I don't even think I washed any part of me. I think I just stood there, one hand on my face and the other hand on the shower wall as support for my quivering body. I finally have my heart rate back to a semi-normal beat, and I turn the shower knob to the right and the water comes to a stop. I get out of the shower. The room is full of steam. I forgot to turn on the fan. I grab a towel. I go to the sink and I run the cold water. I want to cool down my face before going back into my room. I fill the inside of my hand-shaped bowl with water and splash cold water over my face. I let the drips fall into the sink, and I take a deep breath while looking down. I look up to stare myself in the eyes, and then from behind me, barely visible in all the steam, I see a woman standing behind me. I loudly gasp and I turn around to an empty bathroom. There is no one there. I slow my breathing back down while looking behind me, and then I turn to look back into the mirror, thinking my mind was playing tricks on me. When I turn around, I see on the mirror a handprint mark swiped across the foggy mirror, and written in the condensation was the word Sarah. I ran out of the bathroom, barely wrapped in a towel, and I sprint down the hallway to my room. I threw on whatever clothes I saw first, clean or dirty. I grabbed my car keys and I just started driving. I don't remember where I went and how long I was gone, but I remember not even coming home until the sun was already out the next morning. I'm telling this story now because this was last night, and I don't know whether my mind is playing tricks on me or if Jenna is back, whether she's a ghost, a spirit, or whatever you want to call it. But if it is Jenna, it's not the Jenna that I knew. This was 1998 when this happened. An old friend of mine asked me to go camping with him. I hadn't been since I was about 12, so I agreed. It sounded fun and I was excited all week leading up to the trip. I didn't get much sleep that night before because of it. He picked me up just after 5 a.m. and we drove the 100 miles to the park. I managed to get a bit of sleep, so I felt a little better when we arrived. Then he dropped the bomb on me. We still had to walk another 2 hours to the campsite. I tried to talk him into choosing one a little bit closer, but he swore I would love it when we made it. With a heavy heart, I followed him. The first half hour wasn't that bad. Most of it was downhill. However, as more time passed, I became sluggish. Halfway there, we took a short break, but were back on the trail before I knew it. The second leg was a lot more uphill. It wasn't long until I was dragging again and not paying attention to where I was going. We arrived at a flat section and I got relieved. My friend was in front and somehow missed the trap, but I didn't. All I remember was that 1 second I was clomping down and hitting the ground the next. The contact with the bottom of the hole jolted me awake, and the rush of adrenaline masked most of the pain. As I stood up, my right leg buckled, and I dropped down onto a sharpened stick jutting out below me. Apparently there were several more stakes in the bottom of the hole, but they had been knocked over, thankfully. When I looked down, I saw the bone sticking out of my shin. I pulled the stick from my leg, and the pain made me even queasier than I was already. I looked up to get an idea of where I was, and only saw blue sky edged by trees. I figured the hole was about 10 feet deep or more. It must have taken the idiots that dug it several days. I yelled up for my friend only to see his laughing face greet me over the edge. He didn't know the extent of my injuries at that moment, but when I told him, the laughing stopped and panic replaced it. I asked him what happened, and he told me it looked like some redneck poachers had dug some type of bear trap and I had fallen into it. I assumed he could simply reach down and pull me out, but that didn't work. So next, he attempted to reach me with a tree limb. This worked at first, but when I tried to stand up, the pain was far too severe. I couldn't put any weight on my right leg. It was obvious I wasn't getting out of the hole without outside help. It was still early in the day, so I wasn't very concerned. I could hear my friend pacing around above me and freaking out. So I called up to him in a calm voice and told him to get help. The ranger station was only a little over an hour back from where we came. He could easily get help and make it back to me with plenty of time before it got dark. Once he took off, I was left alone with nothing but pain to occupy me. By now it was coming in waves, and the accompanying nausea wasn't making it any better. Initially I thought I could make a splint, but the moment I tried to tighten it down, I almost fainted. Leaving it alone seemed like the wisest decision. I put my head between my legs and waited for the sick, dizzy feeling to pass. Eventually it did, and I tried to focus on other things. I singed for a while, that is until I started hearing thunder and noticed the skies above me were getting darker by the minute. Getting a little wet wasn't going to kill me, right? Perhaps I should have considered my circumstances before saying that. The rain was relatively light at first, but within minutes it was coming down in sheets. I was okay until I began to notice the hole filling with water. My feet were already submerged by the time I realized I was in trouble. I clawed my way up into the top until I was standing, at least the best that I was able to, and I started praying for it to stop. As the minutes passed, more of my body disappeared. After an hour, the storm began letting up and I could relax. The water level was only about halfway up my shins, and I knew now if it continued at that rate, help would be here before it even reached my waist. Unfortunately, it was just a lull in the storm. Soon enough, the rain was sheeting down again. The only positive about the whole thing was it had taken my mind off the pain in my leg. I tried to be upbeat, thinking back on funny jokes in movies. The next hour was the longest hour of my life. When help finally arrived, the rain had almost completely stopped. At the time the ropes pulled me out, the water was still just below my belt. Thinking about drowning to death in a little hole out in the middle of nowhere still gives me the chills. Once I was out of the hole, the ride to the hospital went by fast. After a surgery where I acquired some screws and a few plates, I was allowed to go home. The next 8 weeks on crutches would drag by, but I was just happy to be alive, broken leg or not. We never got to make up for the lost trip, but I have taken my kids out camping a few times in the years since. While it's on my mind, I may give my friend a ring. We haven't seen one another in a few years, and a camping trip may be the best way to catch up, and I'll make sure to keep my eyes open this time. This happened last night and the night before. And a little backstory. I live in a not safe area. The block I'm on is okay, but if you walk down my street a block or two, you could get shot, offered drugs, be mugged, so much more. When we leave our house, we head up a side street that gets us away from trouble. Like I said, my block isn't bad. We all get along here, mostly. We all get along here. Most people on this block are related to each other, but for my household. But even though we are strangers to the neighbors, they are all nice to us. The people right next door have dogs as well, as a few other households.
Again, we are the odd ones out in that department as well. The dogs only bark when someone is out on our block that doesn't live here. I've always felt safer because of the dogs. I live in a home that's converted into a duplex. When you walk into the front door, you are in the entryway, and then across the way you see my apartment door. Then if you go up the stairs besides my door, you will find the door to the second apartment. The front door to the house has no locking mechanism at all. It's so that way tenants cannot lock each other out of the house. We can only lock the doors to our apartments. When you come into the entryway, a motion sensing light comes on. No one is currently living in the upstairs apartment right now, so at this time it's just me and my husband living in the place. 2 nights ago, the husband was in bed and I was up watching TV. I was all relaxed and thinking about going to bed soon. It was nearly 1 a.m. Suddenly I got this overwhelming, uncomfortable feeling. I felt hot and sick to my stomach, and I had the intrusive thought that I needed to get up and check the apartment door and make sure that it was locked. I tried to brush it off, but I couldn't, so I got up to look. Just as I got there, I heard somebody open the screen door to the outer house. I looked, and the door was locked. Then I heard the actual door, the house, open, and somebody step into the entryway. I was terrified. I know that no one lives upstairs, and my landlord said he would let me know if somebody was moving in. We don't get visitors this late, or without a phone call first. Also, with this pandemic and social distancing, nobody should be coming over. And then I heard a click. I recognized the clicking sound as the sound that the motion light makes when it turns on. Then I hear a male voice say, "Oh crap," and the sound of somebody running out of the house. I was terrified. I stood there trying to process what just happened. From the time I heard the screen door open until a solid minute after the person ran out, I stood there, frozen in place. The neighborhood dogs were barking their heads off all night, and they only do that if somebody they don't know is around. I think that somebody who doesn't know that the house is a duplex attempted to let themselves in. The light, which is way too bright for that tiny entrance, came on, and I think it scared the person away. I woke up my husband and we called the cops. They said that since the person was not trying to get into the apartment, that they weren't coming out. The best they would do is drive by a few times. Yeah, real comforting. Last night I was up late again. The dogs were barking again like crazy. At a little bit after midnight I heard a noise. I muted the TV and I realized that somebody is pounding. Not knocking, but full on pounding on the outer house door. Not my apartment door, thank goodness. I was freaked out. I wanted to go in and wake the husband up, but I thought better of it. There was a window beside the outer house door where he was knocking, and that window is our bedroom window. Because my husband was asleep and the lights were on in the living room, but off in the bedroom, I thought if I opened the door, the person standing on the porch hammering on the door would see the light and know that somebody was here, and I was afraid to let whoever was out there know that somebody was here. I sat there for over 10 minutes of banging. It was non-stop. I thought maybe it was the police, because of the call that I had made the night before. So I called the police and told them what was happening, and about what happened the night before, and about my phone call to them the night before, and asked if it could be the cops at my door. He looked into it and said that as far as he could tell, whoever it was not a police officer. He also said not to open the door. He said he was sending the police out, and if somebody was banging on the door, they would talk to them. And he said he would call when he knew what was going on. The banging stopped about 5 minutes after I hung up with the police dispatcher, but I never got a phone call, so I don't know if the police ever showed up. Tonight the dogs are already barking, and I've been up for the past hour. My husband decided that I'm going to bed early and that he will stay up. I doubt I'll sleep anyways. I made him promise that no matter what he hears, he will not unlock that door and open it. I don't know what to do. Is it smart to not advertise the fact that we are here by not having lights on in the bedroom and not going to the bedroom door window to get a look at the guy? Or should we make it clear that people do in fact live here? And who knows, it could have been 2 different people here on 2 consecutive nights around the same time between 12 and 1 a.m. I just hope I never actually have to run into this person face to face. This happened to me over the course of probably 8 to 10 years. To my knowledge, nobody ever died in or around my house, but my parents did have my grandfather's ashes in their closet. If that maybe has anything to do with this, I'm not sure.
The first account I can clearly remember was when I was about 6, super young, but I can still remember the night vividly. I woke up in the middle of the night and wanted a little snack, so I walked to the kitchen in the dark and I grabbed a banana off of the counter. I noticed the light in our backyard was on, so I looked out the sliding glass doors and I saw a man standing out there facing the doors. He kind of looked like a pirate. Like I said, I was very young, so I'm not 100% sure, but I know he was wearing a giant black hat. That's what I focused on the most. I wasn't necessarily scared, but more shocked that somebody was out there so late and I didn't recognize him. I looked down to open my banana, and when I looked back up, the strange man was gone. I didn't think much about it, and I just went back to my room to eat my snack. But thinking back now, it was definitely creepy. If it was not a ghost of some kind, then there was just some strange man wandering around our backyard at night. We had a dog and she was very protective and did not like men at all, but she didn't bark or react or anything. I think she was sleeping in the living room or my parents' room. The second creepy thing I remember, I'm not even sure if it was paranormal, but who knows. I was about 7 or 8, and my brother would have been 10 or 11. Our mom left us alone for a few hours while she took our little sister, who was 4, grocery shopping with her. It was very rainy. It was a stormy day, so I figured it was probably easier for her to just look after one kid in the store, and we were old enough to watch TV and not get into any trouble when she was gone for a little while. Our dog started going insane at that window in the living room that faced the front yard and the street. We live in the suburbs. There's lots of houses around us. My brother and I, curious about what the dog was freaking out over, went to the window and peeked through the blinds. We saw somebody dressed in all black, literally looked like somebody wearing a black gimp suit or something, crouching in our tree branches outside the window. We watched for a few seconds, and then whoever it was must have been scared off and then jumped out of the tree and ran to my neighbor's house and jumped their fence. My brother and I called my mom, and I told her about what we had seen, and she came home as soon as she could to make sure that we were safe, and we never found out who or what that was. The reason I think this might be paranormal is that nobody's house was ever broken into, and that person or thing moved with almost superhuman speed. They jumped from the tree and over the fence in maybe 5 seconds. Plus, it was very rainy and windy, and who cases a joint in those conditions? The last few things that happened to me was when I was way older, about 14, I forced my 17-year-old brother to live in the garage so I could finally have my own room. My 11-year-old sister and I shared a room since she was born, and she was a slob, and I would constantly be blamed for her messes. And I was fed up, so I started mini construction on my new room. I painted the walls and I ripped out the carpet. This is when I would wake up covered in scratches and bruises. I couldn't explain. I don't sleepwalk. I don't sleep on my side and sometimes turn over, but I don't do anything crazy. And I never had long nails, so I didn't scratch myself. The night that I would stay up late, I would hear weird scratching in the walls, and sometimes banging. Nobody else ever heard anything, though. I also would sometimes feel a weird sensation, like I was being watched or listened to when I was all alone. I would also hear my mom call my name when I would be home alone walking around the house. Not much past that, though, except I really wanted to try a Ouija board, and my dad would not allow that. He grew up in a haunted house, and his sisters would do seances and make things worse. I am now 21, and I haven't had any more notable experiences. I am still in the same house and the same room. I really just tried to not acknowledge whatever it was in hopes that it would stop. And it did, for now. So if there's any experts listening, what do you think? Did I have a small entity trying to get to me? Or am I just paranoid? And can all of these things be debunked?